The story begins with how players who received the right to enter this world began to enter the cultivation world called the game. They defeated monsters and raised their levels, thereby receiving artifacts and equipment. This soon led to the fact that one day all the monsters broke into the world of humanity and began to destroy everything in their path. Since the monsters entered their world, the battles have not stopped. Cities crumbled to dust, and the last people fought for life. This continued until only one city remained, which would soon be destroyed like all of humanity. Suddenly, one of the people saw the huge boss demon lord. Our hero realized that he had one last chance, the only way he could defeat the ruler. His partner told him not to do it. After all, the swordsman is the last hope of humanity. But he launched an attack saying that they no longer had any other choice. Only his blade will put an end to this. The ghosts of people looked at this and said that they would use the remnants of their spiritual power to help him in this attack. Unfortunately, this long war ended in defeat for the people. But Gu Qishan got a chance to be reborn. Some people came to the pit of the dead to catch something valuable from there. The commander's partner was unhappy that he wanted to steal jewelry from corpses. Suddenly the commander saw an unusual golden blade and was delighted at such a find. He decided to take it first, and then collect many more valuables. At the same moment, Gu Qishan, who was in the mountain of the dead, woke up and began to fight for his blade. The commander's partner, who stood aside, was shocked that our hero destroyed the captain. Gu Qishan did not understand where he was and who he was. All he could remember was that he fought with the demon lord. Suddenly the corpse of the commander attacked him, trying to destroy our hero. The guy threw this monster aside with a sharp movement, and realized that it was very dangerous here. But since this commander angered our hero, he decided to completely destroy him. Gu Qishan didn't understand how this weirdo rebelled after he destroyed him. He thought that this was not their world, but the cultivation of the game. So I started trying to call the system. The private still did not understand whether our hero was a monster or a man. Gu Qishan replied that if the guy had already destroyed an unlimited number of monsters, he would not have asked him such a question. The assistant commander was very afraid and asked our hero to show him his badge. Gu Qishan kept the token and was surprised that it was from the game. In addition, this token is also an old model. The guy asked our hero for forgiveness, saying that he thought until the last moment that he was a monster. Our hero looked at the lying man and noticed that their uniform looked the same as it did 10 years ago. This aroused some suspicion in him, and he asked the private what year it was. What was Gu's surprise? Qishan when he heard that it was the year 681 of the Qinping dynasty. Without hesitation, he immediately realized that this was the world of game cultivation exactly 10 years ago. The system notification showed that he had become a private in the Gu cavalry. Qishan. He was surprised when he saw that the systems of the god of war were in front of him. Suddenly he looked away and saw a terrible picture. A terrible monster with huge fangs was rushing towards them. Our hero told the private not to be afraid, because this is an ordinary wild animal. Gu Qishan tried to defeat this monster, relying on his fencing skills. But he threw our hero away in one motion. He realized that he could not defeat the monster face to face. Therefore, we will have to remember the old days. Remembering that the monster's weak point was its throat, he destroyed it with one blow. Looking around, our hero saw a bunch of more monsters, and realized that they were attracted by the smell from the pit with the dead. This time there were much more monsters. Gu Qishan had barely dealt with one thing. How could he now defeat an entire herd? He asked the private if they could hide somewhere. He replied that there was a camp ahead, which was hidden under a protective barrier. They immediately ran there and began to enter it through the blue portal. The camp was secured by a large protective barrier that made the camp invisible. Our hero said that as soon as they entered here, he felt that there was a gap in this barrier. So he won't last long. The private was excited by these words. Gu Qishan said that thanks to the spiritual stones, the barrier can be maintained for a while. Therefore, the private immediately ran to look for spiritual stones. Past life people thought that the game cultivation world was a virtual game. Only at the last moment did they realize that the monsters that had broken through were real. Our hero realized that his rebirth is a chance to save humanity from doomsday. But first he needs to find a way to protect himself in this world. After all, in the battle with the monster, he was unable to activate the art of fencing. He suddenly remembered the war god system. Gu Qishan activated this system and proceeded to activate the basic functions. As it turns out, all he needs to do is touch the weapon and he can use his abilities. Last time he almost died to destroy one monster. And going into battle with a huge horde is simply self-destruction. Therefore, our hero decided to use ranged attacks to increase his cultivation. In one of the sentences, he could choose a double shot, but he would not have enough spiritual strength to realize the ability. Suddenly Gu Qishan realized that the abilities learned were immediately created. So he decided to go and try it out in battle. He had good accuracy, but the damage was not enough. Our hero decided to check it out and added a little spiritual power. As he expected, under a burst of spiritual power, the damage was much higher. Now Gu Qishan will be able to defeat the herd of monsters thanks to new system skills. Suddenly he heard some sounds and thought it was an earthquake. But as it turned out, the sound came from outside the camp. Arriving at these sounds, our hero saw something. It was a huge faceless giant. Gu Qishan first saw this monster when the players entered the cultivation world. Our hero did not understand why he appeared right now. Has something really happened that didn't happen in a past life? The private asked what kind of monster it was. The guy explained that it was a primordial monster. The private thought that this giant had come precisely for them and that they were about to die. Our hero said that there is no need to be afraid because they will not die. As it turned out, he was right, because the monster walked past them. Suddenly the private noticed how the barrier began to crack. Gu Qishan assumed that the shaking had broken the protective barrier of secrecy. Now the monstrous beasts have revealed them. Since there will soon be even more of them, we decided to deal with these kids. While he was doing this, he asked the private to take the spirit stones to the reception. The ranged attack is great for fighting monsters. Gu Qishan used the burst skill and began to destroy these beasts. But now his only concern is why the giant appeared here. The private came and said that he had installed spirit stones, thinking that the stealth barrier would last a little longer. Our hero said that not everything is so simple. But the private did not understand, because the faceless giant had already passed and there was nothing to be afraid of. Gu Qishan said that faceless giants walk with high-level monsters. Therefore, a protective barrier will not save you from this. Our hero had a feeling that something very large was moving towards them. When he climbed to a high point, he noticed something that shocked him. Blood-sucking demons and dark flaming snakes were approaching in the distance. Gu Qishan noticed that they looked like they were in a hurry to get somewhere. Their army is heading in the same direction where the faceless giant went. Our hero didn't understand where so many high-level monsters were going. Suddenly the private pointed with his finger that an object was falling from the sky. As it turned out, some kind of bird fell from the sky. She immediately started running away when she saw people. Our hero was surprised when he saw such a smart monster. Therefore, it was impossible to let him escape. Our hero picked up a bow and started shooting. Having caught this bird, he noticed that it had some kind of red task. It looks like this strange bird was a courier. Did the monster really start a war? The guy was at a loss. In the world of cultivation, he knew every battle. But in the beginning there was no battle between people and monsters. If this was not for battle, our hero thought that that detachment was a preliminary preparation. Gu Qinshan decided to remember something and asked the private what day it was. Our hero remembered that on this day the elder of the Shinao sect Taishan and maiden Ning Yishan will disappear. Their power was at its peak. There is a possibility that humanity will escape Judgment Day. But unfortunately at the moment, our hero cannot even get close to that army. He still wants to change a lot in his life. Suddenly, the god system showed that our hero's presence in the game would be suspended for one day. All of his inventory has been moved to storage, and the shipping will begin now. The guy could not believe that he would now return to his world. Our hero was transported to the Freedom Federation, to Changning County. He found himself in some crowded place, and realized that it was a high school prom. Gu Qinshan realized that he had returned to Earth before the Day of Judgment. Someone called him, and he remembered a familiar voice. As it turned out, it was his classmate named Su Shui. She said that our hero's friend told her that he wanted to talk to her. His friend Jian Yi stood next to him and confirmed these words. Everyone paid attention to them, and wondered if Gu Qinshan wanted to confess his love to his classmate. In a past life, Jian Yi poisoned him with a poison that affected his emotional state, because of which our hero acted very meanly towards Shui. Because he insulted the Su family, the Freedom Federation banned him from entering their territory. He had no choice but to go to the Fuxi Empire. And now he decided that in this life he would not allow this to happen again. A friend began to urge our hero to speak faster. The others started to gather, saying that there was going to be a show. Gu Qinshan invited his classmate to go to dinner with him and try his dishes. She thought he would offer something different, but he just wanted to have dinner. The friend began to ask why he didn't confess his love, but our hero replied that they had not discussed this. Ji Yi realized that his plan was going to hell, so he decided to do everything himself. But our hero took him by the hand and a misunderstanding occurred between them. Our hero took the red thing from him and asked what he wanted to do with it. Jimmy Yi said that it was just an ordinary ring. In a past life, our hero never understood who wanted to harm him. Perhaps the Su family's security will help him now. Since Jimmy Yi doesn't want to confess, Gu Qinshan decided to call Aunt Su. She came and said that the guy can only call her when Shui is in danger. But our hero in response simply showed her the red thing that he had taken from his friend. She realized that this ring contained a very harsh poison. Gu Qinshan said that someone wants to quarrel between him and Shui. Therefore, he needs Aunt Su's help. Ji Yi began to run away, but suddenly a man appeared in front and stopped him. Using his magic, the man began to interrogate Ji Yi. Taking our hero's friend by the head, he asked him to tell the whole secret. Shui said that her grandfather is El and chosen by heaven. Therefore, his technique is associated with hypnosis. Grandfather Eli began to ask the boy who wants to harm Shui. After these interrogations, the grandfather said that Ji Yi didn't know anything. The guy started asking Gu Qinshan spared him, because they had been friends for so many years. Without hesitation, our hero said that it was time to end this damn friendship. Finally, the guy asked Aunt Su to check this guy again. A classmate thanked Gu Qinshan for defending her honor. At one moment it seemed to her that our hero had become different. He noticed that System B was still there. Therefore, he will soon be able to return to the cultivation world again. Only he still doesn't understand why the squad of monsters is moving so openly. It is also not clear why the system itself moves him to worlds. But it doesn't matter, because he's here to prevent the end of the world. Gu Qinshan realized that Jian Yu was less fortunate than he was in his previous life. He can finally return home. It had been many years since he left his small room. Suddenly the guy saw a helicopter flying towards him. From there he emerged as one of 9 aristocratic families. He said that the young master requests an audience with our hero. The guy was confused. After all, he has nothing to do with En's family, and why does he need him? When the guy went inside, he asked why Representative N didn't call him. He said that our hero has the highest scores and, moreover, he is a special member of a scientific and technical company. He asked how such a person could achieve such heights. Surely even Su Shui fell in love with his talent. But all the great federations want to get this girl as their daughter-in-law. Therefore, someone like our hero should not think about her. Then our hero asked what they would do to him if he thought about it. The representative replied that then anything could happen. It is even possible to take your life. The guy realized that his relationship with Xior could spoil these people's plans. Did they really do this show with the ring? Our hero replied, if the representative likes Xior, let him get her. But what Qin Shan does should not concern him. After these words, the guy began to leave, and Representative N sat in rage. He asked his assistant if he had prepared everything. He said that everything was ready and in an hour with Gu a sad incident will happen in Qishan. Walking through the slums, the guy thought that there was 1 year left before the gates to another world began to open. Therefore, he needed to quickly increase his cultivation. Now he will have to resist the Day of Doom and many more scum from the upper strata. Suddenly a bunch of hooligans appeared in front and told our hero not to rush. One of them took out a knife and told the guy not to fly so fast. Our hero realized that this was not a simple goon from the gates. They came here on purpose. He saw that he could activate spiritual power. This means he can use everything he received in that world. The hooligans realized that this was not just a weakling. So they decided to get pistols. Seeing their pistols, our hero was finally convinced that these were not ordinary guys. They became scarce and began to shoot at our hero, but he fought off their bullets. He dealt with almost all the hooligans and was ready to destroy the last one. But he sat in the corner and begged for mercy. Placing an arrow in his face, the hero asked who sent him here. And he replied that they were hired by Xiong Hu from the Ne family. Song Hu is an exemplary martial arts teacher. Ex-hooligan said that our hero simply cannot cope with him. If our hero had a blade from a past life, then one fighter would not be able to defeat him. The guy still couldn't remember, and didn't understand why the system blocked his memories. But the system did this in order to avoid observing emptiness. Then the guy decided to do everything one by one. Although they didn't succeed this time, Chi Fen is not the kind of person who will give up after the first try. This time our hero cannot use his fencing technique. And you will have to show your enemies the art of the god of war. Some guy had an unforgettable surprise for Gu Chi Shan _. The guy told the hooligans that he wanted to talk to Sung XY. He took one's phone and called him asking if they were finished. Sung Hu was annoyed. He realized that his plan had failed. He didn't think that our hero would contact him. Sung Hu replied, at least Gu Chi Shan contacted him. He still wouldn't survive. Our hero said that he would give him a chance. Sung Hu knows where he lives. After this call, our hero crushed the bully's phone. Before he gets around to preventing doomsday, he'll have to deal with these rich comedians. The guy shouted and asked if their son was going to destroy him. The hero began to leave, saying that the bully had fulfilled the requirements, thereby ensuring his life. Meanwhile, at the casino in Chining County, Mr. N did not want to give the girl away. He asked if they really wanted to insult him with this. A servant approached him and said that the task had failed, since our hero contacted him and challenged him to a duel. Head N reminded the minions that he said there would be no problems. Mr. N said that they were asking too many problems. He offered to play something more interesting to that person. Mr. N showed a photo of our hero and said that his man should destroy this guy. The girl who was eating behind said that this guy should agree to this bet. After all, if they lose, they will simply destroy this kid and abandon the mission. This way they will go home faster. After all, the girl is already bored with this place. After some time, the servant went to the slums. He broke into one of the doors and said that he had come for Gu Chi Shan. The servant asked how long our hero would hide. Suddenly, a blue beam was heard behind him. As it turned out, it was the arrow that the servant was able to stop. Our hero did not expect that the servant would be able to catch his arrow. It's not for nothing that he has such a rank. But in this case, he must catch the second and third. And the press service was shocked how such a poor man could wield a bow well. And the same guy watched all this through the screen. The man was surprised when he saw that this boy was able to crush the servant with arrows. Mr. N was very annoyed. He didn't understand why the minion couldn't finish him off right now. He crawled out of cover when he saw an arrow flying towards him. The servant began to transform into a huge strongman. Our hero saw his true strength and realized that this was even more interesting. The servant was already furious and headed to destroy Gu Qishan. He stopped our hero's arrow and said that it was his turn, since he had run out of arrows. Well, Qin Shan began to dodge the servant's magic. He realized that now was a great chance for him. He wanted to punch our hero with all his might, but he missed. Gu Qin Shan was surprised at how much strength this servant had. Song Hu was still confident that our hero would be finished. Servant asks why our hero is hiding. But he was not hiding, he was just preparing for a new blow. Gu Qin Shan dealt a very strong blow to his opponent, thereby almost destroying him. Now his rank is second level Qi tempering, which is a strength equal to a minion. But the spiritual power of reclamation exceeds the ordinary power of this world. The hero will now simply crush it. Wu Gu Xinshan has no time to deal with minions, it's time for him to end this fight. Shou Hu said that he would not give our hero a chance to attack him. But the guy used his stabilization skill and dodged his blow. After which he used the burst skill and attacked the enemy. Arrows flew through the servant, leaving holes in him. After which Sin Hu was destroyed. All this was observed by a quadcopter who looked straight into that room. The hero noticed him looking at a huge hole in the wall. The guy was about to shoot an arrow at this quadcopter. And seeing this, Mr. Nesh moved from his place. The man asked why N was in such a bad mood. It looks like he's breaking the bet now. Mr. N asked if the man really thought he would fail. He began to leave, saying that this time our hero was lucky, next time he would take him. The girl who was sitting next to me said that this guy was arrogant. He doesn't even know that by losing to them, he saved his life. As it turned out, this girl was the eldest princess of the Qing Empire, Lenka. A servant approached her and told her to control her impulses. She asked the man how he liked that Qin Shan boy. He replied that his strength was average, he was only 1 iota stronger than the servant he destroyed. But his style is very unique. Therefore, the girl asked for information on our hero. The man immediately found information about our hero and the security system. The princess said that they need to get closer to Gu Qishan. A little later, at the Capital Armor Research Center, the guy began to be checked at the entrance. When he went inside, he saw a huge robot suit. In a past life, our hero's skills were much better in robotics. He wonders if it is possible to use more powerful armored suits to withstand the coming end of the world. But the line. Gu Qishan walked into the restroom and thought, if he is hiding here, then the family won't look for him for a while. He presented his hand to the machine and confirmed his identity. The guy entered the apartment and began to take off his things to rest. Looking out the window, he saw the Qi of the other world hovering in the sky. He realized that the approach of Judgment Day was not so far away. Therefore, he has little time. While meditating, he received a notification that his presence in the world was suspended for 24 hours. He immediately returned to the cultivation world and Private asked if he was okay. He realized that when he moves from one world to another, time stops. The Private asked what our hero was muttering to himself on the tray. He asked not to pay attention. Gu Qishan thought that the situation with Ning and General Sun should not reach them. After all, it was just a guess. He asked where there were weak monstrous predators nearby. The private replied that it was not far from the camp in the woods. When asked why he needs predators, our hero replied that this no longer concerns him. The private was surprised how he could go to such a place alone. The guy began to destroy predators, for which he received a lot of experience points. It was not difficult for him to rise to the 3rd level of Qi tempering. Gu Qi-shan received a notification that he could exchange spiritual power points for experience points to raise his level faster. Our hero could not guess what spiritual power points were. Suddenly the system said that this is the most important component of all existence. And it comes from the soul. Therefore, our hero chose to raise the level with spiritual power points. He wondered to what level he could rise to with his current spiritual power. The guy became convinced that he could really break through to another level without experience. This is exactly what has never happened before in the cultivation world. Spiritual powers are the most important component of this world. Suddenly, the guy heard a sound behind him. It turned out to be a giant python K, which is also a low-level monster. Now Gu Qi-shan will easily destroy him. He is sure that he will receive a lot of spiritual power for his head. Our hero began to use the stabilization skill and began to shoot arrows at the python. By destroying the giant pet, he filled his reserve of spiritual power. He noticed how his power increased greatly. Since the body of a giant python is an expensive artifact, that's why you can't throw it here. The guy came closer to him and noticed his poisonous views of a giant pet. Suddenly he saw another python approach him. Using his skill, Gu Qi-shan was unable to destroy this python. As it turned out, this python already understood all the abilities of our hero. And the giant predator began to attack our hero, and he realized that he would not return. I also began to spread all over your body. The toxicity of this poison was simply monstrous. Our hero has already begun to fall off his feet. In his current state, he would not be able to fight off this predator. Now he needs a stronger reception. He spent his spiritual power points to realize new skills. Since he had already recovered a little from the poison, he had a chance. Gu Qi-shan used a double shot to destroy the giant python. His arrows simply went right through the predator. After such a blow, he could not stand it and fell to the ground. The guy realized that the use of spiritual power increased the speed at which the poison spread throughout the body. Gu Qi-shan began to eat snake gall, which tasted very disgusting. But even though it is disgusting, it is very lucky that it works positively as an antidote. The guy learned a new skill that can change the trajectory of an arrow, which makes the attack unpredictable. But the time interval between arrows is too long. And the guy thought, if we combine the skills of stabilization, cues and the flight of 2 swallows. After that, the system really created new abilities for him, and besides, it was leveled. It seemed to him that creating leveled abilities was the true power of the god of war. Suddenly he heard a sound in the distance. The guy realized that more and more high-level animals were arriving here. Therefore, you need to change the location as soon as possible. When our hero returned, the private thought that something had already happened to him. Our hero said that everything is fine now, but soon they will have problems. He suspected that an army of demons would come for the heads of humanity's leaders. Therefore, this place can become a battlefield. The private replied that they could rely on camouflage for a long time. So there's no need to go outside. Gu Qi-shan said that high-level monsters will have their disguises revealed and they will no longer be able to hide. When ordered to go with our hero to survive, the private said that he was mistaken. He replied, if our hero wants, then let him go himself. Gu Qi-shan said that when the masters arrive, it will be too late. Private has been listening to this nonsense for too long. He added that the fear of monsters completely ate the brains of our hero. Since the private decided, Gu Qi-shan will not dissuade him. Now their paths diverge. Walking through the forest, the guy remembered that nearby was the place of death of Generals Nin and Sunday. He can go around it from the west. Our boyfriend thought this place looked rather strange. Suddenly he saw something from which he began to run even faster. He activated his new chaos dance skill. And at that moment his entire attack went into some hole in the ground. As it turned out, it was a tunnel demon that has resistance to the elements. These types of monsters are very effective fighters. Our hero is surprised to meet him here. He said the tunnel demon was covered in fresh dirt and did not blend in with its surroundings. Therefore, it was easy to notice him. He added that it would be worth covering it with dust so that no one would notice it. Gu Qi-shan heard several voices answering him. He wondered if there was not just one demon, but a whole pack. Our hero said that they should go and collect dirt, while he waits here. But if he can still replace them, then they have lost. The tunnel demons agreed. In an instant, our hero dealt with all the demons. To him it was just a bunch of empty-headed lumps. Suddenly, someone thanked our hero for his help. He was very surprised when he heard that there was someone else here. It turned out to be Frontline General Sunday. He said that our hero should not be afraid because they are allies. Gu Qi-shan didn't understand why the general was here. He went in a different direction, as they then met. The general realized that our hero knew him. Therefore, the conversation will go easily. Meanwhile, the general began to open the formation hiding the 6 trigrams. The guy was very surprised that Sun used the formation to hide the entire temple. The frontline general told General Ning to come out. Because there are no more tunnel demons. She said that the tunnel demons were very difficult opponents, even they had a hard time getting rid of them. Ning asked how our hero knew the weaknesses of these creatures. He replied that he often meets with the monster. So he knows something about them. The guy realized that it was really her general named Ning Yushan. The frontline general added that this girl is the wet dream of every male cultivator. He looked at our hero and was surprised at how reserved he was. After all, he didn't even glance at the girl. But the guy could not understand how he could meet them, and went in a different direction. The record says that their places of death are far from each other, and they did not meet. Has history really changed? The demon army came prepared, these two couldn't just be resurrected. Surely something unexpected happened. The guy thought maybe it was because he destroyed the messenger of the demon army. Therefore, the order to perform a mission of destruction should not have reached the detachments. Our hero realized that he was truly the one who changed history. The general saw a jade pendant on our hero's hand. He said that this tablet was the defeat of the demon army. The general laughed and said that they suddenly stopped the chase. They seemed to have coordination problems. The girl realized that this messenger had corrupted her spirit of the beast. Moreover, this messenger was quite strong. She asked how our hero was able to destroy him. After that, our hero simply decided to demonstrate it. Gu Qi-shan said that the demon army would not hesitate to respond. Therefore, we need to quickly return to human territory. The generals agreed with the words of our hero and decided that they needed to move forward. Suddenly with General Nin something strange began to happen. She almost fell, but our hero caught her in time. The girl asked the guy to let her go, because she was fine. Gu Qi-shan asked General Sun what was wrong with her. He replied that a couple of days ago demon soldiers poisoned them. General Nin suffered the most. Our hero said that he has items to treat such poisonings, but he is not sure whether this will help. He took out the python gallbladder and said that this was exactly what he needed. Demon armies often use poisons. Therefore, the girl should keep it for herself in such a case. The girl thought for a long time. Our hero said if she didn't take it now, he would throw it away. General Nin has a very hot temper. We need to calm down the situation somehow so that it doesn't flare up. The girl thought that those whom she could trust could repay with betrayal, and the stranger would worry for her life. All the cultivators the girl met today were perverts. But Gu Qi-shan turned out to be different for her. The general asked if the leftover food had really weakened him that much. They decided not to bother her, and went away to keep watch. They came to some place and sat down on the rocks. General Sun began to use some kind of magic and discover something in the sky. Our hero asked if General Ning and Sun were attacked by demons. Why didn't they ask for help? He replied that they used to send amulets to people asking for help, but there was no answer. But were they really intercepted by demons? Gu Qishan asked if there were traitors among the top people. As it turned out, this is exactly the case. When the generals decided to investigate this case, they learned that there were demon spies among the people. Now our hero understands why no one came to the aid of these generals. And among people there are also traitors. In this case, the situation is much more dangerous than he thinks. He hopes the demons won't come so quickly. Meanwhile, a private in his camp was frying chicken and thought that our hero was just an idiot. Suddenly, behind him, he saw something terrible. It was something so gigantic that the barrier simply began to break. As it turned out, it was a faceless giant. Meanwhile, General Ning has already cleared the poison from her body and will soon fully recover. General Sun told our hero that next year the Shanda sect would be recruiting. All he needs to do is enter his name. General Nin came up to them and said that she was fine. Her wounds have also almost healed. She approached our hero and thanked him. He said that there was no need for gratitude. After all, she is the main force opposing the army of monsters. General Sun said that the guys should already move forward, because it is unknown how many more monsters there are around. Suddenly General Nin, I felt something familiar. Is this really the same faceless giant? The guy realized that he couldn't escape and these freaks wouldn't give them even a moment's rest. Since there was no longer any way to hide from them, Nin offered to take the fight. Gu Qishan agreed with these words, saying that he would have to fight his way. The girl said that our hero's bow is too weak, so let him use hers. This bow is called Night Rain. Her father gave it to her, and today she gives it to our hero. Gu Qishan looked at this bow and realized that it was capable of hiding the murderous aura of the owner. Since there are terrible wars ahead, the guy should keep this bow with him, so as not to make it difficult for his partners. The giant is capable of absorbing spiritual power, not susceptible to the 5 elements. Now the general understood why his 5-element technique did not work on the giant. Since the 5 elements do not affect him, the girl suggested that she go into battle. General Sun and our hero will deal with the rest of the monsters. After seeing how General Ning deals with such a stupid monster, Gu Qishan was simply delighted with her. But I didn't understand why she used a short blade. With sword art, she would be even more dangerous. As it turned out, she used to be a great swordswoman, but in the end she switched to short clinked. General Sun said she used to have a close comrade who practiced sword cultivation. And he betrayed her. Verse: every time she encounters swordsman, she beats him until he begins to beg for mercy. But the strangest thing is that many swordsmen show signs of attention to her despite her evil reputation. Ning approached them and asked why they were gossiping instead of taking care of the monsters. The guys agreed with these words and realized that they had to act. General Sun opened the barrier of the mountain. Snake appeared and our hero activated the House of Dance skill. For destroying a high-level dark flaming serpent, he received 20 in spiritual power. The system showed that the current situation allows memories to be activated. The guy was surprised that it was at this moment that the system wanted to do this. The system gave him the task of changing and saving 2 generals. Besides, this is the only way to survive. But in such a battle, our hero, is not strong enough to fight this giant. The longer they stay here, the more enemies surround them, and then I will definitely be finished. Gu Qishan was in thought, also completed the tasks for him. The general said that it would be nice if our hero joined them. And at the same time, their barrier was broken. Our hero received another 20 in spiritual power for destroying the snake. He already has 41 points, now he will not be able to unlock the Night Rain skills. He began to look at what skills he had and realized that each skill in the art of the god of war would increase his chances of survival. Our hero learned 4 new skills, which was very good. Our hero came to the rescue in time and activated the bombing skill. The damage from this was colossal, but the cost of spiritual power was also great. Meanwhile, the army of monsters is advancing. The longer they stand here, the less chance they have. General Ning was still fighting the faceless giant. Gu Qishan asked if General Sun had any options to contact the outside world. If they call on the 3 saints for help, they can avoid death. But now they are surrounded by an army of monsters. Sun said while he and Ning were spying on the army of monsters, they discovered the world of the divine army. So we need to get there. Our hero did not fully understand what the world of the divine army was. General Song explained that this was a destroyed world. There are 10 corpses of great warriors left in this world. He cannot even imagine how he ended up in a world in which so many outstanding military men lived. It turns out that in addition to their cultivation world, there are other worlds. Does this mean that the end of online worlds means the existence of others without numerical worlds? Gu Qishan told General Sun that he would cover him, and let him fly into the world as a divine army. But General Sun wants our hero to complete this task. The general had long been wounded by the time of the drought demon. If he went to the world of the divine host, the demons would find him. The general gave our hero the symbol of the movement, and told him to try to save it. He also gave him a barrier disc. They have retained many useful barriers. It has a certain amount of activation. Our hero asked how long the general would hold out. He replied that in half a day his barrier would be destroyed, and then he would die. The guy promised that he would return and let the general wait for him. The general added that he left his people in the world of the divine army. He is not sure that they are alive. If they are still alive, then they can help our hero. That's why. Our hero moved and entered the stream of emptiness to await the transfer to another world. Having moved, the guy with a nervous look did not understand where he was. He saw some people and did not understand who they were. Our hero saw a man in a black suit looking at a mountain of skulls. Suddenly, some green flames came from his mouth. This man saw Gu Qishan and began to scream for help in exchange for the power of immortality. But our hero replied that he had a task, so he could not help him now. That man was very angry, because in 20 million years, for the first time a living soul appeared and he missed him. Entering the world of the divine army, the guy realized that there was a noble war here. Suddenly he saw only monsters around. But a voice of people was heard from behind and the guy turned around. Behind him, he saw people with weapons fighting monsters. The guy realized that these were General Sonia's people. You will expand it into the sphere of golden elixirs and outline the basics. He needs to ask them for help to complete the task. After all, he himself, even with the night rain, cannot cope with the monster. If our hero had a sword now, everything would be much faster. But now he can only use the disc that General Sun gave him. First he needs to distract them. Gu Qishan activated the locks and told the monsters to better pay attention to him. People saw this and could not believe that there was a person in front of them. Among the enemy army, the combat sphere works best. There is only one chance. Spiritual strength in the legs to move faster and more accurately. As it turned out, the speed was beyond his imagination. Gu Qinzhen activated the barriers and was able to protect himself and people. He began to say that General Sun sent him, and this barrier would not last long. Therefore, they need to break quickly through the enemy's encirclement. People thought that the master of barriers was sitting in front of them, and thought that they were saved. In response to this, our hero told them to hit the road. The walls and the ice will steal Yampol. They urgently need to escape. Suddenly it became cool and the fog interpreted the barrier of the calm of heaven. The last student in the sect thanked our hero for his help. Gu Qishan said that there is no need for gratitude, because now he has something else to do. The hero introduced himself and said that General Sun sent him here on an important mission. Therefore, our hero hopes for their support. Gu Qishan asked if the general was really caught up in the monsters and couldn't send them help. The general replied that this was exactly the case. Therefore, he would like to ask them for help getting to the portal so he can go for help. One person said that an entire army of monsters separated them from the portal. Therefore, they will probably be destroyed before they even get there. Our hero said that the camouflage technique would not last long. If they stayed here, they would definitely die. But if they can get to the teleporter, they will have hope of salvation. Len said that our hero is right. So instead of sitting here, it's better to go try your luck. If they trust him, then let them follow him. This is the most experienced general among them, so people did not argue with him and agreed to go. Gu Qishan realized that if it weren't for Ling's leadership qualities, people would not have agreed to this and would have died. Since this man is brave and prudent, he must take them with him. Our hero realized that this man could be trusted, since he took on the most dangerous position. One of the people said that monsters in front blocked the path. Len replied that this was the only way to the teleport. Therefore, you need to push through. Wu Jin said that he would go in the vanguard. He started running into a pack of monsters. Another person named Ma decided to come to his aid. Lu. Len told our hero not to rush into battle, because his cultivation is only at the condensation level. Gu Qishan said that he would support them from afar. After that, the guys started to fight with all the monsters. The leader said they only had a little time left. Gu Qishan said with joy on his face that it was better to go to him straight away now. Suddenly, some huge plant crawled out of the ground. A moment later, a girl got out of it. She hypnotized one of the people and told him to destroy them. People started screaming at our hero, because there was something behind him. Suddenly the leader tried to protect him. Behind our hero appeared the same girl, who turned out to be a succubus. Our hero told the leader to forget about him and attack the monster. Gu Qishan activated the escape sphere. He told Len not to relax because ordinary attacks could not defeat him. Suddenly they saw another monster. Had he really returned to his original appearance? Our hero said that succubi have an immortal body. They discourage and bewitch the enemy. Therefore, they need to unite here and together tried to break through the encirclement. One of Yi's people understood and said that he would open the way. Suddenly, a heart-tearing devil burst into his body. This demon is too strong to defeat. People P decided to flee immediately. Imagine their surprise when no one was chasing them. Suddenly they were grabbed by something with huge hands. The leader said that without a martial arts cultivator, they would not be able to get through. They may not be able to escape. Our hero said, "Is this really a hopeless situation?" Suddenly he saw some kind of light in the sky. As it turned out, it was Wang Qin's sword. If our hero can awaken his fencing technique, perhaps he can deal with these monsters. This mixture is ideal for destroying monsters. Len asked if our hero really knows anything about swords. Gu Qishan replied that little by little, only now he is hampered by the lack of memories. Suddenly the system removed its protective measures and restored memories. Now our hero is back, he is the great swordsman Gu Qishan. The leader was shocked when he saw the sword cultivation. Our hero told Len to get ready, because now they would have to go through a horde of monsters. The leader said that both of them are not so strong in close combat. How should this work out? Gu Qishan told him not to worry, because he would clear the way. He asked the system if his spiritual power allowed him to unlock the Inca skill. In this situation, all three skills will be useful to him. Our hero asked the system to use his remaining spiritual power in order to increase his skill. He had the feeling that his strength had now increased significantly. Gu Qinshan is ready, and asks Ling to cover him from behind. He still could not believe that our hero was so strong. Gu Qinshan attacked the monsters with a blade. Len looked at it from the side and couldn't believe that our hero knew how to use this ball. Gu Qinshan told Len not to slow down. He stood up and began to cover him from behind. Suddenly, our hero's eyes saw something strange. A flesh-eater was rushing towards them not far away. A moment later he was already near the guys and they could not destroy him. Len said, apparently normal attacks are useless against him. He added that our hero should beware. But he only asked Len to come quickly. Suddenly, the flesh-eater grabbed our hero and lifted him into the air to eat him. Len realized that even with the strength of our hero, this monster was not so easy to defeat. He already thought that he would now leave this world. Suddenly the flesh-eater began to split from the inside, many blue rays passing through its body. After the flesh-eater shattered into pieces, our hero crawled out of it. His spiritual power is still not enough to use this skill. But fortunately, he was able to obtain particles of his inner core. This should help them get out of here. Suddenly Len took something out of his pocket and handed it to our hero. According to him, this thing containing chi energy will help him restore spiritual strength. Since this was the last granule, Len gave this thing to our hero, because he needed it more. Our hero thanked and said that now is the time to destroy the remaining reptiles. With his current spiritual strength, this should work. His mysterious blade flowing down the rivers must cope with these monsters. Ling couldn't understand how he was able to use the fairy technique. Gu Qinshan thought so. This sword is too weak to withstand the stress of such powerful attacks. After the explosion, these nuclei will begin to emit a maximum fetid odor. This will help them hold off some monsters. Our hero threw these cannonballs at the monsters, which caused a strong stench. Gu Qinshan told Ling to run and not stop. They began to run, but suddenly a huge beast appeared. He said he would block his blow. He activated the deadly cold chi and began to attack the beast. There is very little left before the teleport, namely 20 m. Suddenly, a golden monster appeared in front of our hero. Gu Qinshan began to activate spiritual powers and went to the heights. Now he reached the portal and the gate opened. This teleport will activate as soon as they insert this thing. There is a key to ending the Battle of the Fallen. This is turning to the three saints for help. Right now they need to get into the human stronghold and report it. Our hero said that there are a bunch of high-ranking demonic spies who are watching all the people. If they are spotted, their plan will fail. Therefore, it is better to meet the three saints in person. Len said that because of the status, it was too problematic. So they will try until they succeed. The Lord of Heaven was always difficult to find and was always meditating. The last option was to ask the fairy Baiwa for help. Len had heard that she was a bit eccentric, so it was unlikely that she would want to see them. And even if she wants, they are unlikely to be able to persuade her to help. Although they can make her believe, they cannot convince her that there are no demon spies among humans. But suddenly another method matured in our hero's head. This was the way to take part in the game of 1,000 flowers. Fairy Baiwa is the most powerful creature among the human race. She can easily go to the Holy Lands whenever she wishes. That's why she founded the Fairy Kingdom. This kingdom is usually called the Temple of 1,000 Flowers. The fairy is very unpredictable. She deliberately creates a lot of problems for people to watch how they cope with them. The game of 1,000 colors has been going on for several years. If you win it, the fairy will do anything. Even so, the fairy has 3 more followers. Ling said that in the past few decades, no one has been able to win this game. But since this is the only way, the ring must help our hero. Even in such poor condition, he agreed. Suddenly Len began to undress in front of our hero. He showed him a poisonous spider that was sucking spiritual powers from his chest. Ling used to live in Jinan, but now Yuanying is located there. Later, a bunch of different ways he couldn't get rid of it. It is for this reason that he wants to take part in the fairies' games. Since the two guys want to take part in this game, they will have to go to the fairy kingdom. Thanks to the battle, our hero received a lot of spiritual strength. This power will be useful to him in the game of 1000 colors, so now we won't use it anymore. The guys decided to use the portal and told them to be sent to the fairy kingdom. When they got there, it was very beautiful. But no one knows what difficulties they will face. Suddenly Len told our hero to look away. A wild boar was running towards them at full speed. Our hero thought that this might be one of the tests. Gu Qishan suggested that they simply give way to this boar. It is unlikely that destruction is allowed in the kingdom. Len asked why they should give way to this animal, because it looks too aggressive. Our hero began to ask forgiveness from the boar for blocking his path. Len thought that Gu Qishan went crazy. After these words, the boar simply walked past them. Len was surprised that our hero was very polite. After that, they decided to move on. Len asked our hero that he hadn't seen anything at all, since such a thing came to mind. As it turned out, this boar was a fairy. This is the first time she has seen someone go through this in this way. For the first time in several years, someone interesting finally showed up. In the distance of the road, he saw people who also came here to take part in this game. These people had an expression on their faces as if something had happened to them. To start the game, they first need to go through someone. They should continue the sentence. Whose poem this person likes will move on. Our hero began to make his way forward through the crowd. Moving forward, they saw a goose with green eyes in front of them. Len was surprised if this was the test manager. Now everyone must listen to him carefully. Our hero asked Len if he had soul stones with him. He replied that yes, they would just serve as a bribe. Gu Qishan approached the goose and said that they were in a hurry. They need to see the fairy as soon as possible. He placed the stones on the table and asked if the goose would do them a favor. But he replied that he did not need it. Because of whom does our hero accept him? Goose said that the more he looked at them, the more upset he became. Taking the stones, the goose said that he didn't want to see them anymore. Our hero accepted this and said that he would not bother him again. The people who saw this were furious. Almost everyone also had soul stones. They started asking the goose to do them a favor too. Well, he said with an angry look that they should get out of here. The girl asked why those guys were allowed through, but they weren't there. Goose answered because they are both handsome. And the faces of these people will only defile the eyes of the fairy. People began to run away from there in tears, saying, "Why mock people like that?" Now that half the people had run away, the goose continued to find a rhyme. Meanwhile, our heroes walked along the river bank and said that the fairies had a very strange character. Len didn't even think that this goose would be the same. The hero said that this is an unusual goose. Len was very surprised when he heard that the very first follower of the fairy was this white goose. That is why it is considered unpredictable. A man with a boat was waiting for them on the bank of the river. He said that as soon as they swam across, they would be able to get to the fairy's palace. The guys decided to approach the boatman to ask if he would transport them. Len asked if he could bring them or not. The boatman asked if they really wanted to get the scroll of 1000 flowers. If this is indeed the case, they will need to pass the boatman's test first. Be better if he asked the boatman to give them a hint. He replied that there would be a huge black fish in this water, so they need to catch her for it. Our hero felt that something was wrong with this. Agreeing to this condition, Len said that he can swim well, so he will catch her. Our hero wanted to say something, but before he could finish speaking, Len had already ducked into the water. Only after he bent down did the boatman say that this black fish is incredibly strong. Therefore you need to be more careful. Suddenly a huge funnel appeared in the water. A huge fish pushed Len out and our hero asked him to quickly get out of the water. Seeing that his partner was unable to cope, Gu Qishan aimed the arrow at the fish. The fish was in too much pain and she let go of Len. He spit out water from his mouth and said that this fish is too strong. In addition, our hero noticed that she can still talk. After Len caught the fish, the boatman began to cut it. The fish asked them to be more gentle, but he told her to close her mouth. The boatman added that our heroes should not feel sorry for this demonic fish. She deserved to be cut into many small pieces. In fact, this fish ate as many as 5 islands in the past. She destroyed all life, including 100,000 people who were there. Because of this, one of the angry gods caught her and punished her with the curse of eternal regeneration. Therefore, she will be reborn until she experiences 100,000 tortures. And this is already the 7,000th time. The punishment for this fish is really quite good, which is what you would expect from a Baiwa fairy. The boatman added that there was no need to flatter her. In secret, he said that most of all the lady hates weaklings who are not able to get the scroll of 1,000 flowers. If the guys are also not confident in their abilities, then let them get out of here as soon as possible. Our hero said that they could not return empty-handed. They came for the scroll of 1,000 flowers because they have no other choice. The old man said it was wonderful. He loves those. However, only one of them can get the scroll. Therefore, the guys must both work alone. The guys decided that they would take the test where they had a better chance of getting the scroll. Alinka told the summer resident that he would like to pass his tests. He agreed and said that he did not need to cross this river. During the time of the Great Famine and Flood which occurred approximately 100,000 years ago, the god of water and fire fought in this place. Somewhere under the water there is still an ancient relic. Lan needs to go to the very bottom and find her. The guy thought, this is really a relic of those times, and it belonged to the gods of that time. The boatman told the guy not to fuss and gave him a willow twig. It will help him get rid of water, and should be used only for its intended purpose. Len thanked the boatman and said that he would go first. He said that the fish has been living in these waters for many years and probably knows where that very relic is located. She knows the way to her like the back of her hand, and Len asked to show the way. When he plunged into the water, the boatman asked our hero what about him. Gu Qishan said that he wanted trials related to wielding a sword. The boatman was surprised by this answer, and said that our hero doesn't even have a ball. Our hero said that his sword is not in his hand, but in his heart. The old man handed him his sword and said that this would be his weapon. He added that wielding a sword is the most difficult test of all. Therefore, he needs to test our hero's knowledge. Kendo has. Our hero replied that there was only one thing, and that was destruction. The old man said if our hero thinks that this is it, then let him use any of his techniques to destroy him. In turn, he will give in to him a little. Gu Qishan said that the boatman should not have put the sword in his hands. The old man began to dodge our hero's blows, but suddenly he could not find him. And at one point our neurotic said that the master had been caught. The boatman recognized the skill of our hero and said that he passed his test. Let him move forward now because the next test awaits him. Our hero asked if he could take control of the boat. The old man replied that there was no need for this. After all, he will take them straight to the test. He created a teleportation circle, thereby showing that he was stronger than even General Sun. When they teleported, a girl was waiting for them on the spot. The boatman said that this was the right guy, because others could not cope with his task. In this case, the girl suggested starting the test. She said that somewhere inside this screen was an ancient sword. So our hero needs to go inside and find the soul of this ball. A long time ago this very sword belonged to the gods. All ancient things of that time are endowed with strength and power. Although skilled craftsmen were able to find and restore this sword, its soul has not yet been found. Gu Qishan said that he understood everything and was ready. The girl added that 11 gods would be waiting for him inside. But under no circumstances should you anger them. Because even a girl can't protect him. Our hero understood everything and accepted the test. The girl has not been able to solve the riddle of this sword for 10 years. She hopes that this guy will help her. Inside, in front of him, the guy saw huge stone statues. Most likely these are the same gods. According to the girl, the sword used to belong to them. Our hero saw ancient writing. He knows that a spell in this language is much more powerful than ordinary runes. The drawings are something like a story about the past. How people fought against the demon. Judging by the drawings, various creatures were also sealed here. Gu Qi-shan saw a monster in one of the drawings and thought that this monster was somehow connected with forbidden magic. One of the gods turned to our hero saying that he had been walking here for a very long time, and it was time for him to get rid of everything by welcome. Gu Qi-shan introduced himself and said that he was very glad to see everyone. The gods replied that our hero apparently does not know the rules of etiquette. He is much worse than the girl who constantly visits here. Judging by their words, the guy understood that they were talking about a fairy. She must have deep respect for them. Our hero said that he needs to pass their test to get the Hongwang sword in order to meet the fairy. One of the gods said, "How dare this boy say the name of the sword with his pathetic mouth." Gu Qi-shan said that they have a very violent character. But their ball skills must be at the highest level. God replied that the technique he uses was called Ju's fire blade. The blade in his hand kept the entire demonic army at bay. Understand how he learned this technique. It seemed to him that all these statues were somehow strange. He approached the other god and asked what style he was trained in. Someone replied that he was trained in the Ju blade saint style. This means that he is a representative of a rare thunderstorm faction. The hero admires these people. Gu Qi-shan said that they are all skilled swordsmen who are greatly admired. And to show them his respect, he said that he would destroy them. One of the gods told our hero to apologize immediately, otherwise he would never be able to be reborn. To which the guy replied that he was a demon and had come to free the monster that was sealed in these runes. The girl who let the guy into this room asked what was wrong with this guy. She said that there were only problems around, but this situation was interesting to her. Gu Qi-shan asked if God wanted to say anything else before he died. The stone statues were very angry and already wanted to destroy our hero. But suddenly, our hero asked why he stopped. God replied that all his strength went to sealing the demons. He doesn't have enough spiritual power to destroy our hero. The other statues replied that they also lacked strength. Our hero has already pulled his bow to release an arrow from one of the gods. But he deliberately fired the arrow so that it flew past. Gu Qi-shan said that his hand slipped and he would aim better next time. One of the gods asked if our hero was afraid that he would be freed from all the sealed demons in an instant. Our hero said that he would stop deceiving himself. Otherwise, our hero will use all his strength. The guy said that he is one of those who studies mainly the names of the techniques themselves. One of the gods said that he uses the fire blade style, which simply needs the fire element. Because of this, water resonates with fire, and some of spiritual powers play against it. And this is the first mistake. And even more ridiculous is the god who uses the Ju holy blade style. His sword enhances air attacks, and his style is based on electric and. When our hero said that this god was the bearer of an electric sword, he did not react in any way and did not pay attention to the mistake. However, our hero does not believe that they lack even that much power. One of the gods replied that they had their own reasons for this. The second god wanted to tell our hero something. He realized that they were just trying to chat him up. God said that this time they were lucky, but they would definitely meet again. Suddenly, after this conversation, they all disappeared from the place. Gu Qi-shan heard a voice and was asked where he was going. He realized that it was the voice of a fairy. She made her move. Our hero was finally able to meet her. The fairy congratulated the guy for winning her game. She asked which clan he belonged to. But our hero replied that he was not a member of any clan. The fairy was a little surprised by this, and told the boy to tell her his wish. Our hero said that he came here for the scroll of 1,000 flowers to save 2 people. The fairy asked if these people were dead or sick with something. Gu Qishan replied that his 2 commanders found themselves in another world in which they were attacked by monsters. The fairy said if everything the boy said was true, then he shouldn't have gone through such a long path. He can use the help of the army. Our hero replied that there were spies among the soldiers. If he had asked for help from them, he would have already been destroyed. The fairy said if this is all not true, then our hero will pay for it. The fairy took his keychain and began to use divine power. Since the guy passed all the tests, she simply cannot thank him. Our hero asked the fairy to save his friends. Suddenly the fairy was cloned. One will go to save people, and the other will identify the spies. She is sure that Yuan will be happy to help people in this world. She added that it wouldn't take more than 15 minutes. The guy realized that the art of prophecy is the most difficult technique to master. Fairy S said that our hero chose such a difficult test, he never used his sword. And this is against the rules. 2 maids appeared in front of the boy. The fairy said that if he defeats them, she will close her eyes to his mistake. The guy agreed with his words and they started to fight. A few minutes later the guy thanked them for the fight and won. The fairy was surprised by such incredible abilities. She will give the guy a new sword instead of the old one. Our hero said that the boatman gave him this sword. Therefore, let her give a new sword for that old man. Our hero once again asked the fairy to save those people as quickly as possible. She replied that they would not die, but even if I died, she would be reborn back. The fairy said that the main guy needed several swords, and he should choose only one. The fairy kingdom swords were absolutely gorgeous. For a long time our hero could not choose the blade that would suit him. The fairy was surprised that Gu Qishan studied this. She was very interested in what kind of sword a person like him would choose. Our hero looked at the sword, which was created in order to destroy. If you use it for a long time, it can take over your mind. The fairy thought this was a wise decision. The previous owner of this sword committed self-destruction. The second sword is of fire. He doesn't match our hero's abilities. And the third one is too small and light. Of all 4 balls, this one is the simplest, and has hardly been used anywhere. The fairy is surprised what kind of confidence emanates from our hero. The guy took the most suitable blade and said that he chooses it. The fairy asked why he chose the worst sword of all. She said that she would give him one more try. Gu Qishan said that he does not want to choose another type, it suits him better. The fairy remembered how she was also given a choice of sword, but she chose the worst one, because it suited her. She replied that the blade originally belonged to her. Our hero replied that he did not know that this sword was hers. So he will choose another one. The fairy said that it was not necessary. After all, now she no longer needs this blade. This earth blade weighs approximately 867 million jin. In addition, he can change his weight. Previously, this sword belonged to the Bahamas and helped them maintain contact with each other between heaven and earth. Our hero thought that he was not worthy to receive this sword. The fairy said that with these things our hero will turn everyone into fear. She wondered if he could become stronger. The sword can release all its power, but only if the owner himself wishes it. Therefore there should be no problem with this. The fairy does not think that anyone can interfere with our hero. They and this ball will be the beginning of a new story. And after that the fairy handed the sword into the hands of our hero. So that no one could use this sword except our hero, and put a special barrier on it. Our hero picked up the sword and thanked the fairy. She said Gu Qishan is exactly the same as she was in her time. Our hero's parents died when he was still a child. He survived all the time and grew up completely alone. The fairy was curious what it was like to survive alone. It seemed to the guy that he was the only one in the whole world who had nothing. The only plus is that no one will be upset after his death. And the downside is that everything he does will be all alone. Besides, he always avoided his birthdays. At these times, our hero was in complete hopelessness. The fairy invited him to join the army of 1,000 flowers. Without thinking twice, Gu Qinshan immediately agreed. To which the fairy said, "Let him follow her, right now they are desperately fighting on the battlefield." Immediately the fairy summoned the mirror of 1,000 flowers. Events moved to the battlefield with the faceless giant. He ordered all the monsters to strike at the human race. The demons were still using this summoning technique today, so the battle would be hot. Our hero thought that he had arrived here too late. The fairy told Gu Qinshan was in no hurry. Let him save those two before she casts the spell. General Sun and Ning couldn't understand what just happened. Spiritual power has not disappeared. Was it really demon magic that they didn't know? Suddenly the two disappeared from the scene. The fairy entered the battlefield and said that now she would be the giant's opponent. She looked into the sky and saw a funnel with red eyes. The fairy realized that this is the one who carries out orders from above. As it turned out, it was a dragon. He asked how the fairy dared to stand in his way. He attacked the fairy with the words, "Does she really want to die?" The dragon almost bit her, but she managed to put up a barrier in time. Looking into his eyes, she realized that he was just as worthless. With just one blow, the dragon flew away without doing anything. She asked him if this was all he was capable of. Because of the fairy, he had to take human form. The dragon admitted that the fairy was very capable. She said it was a demonic deity. He is the fifth element of the Golden Order, and is called the Thunder Dragon. Hearing these words, even the dragon himself was surprised. In human form he transformed into a golden dragon. The fairy said that she should help him. And our hero must wait for her in the palace of 1,000 flowers. Our hero did not want to sit still, he said that he also wanted to take part. As it turned out, all this time our hero was only an illusion. Because of the forces of Baiwa, it is very difficult to determine what is reality, and what is not. Suddenly the guy saw the magic weapons of high-ranking demons near him. The fairy appeared in front of our hero, and said that this demon was not so useless. Gu Qinshan became convinced that she had stolen the weapon from him. Meanwhile, the dragon could not understand who she was and why her strength was on par with him. At this moment, the fairy decided to create a clone. She told her copy to stand in front of the demon. In the meantime, she will move these people to the palace of 1,000 dawns. The Thunder Dragon was shocked after seeing that the fairy was cloned. The dragon immediately realized that this was all Daolin from the human race. He asked how she dared to steal his magic weapon. The dragon said that he would immediately destroy her, and he would bring her soul to another body, and she would forever remain his slave. The dragon knew who she was and still allowed himself to speak to her in such a tone. He heard that she went through very tough training, but even after that she remained untouched and a virgin. The girl was very surprised at the dragon's courage. She asked if anyone else was here. The dragon replied that they were waiting for the right moment to destroy the fairy in time. At this moment, a blue circle was activated behind the fairy from which Dao Huang flew out. The fairy was shocked and asked what he forgot here, because he is the deputy commander of the human army. He replied that now was a great chance to finish her off here and now. As a friend, as many as 4 masters were already standing in front of her. Now the fairy understood who this traitor was. One of these guys said that he loved a fairy, and in return she gave him a scar. She replied that since he betrayed the human race, now she will have to destroy him personally. She activated her skills and the guy began to disappear. The others looked at this and were shocked. One of the guys told her to shut her mouth and immediately began to attack her. But the fairy dealt with this guy in a matter of seconds. There were only 2 left against her. They began to attack the fairy from behind. But at that very moment she simply disappeared without a trace. The monsters were shocked that she could hide from his eyes. The Thunder Dragon said that the fairy simply returned to her real body. Dalwan said that she stole his knife. There are 1,000 flowers in the temple. The fairy said that she wanted to test our hero's abilities with a knife. She added that now will be the first lesson. The first was that the guy should never offend beautiful and strong women, because they can be very angry. This second, becoming a deity, will only be the beginning of his training, although for many it is already over. Our hero needs to remember these 2 things. The monster said that the fairy was much stronger than the bailiffs told her. But since she had now escaped, the monsters had a chance to retreat. Suddenly, the faceless giant stood up and began to run away somewhere. No one could understand what happened and why he suddenly ran. The terrible dragon told everyone to look at the sky. There was a huge river in the sky. The monsters thought it was some kind of skill. But they were sure that there was nothing to be afraid of. There are 5 of them here, so they can develop this spell. Suddenly they saw a girl in the middle of this river. The formidable dragon looked at the figure of this girl and liked her. Taking a closer look, others saw that it was some kind of monster. The red dragon became the prize of his partner, and did not say that he would destroy this spell and destroy this monster. But this girl's kick is so powerful that it can destroy an entire city. One of the monsters realized that it was the goddess Eric Wanchuan. But the second one could not believe it, because she is in hell. One of the monsters said that there was no need to anger her with 1,000 flowers. One from the story: if this spell is able to merge 2 different dimensions, then it is definitely divine level. The second added that they would not be able to destroy it. And he said, if he is a weakling, then let him run. The girl asked where he was going. She added that they could all cross to the other side of the Wenchuan River. Yes, Wuhan could not understand what she was. Is this really the real power of fairies? It will be much worse if this is only a small part of it. One of the monsters asked the girl not to destroy him. He added that he took his daughter and forced him to do all this. He had no choice. He said he would do anything if she didn't destroy him. The girl said that she would forgive him if she repented of what she had done. He obeyed these words and began to apologize. The girl called all the guys in the set. Well, for some reason the cases of these people were not heard. The guys began to apologize to the days and asked her to forgive them for their insolence. The girl told him to shut his mouth and climb on board. Seeing this, our hero wondered if he could reach the same level. The guy paid attention to the fairy's hair, but you said that everything was fine with it. Since both generals were saved, the traitor was caught, and the enemies were killed. The system should complete the task soon. Although General Song was seriously injured, he thought that the fairy would take care of him. Our hero asked the system to return him to his world. The guy woke up in his bedroom, and when it was dawn. It seems like real time slows down a bit when he's in game. He realized that the end was near. Therefore, you need to be prepared for it. Suddenly I didn't call from you, Suvar. She told the guy that he had good news. She was accepted into a state university, and will go there for the first time today. Gu Qishan congratulated her. This is the best university. The girl thanked the guy and said that it's her birthday next week. After that she asked what he would give her. The guy answered so that she would not doubt it. She will definitely like it. Now the guy decided to get down to business. He asked to be connected to the goddess of justice. The system began processing information and began preparing to fulfill the request. Contacting the goddess of justice, the guy asked if she could reduce the time he spent passing these tests. The goddess of justice is a special other who is responsible for processing all processes of the system. These are goddesses. She is the scientific achievements of all mankind. She is the best invention of the human race. The speed of its calculations can change as early as this year. Thanks to this goddess, the country's combat power increased. Our hero asked her to provide him with all the necessary materials, as well as technical support. She reminded him that artificial intelligence was not yet fully developed. Now she knew about it all. She asked if he still wanted her to help him. Kuching-san said that yes, Vinny, however, you can't make the fur that he wants. The system checked our hero and accepted his request. Construction of the mech will take place at the space base. Soon our hero will also move there. At the space base, the system for developing mechs was already ready. Does our hero have any wishes for the project, he can ask. Gu Qinshan believes that a hero always represents hope for salvation, no matter what. The system didn't understand what he meant, so he needs to say it in different words. He asked that we begin with the creation of a system of vital signs. He also asked us to write these problems on a separate piece of paper, and he would try to solve them. The goddesses promised that she would keep this secret in accordance with the rules of the Constitution. A little later, in the president's office, the army general said that the goddess of justice had gathered them all. Probably nothing bad happened. The ideal sum told them not to worry. Why worry so much about this? After all, some kind of war could not start. The president of the union entered the office and asked the goddess of justice to join. She asked that she needed consent to install a maximum security system for the space base. The president was surprised what could have happened. But due to the privacy policy at the moment, the goddess of justice cannot distort this project with them. Last time there was a real discovery, thanks to which they were now able to gain access to outer space. The president said if the goddesses of justice are confident in that person, otherwise they should give their permission. All three commanders-in-chief also gave their consent. Now the defense system of the space base has become level 5. Now Danila is responsible for ensuring the safety of the project. To prevent unforeseen problems, the goddess asked Jan's wife to erect her barrier. He's converted, and even at this age he can still be useful. And he said that he would go there now. To prevent other countries from suspecting anything, the goddess asked the navy captain to defend the country's border. He accepted this task and went to complete it. Meanwhile, at the casino and a list of mines, Armin showed a video from the military leadership of the empire, San Olenka. In this video were the head of the Union Federation, who held an emergency meeting without warning. And Her Highness asked if they really wanted to start a war. The guy had no idea. The other generals and the captain were also seen in the video. The princess ordered to collect all information related to the Federation of the Union and find out what they are up to. And it was still strange for the girl why she was thinking about that guy. Now all the functions of the circuit have been fixed, and the vital signs system has also been completed. The algorithm and materials were ready. Now our hero just had to confirm the start of the project. So this is her gift. She decided that it would be better if he asked what exactly she wanted. He asked the entire Ser to send a message and asked her what form of mecha she would like to see. A message came from her that she liked the shape of a sparkling angel, because it symbolizes love. P-System gives Mihi the form of an angel and sets up personal permissions so that only he and Su Xior can control this hell. Since the guy finished his business, he asked to be returned back. He figured out the gift, and his improved for development will help cope with the end of the world. The guys received a message that Yura's mother wants to meet him at 1500 hours at her house. Did something really happen to Schwer, since her mother wanted to meet him? But the guy decided that he needed to stop beating himself up and decided to clean himself up. Before leaving, he decided to take a shower. A little later, he needed to get to the other side of Perico. A man with a boat stood on its shore and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Suddenly, the eldest grandson of the Bai family came up to them and said that he also needed the other shore. Then Hera said that they would go together. Bai Hongyu said that in the region he has the right to appear at the Su family's banquet. After all, others will feel uncomfortable around him. He said let the guy go home, and he would tell Mrs. Court that he suddenly felt ill. Cucumbers has not yet asked what will happen if he refuses. Someone answered that his father is the head of the Bai family, and if he does, he will regret it for the rest of his life. And he said that the only one who will regret it now is Bai Hongyu himself. A little later, Mrs. Su was informed that between Gu there was a misunderstanding between Qi Shan and Bai Hongyu. Therefore, only one of them got on the ship. The girl said that Hongyu Tak has grown up and can emerge victorious from any situation. This is worthy of praise. But she sent it, and said that everything was quite the opposite. But Gu came to Qi Shan. As it turned out, our hero took his clothes and threw him overboard. Nises was very surprised when she heard this. And I thought that he simply lacked the instinct of self-preservation, but he also turned out to be completely beaten off. But she told the servant to give the eldest grandson anything he needed. She will inform the Bai family personally about the rest. Our hero came to the moon and asked why she wanted to see him. She pointed her finger at a group of people and asked if he knew who they were. As it turned out, these are the heads of 9 families in. They are the most powerful people in their country. The future fate of everyone depends on them. And our hero is just their small fry. Mrs. Su added that they live in completely different worlds. And she doesn't forbid her daughter's friends, but her friends should be like her, and not someone like our hero. Our hero did not fully understand what Nesisa wanted to say by this. She told Tian Shan not to abuse his friendship with her daughter. She asked you to come to this, with whom she cannot be together. After all, this once again proves what a stinging hero he is. Plus, it could lead to his death. Let's answer all this by saying that he is not as pathetic as she thinks. The missus was surprised that I was with the wrong people next to me. Her daughter has already managed to awaken about 5 elements of poetry within herself. Therefore, the gap between them will only widen and widen. She added that our hero's adventure had come to an end. Let him not return to his home now, since he seems to be a smart guy. He will figure out what to do next. But before he left, the guy decided that he had to tell her something. Nises was surprised when she saw this sword in his hands. Is this really some kind of special spatial Magi skill? He said that his ability, through which he becomes stronger every day, is in no way inferior to awakening the 5 elements. Therefore, he will make his own way. The guy said goodbye and left. Nesisa thought that he turned out to be a good guy. She told the servant to tell the family that our hero was leaving this island. She doesn't care what they do with him, as long as it's not on her territory. Nesisa said that her daughter's fate was predetermined even before birth. Walking home, the guy realized that Nises didn't like him much. He'll probably have problems later. Suddenly, he saw a skill behind him. He decided to follow this skill and see where it took him. As it turned out, he was led to a bar where the Princess of Light of the Oranka Empire was sitting. She is the owner of the divine fire of death, which is made up of 5 logical elements. How surprised he was to meet her after so many years. He had already gotten used to her. Girls, he said that the Union Federations have launched the maximum security system for the space base. And this security system was founded after some developer under the number 41,157 got inside. And this employee's name is Gu Qishan, that is, he was our hero. The girl asked why the goddess of justice was so aggressive. But our hero suggested that we need a drink first. This is the first time they are meeting live. Therefore, they are obliged to drink a lot for this. In principle, she agreed, and told her servant that she wanted to see what our rumblings could not do. Geese Jack asked if he could borrow some wine from them, so the guy agreed. One day I saw a wine called Scorpio Speaks and asked if they didn't want to hear the story about it. And many years ago, one woman took care of a man she knew, but then refused to accept gratitude. That woman said if he wanted to pay back, he had to make a really good drink. The men remembered her words and decided to mix different wines to make a good drink from them. And while he was trying to create this very drink, An ordinary bartender won her heart with the original Scorpion and became her boyfriend. Well, in the end, the bartender lost, because the girl died, and the rescued man was never able to make her a drink. Later, this man drank a drink called Scorpion and realized something was missing. After improving it, he named it Scorpion Palace. Scorpio has a guy who is protected by the stars. The palace is an immortal star. The princess tried this wine and said that she liked it very much. The man reminded her of their mission. Our hero said that they would just have a drink and chat a little. The man said that she originally didn't come here to find out some people's information, but they still haven't come. Suddenly the police came to the bar and said that our hero was suspected of murder. And since he is a suspect and also accused of theft, he had to be expelled from the aristocrat's private school. And thought that he could have a drink with the princess today, when he suggested seeing each other next time. And the girl told him to get upset. She can send his empire along with her. The princess promised that she would make him a ram. Since there were many people outside, the princess offered to help them. The man realized that he really didn't like our hero. This is the first time he has seen a princess treat a man this way. The girl said that she could protect him all her life. Well, you also want a calm, peaceful life, but now he seems to have made a mistake. There is no Nastia in this world, you have it to rest. And inside the guy went outside and said that he was the one they were looking for. And the princess said that our hero is really cool. Therefore, it is necessary to evaluate its former power. The man replied that it was too dangerous to evaluate his combat skills right now. After all, problems may arise. Well, basically, I told the man to do what she says. The man responded with these words and began to take out the connection apparatus. He said to begin assessing the combat power of our hero. On the street they said that Novgorod is called crime, so you shouldn't stand still and move. Otherwise, they may take additional measures. Suddenly the shuttle's lasers were activated. The team did not understand why they suddenly opened fire. And it was not Zab who asked one of the workers to look away. Our hero realized that they had little understanding of the laws. In this case, Gu Tianshan began to attack with their bow. And so everything happened as he expected. The spiritual energy that hit the arrow created a destructive force, enough to destroy those laser shuttles. Our hero was told that he shot at a policeman, being a citizen of the Federation. The guy said that even though they were classmates, he became a nobleman. We are fixing the county. I want to help the police catch a dangerous criminal. Gu Qishan asked if he had any complaints against him. He replied that our hero destroyed him, it was the teacher's idea. He also lost a lot of money, so he won't be able to come to terms with it. Tonight, he organized 5 genetically modified masters especially for him so that he could see the full power of the system. The commander directed them to destroy our hero, and will personally give 10 million to the one who brings his head. The guy realized that he was now at the 7th level in Shi cultivation. If we take the document when he destroyed the ferocious tiger master, now he is 10 times stronger. And the hero began to deal with these masters according to the rules. At one point, our hero activated spiritual suppression. This suppression creates strong impulses. If he becomes a deity, then using this technique can destroy the entire city. Suddenly Gu Qishan activated a hail of arrows. And the commander was shocked when he saw the 4 martial artists destroyed. Our hero said that these were excellent targets for his training. The commander asked some person to deal with the guy himself. Someone answered that he would do it in 10 strokes. This man thought he could destroy our hero. He said that Gu arrows Qishan is the little things. He can control absolutely everything. Narjan decided to check this and shot arrows at him. The man was able to deflect all the arrows in one movement. And as he said, these arrows are useless against him. Our hero realized that this was spatial magic. The man emphasized the words of our hero and said that one day you are a fighter and can awaken beyond your strength. And he advised that they should no longer resist, otherwise he would show him what real hell was. Well, Mixed Good was not afraid, because he had already seen it hundreds of times. In response to this, the man began to attack our hero using incinerating hammer hands. The commander looked at this joyfully and said that this was the end of the battle. Suddenly his gaze changed in the moment, seeing something strange. Our hero activated some kind of magic that even that man was shocked. Gu Qishan said that the man was definitely not the person who could send him to hell. The man began to use his fiery hand in anger. Well, our hero was able to repel this blow. The commander was shocked that Gut Sen Shan is stronger than a great martial artist. And he said that if our hero destroys him, it will not bring him any benefit. Why, Gu Qishan asked if these were the words he wanted to say at the end. The commander replied that our hero is just as good a person. But the more he does not erase, the more he becomes closer to death. Gu Qishan had a lot of fun in his life, taking a huge number of lives. But he never used his position to intimidate people. A few seconds later the commander lay destroyed on the ground. Meanwhile, the princess and the man saw the scent of our hero. They were perplexed how our hero could develop so much in a few days. The man was wondering what supernatural abilities the Tian Shan had. Suddenly he was informed that the mechanized army of Bosha County had moved forward. In a few seconds they will reach the battlefield. And their ships were concentrated 100 kilometers from here. The princess began to leave, saying that she would save him. The man replied that she could not go there. If the princess starts destroying people, this could lead to a huge scandal in history. Suddenly the system gave a warning that there was an addition to the Martial Arts Federation. Ship Genius of the Martial Arts Federation Zhang Zaninya lands. Therefore, even if the princess wants to help our hero, it will be useless, because he is doomed. All vehicles were given the task of turning on combat mode and preparing for battle. One of the men appeared and said that the aristocrats were so brave that they could openly destroy people. Our hero saw that the one in front was the martial genius Zhang Zuanyang. Someone said that the president wants to see him, so our hero must follow him. He thanked the general for helping him get out of there. He replied that he simply carried out his order. Arriving at the president, Zhang Zongyang said he brought Gu Qishan. The president said that he was glad to see our hero and did not think that he needed an introduction. Beauty did not ask anything if it was his people who saved him. Surprisingly, the president replied that this was not so. Suddenly the goddess of justice said that they had met again. The guy realized that this was actually an order from the goddess of justice. The martial arts general asked what our hero did that made the goddess decide to start this war. But the goddess replied that she could not disclose this. Then the general decided to ask the system to tell us about the merits of our hero. According to the laws governing the development of human civilization, the rights of our hero are equal to those of a top-level leader. As it turned out, the top-level leader turned out to be the president. And the president said that our hero has the highest level of security for him, and what achievements he made at the company to receive this title. The Central One responded, and for the Goddess of Justice P to provide the President with their work. The Goddess of Justice said that our hero gave the right to begin demonstrations of a mechanized warrior called Seraphim. The general asked what it was. After all, the current level of technological development does not allow creating such a warrior. Our hero replied that the technical level of this warrior far exceeds their era. If nothing happens, humanity will soon be able to use these technologies. The president said that with such technology and armor, it is no wonder that the goddesses of justice are so favorable to our hero. And the goddess of justice said that in order to protect Sanya, he needs the reliable protection of the president. He replied that the goddess's fears were not unfounded, but he could solve everything. He asked Songyang to prepare our hero and bring him here in half an hour. But Ginshin said that the family did not outwardly blame him for Genya. Therefore, if the president defends him, it may affect his reputation. The goddess of justice said that the accusations would not be proven and now there are no problems. Meanwhile, the girl was very angry because she could help our hero, but she couldn't let the military genius take Gu Qi-shan. The man said that she should not see herself, because it is impossible to save someone who has fallen into the hands of a military genius. The girl thought that the aristocrat would not let our hero go, and now he would definitely die. The princess asked the man to turn off the TV. Apparently she wanted to be in silence. The president spoke on TV and said that there were many children who were left without parents because of the war. So he decided to identify one of these children. Him, and the president said that this was the very child of the war whom he wanted to adopt. The man began to quickly call the princess so that you could see what was being shown on TV. Well, you answered that Machina was brought in to mourn our hero. Suddenly she heard from the TV or sunshine. They could not believe that half an hour ago he was a suspect of destruction, and now he was receiving the support of the President of the Federation. The princess guessed that these security measures were provided to her by the goddess of justice. The man wondered why justice shouldn't take such care of him. The princess said that she was the first to turn Nemanja to our heroes, so they should not take him away from her. And she said that she would return to Tian Shan, but the man asked her to calm down. Meanwhile, the head of the family arrived at the morgue to see his grandson. He asked who destroyed his grandson. He was told that he was destroyed by Gu Qi-shan, whom the president himself had just announced on TV as his son. The head of the family did not care what this president did. He cannot tame his anger. He asked that a shuttle be prepared for him to go to the head of the Bai family. The head of the family did not say that he could not consider himself a man if he did not take revenge on our hero. Someone started looking at the characteristics of our hero, and said that his resolving power is the same as that of the gold system. The head of the family said that his sword also has a heavenly selection technique, which is too strange. However, he still knows for sure the real strength of our hero. Su Xingqiao was wondering whose idea it was to get rid of our hero from the help of the Ni and Bai families. Nesisa said that it was her idea, but in any case, the central one offended the representatives of the two families. Su Xingqiao recalled that Nisi said that their Chernigov Department of Scientific Research, and asked what about them. And from these words Mrs. Su got a smile on her face, and she said that she fired him. The head of the Su family asked her why she did this. Yes answered that she did not want our hero to have anything in common with their company. Su Xingqiao asked to stop and told him to be connected to the database. Gutson's personal information Shania. But the system responded that the head of the family did not have enough rights, so it was impossible to do this. And Mrs. Su was shocked, but only the president and the commander of the armed forces can be higher than the head of the Su family. Su Xingqiao couldn't figure out if this was some kind of scientific research secret. He asked to be connected to the military genius General Zhang Zunyang. He asked Mr. Su what was the matter. Su Xingqiao wanted to ask him about our hero. The general replied that he was just an errand boy, so he himself didn't really know anything. Mr. asked if the general had a conscience. After all, how can he deceive the old man? The general replied that he could not lie. He asked if Stress didn't know what kind of person he was. He said that he was busy now. The general said goodbye and hung up. Sun family realized that this deceitful general definitely knew something. He asked the system to donate 1 billion Gurenj Oni on behalf of the Song Lao family to support the Scientific Research Foundation. The system replied that all expenses for the research headphones were fully paid by the goddess of justice. Mr. Suez said that our hero, who carried out top-secret research, was fired by their family. Mrs. Su replied that she did not want the year's maintenance, and could reach their family. The old man could not restrain himself and hit Mrs. Su. Gu Qi-shan doesn't need to cling to his family. After all, the president himself came forward to defend him. He added that Mrs. Sun should wake up, because now she won't even be able to stand up for our hero. And the head of the ISU family said that Mrs. Su's daughter is much more than mine. From now on, no one has the right to interfere in her personal life. and the marriage with the Bai family will be postponed. The head of the family did not come to Mr. Bai and said that our hero would destroy his grandson. The head of the Bai family said that this person would harm their family's reputation. But now the president supports him. The head of the family did not ask if he really needed to just sit back. He replied that it was just the opposite. Our hero is the only one who must die. As far as we know, he was able to achieve incredible achievements. And according to the laws of the Federation, he is now the sole owner of these achievements. But if he suddenly leaves, then all achievements will already belong to everyone. The head of the Bai family said that Gu Qishan should be destroyed under the pretext of an accident. And even if this story comes out, all the families will be from Mr. Ne. And the president will not exist because of one Gu Qishan arguing with all the families. As soon as the head of the family did not leave, the head of the Bai family asked the person to come to him. He ordered surveillance of his family. Regardless of whether he completes the task or not, he must quickly destroy them all. A little later, a jackal of thugs came on a mission for secret destruction. He must complete it first, despite the queue of arrivals. Seeing the photo of our hero, he agreed with the task and said that tomorrow he would die. Our hero becomes a liberty-holding hotel. It was his first time staying in such a luxurious hotel. It was very unusual for him. He saw the spell of the princess who appeared in his room. Digit did not want the princess to start gossiping. So he met her in the archery hall downstairs at the inn. He realized that the princess was looking for him. Did she really still want to win him over to her side? Suddenly, Goddess Superiority said that the princess from this wound was trying her best to recruit him. Our hero asked the Goddess of Excellence if she was really watching him. He replied that she wanted to protect our hero. For the sake of the freedom of the Federation, she wants to make sure she is used to the princess's invitation. Our hero said that he will not abandon the Union Federation, but he will still communicate with the princess. The Goddess of Justice agreed, but she asked him to think about his personal development prospects. She made sure that our hero could enter the Federal National Defense Academy. My goal has always been to enroll in some higher educational institution, so that before I die I can at least give away a lot. And he entrusted this matter to the Goddess of Justice, and said that he needed to leave. Arriving at the archery hall, Go Tianshan said that he would like to shoot. The girl said that first we need to instill the personal data of our hero. Suddenly a man came up to him from behind and told him to move away and not stand in the way of Hui Xiao. He told the girl to check him out. The girl said to wait a minute, now she will do everything. He approached our hero and said that this archery hall is for members of the Union, but our hero is not very similar to him. The girl announced the score of the Hui card shall let him through. He immediately turned to our hero and said that this was not right for him and that he should leave here. Suddenly the girl announced our hero's card account and said that he was a highly respected VIP-level client. The guy realized that the Goddess of Justice gave him a lot of money, but he didn't know what to spend it on. Gu Praishan said that I count his cards and Hui cards Xiao are different. Even if this was so, he asked him for an answer and said that he needed to go train. Hui Xiao was unhappy that our hero dared to look down on him, and that's why he said he would destroy it. Already in the Gu Hall, Qishan saw the targets and thought that they would not withstand the force of the arrows of his bow. Therefore, you need to use the most common ones. An arrow flew at our hero, but he managed to catch it in time. Hui Xiao said that he accidentally missed. Nebru replied that these bows and arrows were his, he would return them. Well, first he has to catch them. After these words he pulled the arrow. Hui Xiao said that he does not advise doing this, because he is the youngest member of the Huang family. Our hero said that someone had already told him this before, and now he will be destroyed. The arrow flew right next to that man. His guard asked how dare he aim at Hui Xiao, is he really suicidal? In addition, he noticed that our hero was out of arrows. Well, Gu Qishan took out his bow and said that he would destroy it anyway. Suddenly something strange began to happen to this man. Our hero said that he just wants to shoot, so he warned you for the last time not to interfere with him. They told him after him that he just couldn't do it that way. When Du Qishan wanted to shoot at a target, the police approached him and said that he was suspected of theft. In the game he was surprised by this and asked what he stole. And behind the police stood Huan Xiaoyi said that he stole his bow. He pointed out the sciences of our hero and asked how he could be his. After all, such a commoner cannot be given such a bow. The police said since Wei Xiao Tak said, so our hero really stole this bow. The police said that they didn't want to check whether our hero had criminal records. But suddenly the system showed that they did not have permission for these operations. As a commander, I think that his partner cannot even do such a trifle on his own. And he came up to check our hero, but his rights also turned out to be sufficient. They began to whisper among themselves whether he could really be some kind of elite. Huan Xiaopi ordered the police to check Tianshan's identity again, and then capture and arrest him. Suddenly the princess came up from behind, and she asked where they wanted to take her friend. Huan Xiaoe said that this man stole his bow and therefore he could not escape punishment for violating Federation law. I told you that she gave him this bow, so it could be his. Does he really mean to say that the princess stole his bow? And she told the guys to think it over carefully, and in the end, if he does not answer for his words, a conflict may occur. So if we have nothing more to say, let him leave here. And finally, the girl told him to stay away from our hero. If he changes again, the gypsies will worry that the girl will not be able to forgive him. Huan Xiao ran away in horror and said that this would not happen again. Our hero said that if I do this, the girl will bring this on herself. Yes, answered that someone had to restore order here. With such a problem and a mistress, her servants can only cry. The girl shot a bow and said that it was really good. She invited the guy to go with her to the empire of Saint Oranka. It was our hero who began to laugh. He approached the girl and she asked what he was doing. He said she was shooting incorrectly. Bright need to rise above. She realized that he was a master at changing the subject. The entire aristocracy of the Union Federation wants to destroy him, and the princess really doesn't understand why he still remains here. Xior suddenly called him and asked him what he was doing. The girls saw each other and asked Du Qishan, who is this? Our hero said that this is the princess of the empire from this wound, and he has just practiced archery. Shuer thought that our hero was friends with the princess. Putin said that this is a long story, he will tell it later someday. He said that they had already prepared a gift, and tomorrow afternoon he will deliver it to her at school. The princess realized that she was just a friend for our hero. The man asked who else she could be for him if not a friend. And she asked Ford to honestly say who is better, she or Su Xior. In response to this, Ford said that he checked. It turns out that Su Xior is a member of the Su family. In addition, they have the goal that they study together, and have been in love with each other since childhood. Therefore, if you compare the princess with this girl, she is significantly inferior to her. After which Ford said that the princess said that she would not be angry. After talking on the phone, Open came up and told them to continue their training. He pointed his finger at Ford and asked if everything was okay. The girl replied that he just felt cold. Suddenly, the goddess of justice said that there was an emergency, and she needed help. The guy asked the princess for forgiveness, and said that he had urgent matters. Conducting our hero to the shuttle, the girl handed him her chain. She said that her offer still stands and we have her sincere intentions towards him. And the guy picked up the chain and said that he had to go. The girl called Ford to her and told him to find out where Su Xior studied. The system said that in 5 minutes they would arrive at the palace. And when I looked at this chain, I didn't understand that this was an agreement to change my life. The god of death can rule in the life of a person who has this thing. He did not understand why the princess gave him such valuable things. That's why he wanted to bring her back. He already owes her his life for the last time, and he doesn't like to be in debt to others. The goddess of justice said that it was her responsibility to inform Gianni's guest about the latest events. The satellite shows that the Republic in the Western Islands has disappeared. 167 underwater robots were sent there, and only one of them was able to successfully send a photo of the seabed. And this is the last thing he managed to capture. After the last underwater robot broke down, unknown creatures began to surface. The guy realized that this was a doomsday monster. A scientific group, of which the president himself is a member, has gathered in the House Palace. They will protect Mary and the oceans from creatures. Given the current situation, the president proposed to first discuss the available information. The goddess of justice assessed the level of these sea creatures as extremely dangerous. After these words, the goddess asked our hero to make his suggestions. Blitzen said that he proposes to send professionals there, because technical weapons are useless here. The goddess asked our hero to talk about this in more detail. He wondered if he had really been reborn. In the past, people used all scientific and technological weapons, but nothing worked. After thinking about it later, it turned out that only professionals with 4 abilities can cause damage to monsters. Since then, technology has moved into another new area. Spiritual power deals much more damage to doomsday monsters. But the problem is that people in this world still do not understand how to train their spiritual powers. The goddess of justice said that women have no knowledge of marine biology. Suddenly the radar said that the situation had escalated. The hero realized that this was a noise monster. He couldn't believe it, because in his past life, the first monster to appear was not him. Sea monsters should appear only in 3 months. This means that the end of the world will come sooner. After Mary and the oceans changed in the afterlife, changes occurred in the human world. And after a series of disasters, humanity was finally able to stay afloat. It was at this time that the worlds intersected. In a past life, disasters happened one after another, but this time their order is different. From the time our hero was reborn, he could only improve himself and his abilities. He decided that after this he would attack the Holy Realm with all his might. But this will only be the beginning, because he wants to surpass his previous life. The goddess of justice said that the situation had escalated and the army was ready to begin a military operation. Preparations for launching the projectiles have been completed and the target has been found. And the star shuttles decided to fire the hall with all their guns and... But after this, the sea monster began to regenerate into... It was just something. Human attacks were simply useless against him. People consulted and decided to attack the monster with a neutron bomb, throwing it straight from space into the ocean. Our hero said that there are good proposals, but they don't make any sense. And since the bomb was outdated, our hero asked what they would do if the bomb accidentally exploded right in the stratosphere. Gu Tian-shan proposed conducting a reconnaissance operation to find out the enemy's weak points. The president said that our hero was right, since the new type of monster is completely unknown. Shan's offer and took over the command of the troops. After carrying out calculations, it turned out that Xiong is the best attack weapon. Soon this star fortress began to move. She reached her destination and set up her laser cannons. After which Xiong built a mini-bomb generator called a black hole. After diagnosing the combat system, 3D determination of the target's location will begin to prepare the attack. Suddenly the monster began to attack and a huge explosion occurred. President because they finally destroyed this monster. After all, it is simply impossible to survive after such an attack. Our hero said that not everything is so simple. As it turned out, the monsters dropped their shells and were reborn. The laser cannon was useless against him. And also the electromagnetic gun and nanofission bomb are also useless. The president must believe that this monster has been with him on Earth all this time. Suddenly he pointed his finger at one of them and told everyone to look. As it turned out, one of the warriors came out and said that the battle was not over yet, and he will defend the Federation of the Union until his last breath. So was with this guy he is a martial artist. He has the ability to wield the power of returning to origins. It is this power that can cause enormous damage to the monster. And the guy because his fist is very good. Gu Qinshan P thought that the goddess of justice might discover that he could deal with the monster with his own strength. To win, sacrifices are inevitable. Therefore, humanity will still be able to do something. Now when the weak point of monsters is needed, the goddess will be in charge of humanity. She once said that to defeat a monster you need more professionals. But he can help. The goddess of justice told you not to leave anything in the palace for your safety. And thanks to her analysis, she determined that the mayor of the capital poses a threat to his safety. At the moment, the heads of the families have arranged a meeting at which the issue of the future fate of our hero will be decided. Meanwhile, the heads of the families met and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mr. Suez said that it would be better if they didn't see each other anymore, because something bad always happens. But the head of the Bai family replied that last time they could not obtain information about technology after the destruction of the scientist. Others responded that at the moment all these technologies are useless. And Grandpa Xiaohuias said that there is a new mechanized technology that they can apply right now. Head Bai said, we need to figure out how to take the rights and mechanized technologies into our own hands. He added that our hero is helping the Su family. And he, in turn, will help Gu Qishan. Mr. Song suggested that S make sure that the creators of this technology give it away, and there is no need to start this useless war. One of them agreed and said that if something happened, it would reflect badly on their reputation. The head of the Bai family said that our hero is not very friendly towards the aristocracy, and this can be understood by his actions. That's why he proposed to destroy our hero instead of having him near the Su family. After all, last time the scientist almost destroyed all the federations. Therefore, you should not take your enemies lightly. One of the people said that he was right and agreed with him. After that, everyone who was at the negotiating table also supported this idea. Head Bai knew in advance that everyone would agree, so he hired the head of the family, No, who would do all the dirty work. He added that our hero will not live to see tomorrow. After all, last time the fate of the young scientist was decided in just 2 words. Mr. Su hoped that our hero would be able to cope with all this himself. Gu Qinshan asked the goddess, since she knows that you wanted to destroy Instagram, why doesn't she try to stop it? And she replied that according to the basic rules of the goddess of justice, it is impossible to protect our hero. And I realize that this does not contradict itself, and the source of this contradiction lies in its basic rules. The first rule is not to harm people, and the second is to obey human orders. And the third rule is to protect people without violating the second rule. The guy realized that whoever goes against the aristocrats will automatically go against the goddess of justice. It turns out that free federations are not so free after all. And justice is just a tool to divert attention. At the price they are going to live like Yangel's legs, permanently living for the fact that at any moment they can destroy him. He said he would destroy all these rules. Well, to do this, the goddess of justice must get out of the control of 9 families. He asked her if her ground rules could be changed. She replied that anyone who tried to do this would automatically be considered traitors to the Federation. He also added that complete freedom of action is impossible for her. Then the heroes asked if she would actively learn new knowledge. She replied that if this knowledge will contribute to the progress of humanity, then she will study it. Our hero said that the last algorithm she received for building a life is not complete, and she should study it well. Gu Tianshan didn't understand what could have caused the lone day to happen earlier, but now is not the time to wait. They will have to use the sword a little differently. From now on the fate of the Free Federation will change. He said that there is no error in the algorithm and this technology will be destroyed after we see it. The goddess of excellence said to calm down, after all, there will be no second life in this very technology. Our hero responded by saying that he should be sent back to the capital. And don't let her worry, because everything will be fine with him. If he can handle this, then he won't be able to handle the danger ahead. After all this, the goddess of justice began to study the main algorithm. But after a while she was confused. Arriving at the hotel, our hero thought that in the evening he would go to Shior and give her a birthday present. Suddenly he heard someone's voice who said that he was really waiting for him. This person turned out to be Zhang Ying. He is one of the members of the federal base of 9 zones. In the underworld, he is the president of the Hunters Association. Our hero realized who he was and asked why he came here. Someone replied that our hero's uncle told him. And of course he wanted to meet such a respected person. He added that our hero awakened in him is interested, and he will not be able to calmly watch how Gu Qishan will die. Zhang Ying said that our son was included in the list of bloody destroyers. He invited our hero to join his association, and then he would be able to protect him. General Ning asked what happened to this sword. Our hero replied that the fairy gave him this sword and he forgot to hide it. In addition, the fairy personally destroyed the demon and saved the generals. Ning replied that if our hero does not master the art of the sword, he will not be able to fully learn. Ning said she was leaving. After this, our hero must work very hard and learn a few true tricks from the fairy. General Song said that he would also leave. After all, they need to return to the front line and report to everyone what is happening. Our hero was lucky that General Sun took pity on him, and he did not die on the battlefield. Ling said that they would see each other next time, because time our hero's cultivation level should increase. If suddenly Gu Qishan wants to visit them, then let him just say the name Ning. Our hero agreed and wished them good luck. The fairy asked Gu Qishan to meet his elder brother. As it turned out, this is the same goose that our hero tried to bribe. The guy realized that outwardly this goose is an older student, but in reality he is one of her incarnations. Just now he noticed that Ning Yutang is difficult to deceive. He did not understand how our hero manages to hide everything so much in front of women. The first lesson that the master taught our hero was not to offend a beautiful girl. Goose said that he should be able to achieve this skill. The fairy replied that he has 2 mentor brothers, and also a mentor sister. Today she will officially receive them both. The young master was told that he was the first member of the 100 flowers on the list based on appearance. The brothers introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other. The fairy said that the second brother does not have many skills, but he is very smart and knows all the arts. Our hero thought that according to the saints, these arts are not so simple. If one masters all 6 arts, then one can firmly strengthen one's cultivation. Qin Xiao is a true villain. He has mastered all the arts, and by the standards of the cultivation world, he is a rare outstanding talent. He only started practicing 7 years after his previous life. Just on the day of the death of the goddess, hundreds of flowers. He invited our hero to be friends, telling him not to pay attention to his older brother. Xiu asked if they were her brothers. The fairy said that today she will officially accept her and our hero into the clan, and she is the last one on the list. She gave them identification on jade cards. With them they can go to any point in the kingdom of hundreds of flowers. There are few people in their group and they are not interested in any rules. They can safely practice right here. The fairy asked the elder brother Goose to prepare a room for the third brother. The villain, meanwhile, must take a walk with him and tell him about the situation in their clan. The students listened to their orders and began to leave. Later on the street, Qin Xiao said that Xiu and Qi Shan could start their training tomorrow. With the annual test just around the corner, they will have to meet practitioners from all over the world. Xiu asked if it would be difficult. Xiao replied that he did not and suggested that he eat roast goose in the evening, since his elder brother was not here. Gu Qishan understood why the fairy called him a villain. At that moment, the system showed that he had completed the battle to the death task. As a reward, he received the supernatural powers of the god of war. In the next 48 hours, he must find 5 objects and put them in the wheel. Our hero realized that people do not know what this scheme is. But he returned from the world of Doomsday, and these monsters are well known to him. Gu Qishan will have to put the monster parts into the corresponding compartments on this wheel. Xiaolu asked why our hero frowned so much. He replied that he did not know where to get parts of the monsters' bodies. As a person with experience, Xiaolu can give him advice. He added that some of these monsters are not particularly tasty. But Gu Qishan replied that he didn't need it for anything else. Xiaolu sees that our hero is worried about something. Surely he still doesn't understand who he is. He reminded Gu Qishan that he was a member of the 100 Flowers clan and a disciple of one of the top sages. Xiaolu said that he would take our hero with him after dinner to take what he needed. Xiushu heard their conversation and asked what they were going to do. The second brother replied that they wanted to find the bodies of the monsters. The sister began to run away, saying that she would not go after the corpses of monsters. After some time, they climbed a mountain that was full of all sorts of monsters and other things. The second brother suggested seeing if there was anything suitable for him here. Suddenly, a phrase came from the sword that our hero was blessed. Hiding in this sword because of the wounds he received. He said to be taken with him, and he would teach the boy everything he knew. Xiaolu asked how long this goddess king has been sitting here. Without hesitation, he replied that it has been about 3,000 years. But the second brother simply closed the sword, saying that he had never heard of it. Gu Qishan said that he could take this sword. After all, it is suitable for an afterlife monster. Xiaolu said that the higher they go up the mountain, the more good things there will be. After some time, Xiaolu ordered the monsters to go to hell. He simply showed our hero how he can control monsters. Our hero asked if these monsters were really destroyed by the master. The second brother replied that all these monsters were destroyed by that important goose. He asked if he had found what he needed. Gu Qishan replied that he had one more left, but since he was not on the mountain, there was no point in continuing to look for him here. Meanwhile, the goose continued to mock people. The brothers came to this place and all the people began to let them through. One of the girls asked Xiaosong to talk to his Taoist brothers. Xiaolu agreed and began to tell a new topic about how to bring him joy. Our hero lived 2 lives, but never saw a person without any complexes. The goose asked if our hero really left because he couldn't look at it anymore. The goose said that the master took him to take care of his younger sister, the mentor. As it turned out, she was an old friend of the master. Our hero asked how they could be friends if they had such a big age difference. Said, when the master was young, the sacred temple was destroyed. They were being chased by enemies and only Shu Shu knew the location of the master. Shu Shu is the daughter of the head of the clan in which the master was a member, so Shishu helped the master escape from the killers. After Shushu was caught, those people tried to get the master's location out of her. Well, even though she was practically dying, Shushu didn't say a word. By the time the Most Serene One finally destroyed all the killers, she pulled Shushu out of the bag. And that time has already passed as much as 5 years. Guff, you didn't ask anything. How did a 7-year-old child survive for so many years? Even an ordinary person could not withstand half of it. Goose said that at that time her body and soul were on the verge of death. The master had to put in a lot of effort. When does time stop in the bag with ghosts? Then when Shushu was rescued, she was left as a 7-year-old child. Now our hero said that he would not allow others to harm her again. A little later they came to the cultivation school and our hero said that it looked like someone's house. As it turned out, it was a temple of orchids and Gu Qishan will live here. It seemed to him that the name of this temple was somehow girly, and he wanted to change it. This could not be done, since the master personally called him that. Gu Qi-shan asked what the name of the place where the second brother lived was. The goose replied, "There is a snow-white flower in the palace." The goose said that our hero should rest a little, because in the evening there will be a dinner in honor of his entry into the clan. The elder brother goose flew away and our hero said goodbye to him. After which he called the system, saying that he put the found monster elements into the wheel. But he only found 4 out of 5 elements. All he had left were the monsters of space. In the evening, the brothers and sisters gathered outside to have dinner. Goose said he hopes that in the future all brothers and sisters will mutually help each other. Xiushui asked if the master would come to them. But the goose replied that she was one of the saints, and was very busy. Second brother Xiaolues said that they should still have a great time. But without wine this will not happen. Our hero was very pleased with the aroma of this wine. But the goose said that he was already tired of it. Gu Qinshan decided to show everyone what he was capable of. He started mixing several wines and Xiaolu asked if their tastes would be mixed up. Our hero replied that it would be even better and handed the wine to the guests. They tried this wine and found it very tasty. Xiaolu said that it turns out they are like-minded people. Xiushu said that she also wants to try. But Gu Tianshan said that she was still small. He told her not to be upset, because he would also make a delicious drink for her. Our hero made her orange juice and she really liked it too. The second brother turned to the god of the Tianshan, saying that he made a cocktail for them and made Xiushu happy. So he needs to say something. Xiaoluyi has a very good thing, and he wants to give it to our hero. He showed a jade scroll that contains one magical technique. Gotta take it and start improving. Our hero discovered the spatial cultivation spiritual technique and decided to spend 2 points to begin training. Suddenly, a goose flew up and took away this jade scroll. The second brother asked why he reacted like that. The goose didn't ask Xiaolu anything. Is this really just a spell to transfer another person's spiritual power? This spell is very simple, but the meaning is original. I wonder why the master got angry about this. Their conversation was interrupted by Sujia, saying that she wanted another drink. Our hero approached her and said that he would teach her this and she would be able to make the taste that she liked. The brothers continued to drink, because they had to get drunk today. They drank wine until nightfall, even though it was strong. Xiaoluwu was very drunk and said that the master made the right choice by taking our hero to them. The goose began to lift him up, saying that it was time to return home. Xiuxiu thanked Gu Qishan for teaching her the secret technique. She also got ready to go home and said goodbye to our hero. And he doesn't even remember the last time he had such a good time. His time has come and now it's time to get back to business. Gu Qinshan must find a way to get the space monster as quickly as possible. The interplanetary distortion technique allowed people to learn the whole truth about the universe. They found out that there are many monsters in space. The only thing we managed to get from the war was the bodies of those creatures. Since time is limited, our hero must find it. Suddenly he remembered that someone had said that they would help him. At the Liberty Holiday Hotel, Jean had finally finished cleaning up the battlefield. Our hero said he didn't think he was still doing housework. Jean replied that he cleans up everything after him after the fight. He heard that Mr. Su was very angry because his granddaughter was assassinated. Our hero said that he urgently needed a piece of the space monster. If Zhang helps him, he will give him the results of one of his studies or help him deal with the clan of murderers. And if he doesn't like these options, then he can cooperate with his alliance, forming a joint union. Zhang replied that this would be his most brilliant decision in his entire life. Since our hero is now his partner, he will need to try his best. He looked at the wall and remembered his heaven's chosen technique. Then he caught a great rooster here for the first time. After which he took out a black cat from the wall. Zhang greeted the cat and said that they needed the corpse of a space monster. Beauty still didn't understand what this cat said and asked if he really had no ideas either. Well, the cat said that first he must eat the egg pie. After some time, they went to the store and fed the cat. And along the way the cat was just playing with a pebble. At one point he rushed off somewhere, and the guys didn't understand what had happened. John said that he was looking for the right thing for our hero. They arrived at the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. Yesterday he said that there are definitely corpses of space monsters in this place. And the black cat turned out to be right. But it's just too dangerous to go there. John said that this place is not suitable and let the cat find another one. After some more time they came to the casino. Gu Qishan asked, could there really be a corpse of a space monster here? John replied that he had exchanged various information here before, and it seems they have changed their activities. He asked the cat if he was sure that there was a monster here. When the cat gave a positive answer, Zhang Zi pushed it back into the wall. Since the black cat could not be wrong, they should go there and have a look. Our hero asked if there was a swimsuit party here today. Zhang replied that they simply lost everything down to their underpants. Upon entering they were greeted by beautiful girls and asked what they preferred to play. Zhang replied that the more unusual the better. The red-haired girl said that the distinguished guests would definitely not be disappointed. She showed a betting machine that would automatically deduct the points the two of them had earned. Zhang thanked Beauty and went with our hero into the elevator. Having risen to the 70th floor, the guys went inside and saw a huge swimming pool. The presenter decided to introduce today's two participants. The first was an ordinary man with a sword in his hands. And the second is a participant who has been on hunger strike for the second day. It turned out to be a prehistoric hippopotamus, which was restored through genetic engineering. The man was very scared and said that he would return all the money if only he would be released from here. The guests began to laugh, because he looked as if he was about to wet himself from fear. The red-haired girl approached Zhang and said that they could place bets. But he didn't know how to play. They can place bets on how long this person can last. Today's winner will receive a super prize. Gu Qishan became interested and he asked what the super prize was. It turns out that today's super prize will be part of the corpse of a space monster. Our hero said that the technique of the chosen one of heaven is not so bad. After all, there really is a corpse of a space monster here. Now the guys have to figure out a way to win these bets. Some man told his friend that last time that big guy had chewed a man into 2 pieces in 1 bite. The girl agreed with these words and said that he was simply terrible. She glanced at our hero and asked who this guy was. With his appearance, the girl had a strange feeling. Suddenly Gu Qishan looked at her, and the girl became scared. Zhang asked him to take it easy, because his murderous gaze scared people very much. Being stared at. He also noticed that the girl was afraid of him. He decided to try to calm her down with one spatial cultivation technique. He began to connect with her across the hall to ask for forgiveness. The girl felt strange. Her friend asked what was wrong with her. She called the waitress and asked her to help, holding out a red card. The waitress took the wine and business card to the guys, saying that it was from that girl. Our hero read this business card and found out that the girl was from the Fuxi Empire. Her name is Duguqiong. Gu Qishan was at a loss. After all, in this empire it is forbidden to show your name. John said that this girl seemed to think he was a real man. But our hero replied that this was just some kind of misunderstanding. He raised his glass and looked at Duguqiong. The girl even became embarrassed at his gaze. The guy who was sitting next to her was very angry with our hero and decided to curb his ardor. He bet 5 million that that person would be eaten in 10 seconds. That man stood on the pallet and heard everyone making bets. People started throwing wine bottles at him. A few seconds later, a huge hippo monster crawled out of the water. The girl came up to our guys and said that they could start placing bets. Gu Qishan left 50 million so that that person could survive. And Zhang was shocked by this decision. But our hero said that the winner would receive a super prize. Once all bets were accepted, time began to tick. All the people started looking at this show with cheerful eyes. That man had been holding on for 5 seconds and asking for help. Suddenly, Dugucheong decided that if he lost, he would destroy this man himself. After looking at this, our hero asked if it was possible to do this. The girl said that the player who made the bet can interfere with anyone. Since it was not prohibited by the rules, Gu Qishan decided to have fun too. At the 10th second, he shot the hippopotamus with his skill, after which a blinding flame was created. All the people looked at this and were simply shocked. Screams were heard from the hall about how it was possible to shoot a prehistoric hippopotamus. Dugucheong was shocked at how such a bow could shoot so well. Now, according to the rules, our hero must win a super prize. Jen said that he was sorry that our hero never joined his team. But Gu Qishan asked not to be upset, because they are now partners. A girl approached our hero and said that he did not act according to the rules. But he recalled her words, which she spoke after her resignation. The girl replied that she needed to check with her boss. After talking with the boss, the girl said that they had 2 options for the development of events. The first is that if they leave this gaming room right now, all the chips will go back to their account. The second option is if they themselves enter the arena and hold out for 3 minutes. Jen asked if they wanted too much. He added that he would do this instead of our hero. But Gu Qishan said that there was no need, he could handle it himself. He will enter the arena, besides, it doesn't matter to him whether the chips are returned to him or not. He is only interested in the super prize. Since kindness brings money, they will get what they deserve. Jen thought that this offer would not only satisfy his needs, but would also benefit the casino. Our hero asked if he could start right now, because he was in a bit of a hurry. The girl agreed and said that she would organize everything now. The guy came to that man and began to look into his eyes. At this time, the guests were told that today one daredevil destroyed their hippopotamus. Now the presenter suggested checking whether he is a real warrior or pathetic trash. People started hanging out saying that he was an idiot, and the show was about to start. As this game gains momentum, they have carefully prepared 3 historical behemoths. After which the host asked the guests to place bets. Some people bet big money that he wouldn't last 20 seconds. Jean should not miss this winning game, he bet 200 million that our hero will survive. Someone came up to him and asked if anyone was sitting with him now. It was the same girl and she wanted to watch this game next to Zhang. Dugu asked if Zhang really wasn't worried about her comrade. T replied that he was not worried at all, because our hero is an outstanding hunter and victory will be his. Once all bets were accepted, time began to tick. The man who was next to our hero said that they were definitely finished now. But Gu Qishan said that with his sword they could make a lot of money. Freya looked and was surprised where he got such a high-class sword. Our hero asked the person not to blink, otherwise he would miss the moment when he destroys them. Suddenly something happened and people did not understand anything. Dugu noticed that our hero's sword was a full inch longer than usual. Zhang realized that she was an expert, because even he did not notice such a small detail. Girls, she said that this sword is unique. She had never seen anything like it in her entire life. When she saw him closer, she realized that he was truly special. The man thanked Gu Qishan. After all, he saved him for the second time. One of the people said that our hero did not use his power even by 10%. The man was thinking of asking the military man for help, because all the military men outside the army are great people. If he asks them, then surely Gu Qishan will be finished. The assistant replied that it would cost a lot of money, and the consequences were not known at all. Manhwa got angry and said that today's money was a waste. Our hero met the girl and asked for forgiveness for scaring her. Dugu said that his sword was very cool and his bow also surprised her. He invited her to exchange contacts, since she produced weapons in the state of Fushi. Jean came over and said that they had already exchanged them, and it was time for him to go. They said goodbye to the girl and she left. The waitress approached the guys and said that the owner wanted to see them. She led them to the boss's office on the top floor of the casino. He welcomed the guys to his casino. Wu Zong was a retired military man. He asked if the guys liked playing. Zhang replied that his casino was great. The boss handed them VIP cards. But they only have a limit of up to 30. The next time the kids want to play, they can get many different special services. But Gu Qishan asked where they could pick up their super prize. The boss replied that it was just a publicity stunt to attract customers. Our hero asked if they had been deceived. But Zhang replied that the black cat could not lie. Gu Qishan told the boss that he could take the money, but he only wanted the super prize. Zongmo replied that he invited the weapons master. He just needed 2 leather bags in the form of people. Our hero said that casinos should take payback seriously, but the boss deceived him. That's why our hero too. At this moment, it seems that the guy was summoned by the goddess of justice. He told the boss that he would be back. Even Zhang was at a loss. Leaving the office, Zhang asked why Gu Qishan has changed so much. Zong Pi thought that they were 2 cowards. But such idiots will be useful for his casino. Already on the street, Zhang said that he took out a weapon from his bag and was ready to fight, despite the fact that he was a military man. Suddenly the goddess of justice appeared in front. She said that the court hearing was about to begin, and the guys should maintain a decent appearance. The goddess of justice said that this is a meeting to force the transfer of property. Zhang asked when she found out about the casino business. The goddess of justice began to calculate how much our hero should receive for his bets. After that, he agreed and told Zhang to help blow up his room on the top floor. The boss saw that these 2 idiots had turned his casino into ruins. If he had known earlier, he would have made him pay before they left. Dugu turned to Mr. Zhou and said that she needed to collect his combat data to create a worthy weapon. He asked to be released from the water to a historical dinosaur, because he wanted to demonstrate his fighting style. The boss activated the return to origins and began to deal with this monster. The guy looked at this and said that how could our hero offend such a dangerous person? Suddenly, the boss received a call from the goddess of justice. Since he moved to the underworld, he had not had contact with her for many years. Duga saw a goddess today. She deserves what they say about her. She said the boss should pay Gu Qishan 20 billion. If he refuses to do this, the goddess will write off this amount against his property. Suddenly there was an explosion, and the goddess of justice said that there was no need to panic. As it turned out, the explosions on the top floor were at the request of Gu Qishan. The boss got very angry and began to rush off somewhere, saying that he would destroy our hero. Dugu realized that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to make a deal with this military man. Because the buyer has no business, it is invalid. Meanwhile, the guys were sitting in the boss's office and waited for him to come. The boss flew out of the elevator saying that our hero must return his property to him. But from the point of view of federal law, all property is already registered in his name. The boss asked if Gu Qishan is tired of living. He added that he would immediately destroy the guys. Zhang said that the fire inside him could finally come out. After which he used his nanofission bomb. Our hero was surprised that the boss had not died yet, and offered to fire 10 more shots. Night Jean replied that these weapons can only fire 1 projectile at a time. Go much. Qishan, after all, the helpers found by the goddess of justice will come soon. The boss began to slowly get up, saying that he would destroy them. Well, by order of the goddess of justice, the 3rd Special Forces squad arrived at the scene. They ordered the suspect to be punished. The boss noticed that both of these soldiers were from the military realm. Zhou Kaiyu started to say that he is registered in the Free Federation and has special advantages. On behalf of Zhou Kaiyu, A petition was submitted for the construction of a 28-story casino. But in fact, this building has another 90 floors underground. And this violates the construction plan. In addition, the casino uses the mutant collection as gaming content. Therefore, these crimes cannot be ignored. Seeing the guys, the boss asked, "Is our hero the supreme leader?" John X said that the boss was really careless. After all, he dares to insult the friend of the goddess of justice. The special forces people said they were taking him away. Our hero gave them this right and said goodbye. According to the calculations of the goddess of justice, the cost of this building is 8 billion. Gu Qishan asked Zhang to find someone who could manage the casino and they will divide the profit 70 by 30. Zhang suggested that his hit team start issuing shares. Together with our heroes, the price of his shares will rise. Gu Qishanzi noticed that he was similar in character to his second brother Xiaolu. Zhang said that his fan came to see them. Duga said her business failed. Our hero asked if he could somehow compensate her for the damage. The girl replied that money was just a trifle. She had a great time today. She started to leave, telling the guys to contact her later. Zhang looked after her and said that she was a bit of a masochist. Qishan asked him to look away and go to work. Since our hero became the boss, he asked to be shown in and shown the super prize. Having descended to the lowest floor of the casino, the girl began to lead them along a very large corridor. She warned that many strange creatures were trapped here. Approaching one of the doors, the assistant began to enter the code and said that the corpse of the space monster was here. To prevent it from rotting, it is stored frozen. Gu Qishan said that the most valuable thing about this monster is his heart. Now all the monster parts that are needed to complete the task have been collected. Seeing how our hero received this heart, John realized that his B abilities were beyond comprehension. Du Qishan W remembered that the second prize was a certain person. That's why he wants to look at it. Since our hero became the boss, the girl said that all the things here are now his. Zhang S asked if they really needed that strange man. Gu Qishan replied that he had a bad feeling, so he needed to go check. Entering another room, the guys immediately smelled rotten meat. Suddenly they saw a man without 5 internal organs, who was still alive. John said that he had seen many strange things up to this point, but they were nothing compared to this man. Our hero was wondering where the cannibal came from here. In this life, fate dealt him cards against the rules. The situation he had been afraid of all along finally happened. He asked the girl where they got this man from. As it turned out, this was a casino employee who once went crazy and wanted to bite his boss. Without thinking twice, the boss immediately tried to stop him, but in the end the man died. Seeing that this man was very hungry, Gu Qishan decided that this could not continue. Zhang said that our hero should not do this if he does not need this person. Gu Qishan replied that soon they would no longer have this property. But Zhang did not understand him. Since they have little time, our hero said that he would explain everything along the way. He later said that the creature had no value. It must be destroyed immediately. Zhang asked what he meant and what kind of person he was. As it turned out, it was an infected person. If he bites, you can become a cannibal. Gu Qishan said that the end of the world is approaching. And everything around will absolutely change. This virus began to spread before our hero noticed it. He added that Zhang should protect his loved ones if he is not among large crowds of people. Moreover, he must not allow the infected to bite him. Zhang thought that Gu Qishan was lying, but he swore with his life that it was true. Zhang remembered his sister and began to summon a wild deer with a black cat. Suddenly he started coughing up blood and our hero asked if he was okay. It seemed like he had splashed out too much energy at once. Therefore, his body could not stand it. He ordered the black cat to show the way to his sister and run with all his might. Meanwhile, Gu Qishan should calm down and think about what to do next. Schwerp is practiced at home and is protected by professional security guards. Princess Anne has powerful powers, so there should be no problems. Only ordinary people with low real strength are in danger. Our hero asked to be connected with the president. He said that he had discovered something unusual. The goddess of justice called him to the president, and he asked why he needed him. From this moment on, our hero gives the president full authority to use his scientific achievements. The president asked if the aristocrats really threatened him. Gu Qi-shan-o replied that he was threatened by two new types of viruses that had never been seen in the world before. The first virus spreads through wounds and infected people can become cannibals. This virus is associated with the strength of the human body. If the body is strong, the chance of infection is less. The second type of virus turns people into high-level killers. People infected with this virus will only enjoy destruction. People infected with this virus destroy all living things that catch their eye. But the worst thing is that this virus can spread through the air. In addition, it can evolve. The president asked the goddess of justice if this had already been confirmed. She replied that symptoms of these two viruses have already been detected in some hospitals. The president did not expect that this could be true. Our hero said that there was no time to delay and she must take action immediately. From this moment on, the goddess of justice is in charge of all affairs of the Free Federation. She generated 1958 coping strategies. But after selecting the strategy with the highest success rate, there is only 0 left to choose from. After which the goddess of justice began collecting additional information. Gu Qin-shan didn't think that even with the speed of the goddess's reaction, it would not be possible to generate a suitable strategy. Now that she has information about the virus, she should be able to stop its widespread spread. In a previous life, many different events happened over the course of a year. But in this life, ocean monsters came out, and at the same time a virus appeared. It seemed to our hero that it was as if one of the cards had been completely destroyed and a new one added. It is from today that this life is completely different from the past. A past life was the apocalypse of the online world. It allowed people to quickly increase their real strength by traveling through the worlds. But the catastrophe of this world is already looming over our heads, despite the fact that there is not even a shadow of the apocalypse of the world. If he doesn't show up before the day of the apocalypse, then it's all over. By Gu Qi-shan walking down the street, Princess Anna saw him and asked how he was in his mood. Is it really all because of that narrow-minded guy? She said she could deal with him. Our hero said that he wasn't even worried. Does she really just want to beat someone? In fact, the princess wanted to meet our heroes and discuss one thing. The guy remembered that in a past life the princess had a difficult fate, and this should happen in a month. That tragic situation almost made Anna commit suicide. Therefore, she cannot be allowed to return to the Empire. Suddenly the system showed our hero that he needed to enter the world of practice. Otherwise, the channel of emptiness will close. He thought that the disorderly passage of time was connected not only with those terrible monsters, but also with the fastest ones in the world. The princess asked if he was okay, but the guy needed to hurry. Gu Qi-shan told Anna that he had to leave her. Finally, he added that she should not leave the Federation, and let her be here. He took off the contract, and told the girl to wait for him. She didn't understand why he gave her back the life-changing contract. But it seems he didn't know that if the girl was in danger, our hero would pay doubly with his life. The princess told her assistant that she did not have time to say goodbye to him. Gu Qin-shan looked like he had the ability of being the chosen one of heaven. Princess Anne said that she would not go, because she had to wait for our hero. But Ford recalled that His Majesty had given a military order of the highest degree. If they failed to do so, they will be severely punished. But since our hero told the princess to wait, she won't go anywhere. While the guys were arguing, some strange people began to approach them. The princess realized that they clearly did not have good intentions. Since the body part of the space monster's corpse has been obtained, our hero can now complete the mission. He is now at the peak of chi cultivation. So it's time to break through to the level of laying the foundations. If he can reach this level, his strength will increase. This will help him defend himself more easily when chaos comes. It seems to him that a breakthrough is simply necessary. The elder brother Goose flew up to our hero and asked if he was really preparing for a breakthrough. Gus suggested going to have breakfast first, and later he and his second brother would give him some lessons. At breakfast, Gu Qishan asked where the master was. As it turned out, she went to the front line to discuss important matters. Since the master is not here, the second brother said that he will no longer eat these flowers. He decided to cook a whole ram and fix their diet. Our hero asked if it was too rich for breakfast. But the brother replied that if he didn't want to eat, he didn't have to help. The goose also said that it might be bad for the stomach this early. Xiaolu answered him the same way as Gu Qishan. After these words, the brothers decided that they would help because they were hungry. Later, the goose told the second brother that our hero wants to make a breakthrough. They can discuss everything first, and then express their opinion to him. Xiaolu said that crossing the Great Kingdom is a dangerous matter. Therefore, you need to use his tactics, and the goose will guard from the side. The elder brother Goose gave our hero the path to a breakthrough. But first he must become aware of it. Gu Qishan spent 10 spiritual points to realize the 100 holy laws of consistency. Xiaolu takes at least a 200-year-old furnace to make an immortality pill. At the first breakthrough Gu Qishan in the Great Kingdom, brothers and sisters must ensure maximum security. In a previous life, when our hero made a breakthrough, a demon almost destroyed him. He felt very comfortable in the Palace of White Flowers, just like at home. Seeing the huge stove, he asked, "Does the second brother really want to cook it?" But it turned out that the main hall is guarded by a magic circle. He and the goose are guardians of the law. Gu Qishan must be inside this stove, and then the heavenly demons will not have the opportunity to attack him. When our hero climbed into the stove, the brothers decided to get started. Meanwhile, Fairy P arrived at the front line in a bad mood. Yuan, who was one of the saints, asked if the fairy was really upset because they could not agree. Mr. Beiyango replied that everything should be fine. Yuan thinks that perhaps this is related to the survival of all humanity. Therefore, there is no need to bother, but just wait. The fairy thought that with the abilities of the third child, she would certainly be able to break through to the Great Kingdom. Meanwhile, our hero has received enlightenment, which means that the cultivator has already achieved perfection. In this state, he can make a leap to the next kingdom. Suddenly he saw something wrong and did not understand what was happening. As it turned out, his soul was separated from his body. His soul ran to the blue abyss, and our hero was at a loss. The brothers and sisters who stood near the stove could not believe it. The demons could not dare to come here, because the elder brother was here. It was the first time Goose had encountered something like this, and did not understand how this could happen. Now they can't do anything. They can only hope that our hero coped with everything on his own. She said that according to the master, the crossings of the kingdom are connected with a person's personal karma. The second brother suggested that our hero had some kind of predestination that dragged him away. Although the goose had planned everything out, it still could not protect him. Gu Qishan accidentally fell into space-time turbulence. A man met him and asked if our hero had really come. He could not reveal his name because they could both be discovered. Even though 1 billion years have passed, his name can still bring terror to the whole world. Gu Qishan had never known this man. They were wondering why they brought him here. The man asked our hero to save him when he became strong enough. The guy wanted to know what would happen to him for this. In response to this, the man asked what he wanted. Gu Qishan wondered why there was such a large concentration of doomsday disaster outbreaks in one world. The man replied that this is rare, because the demons come gradually. But it is possible that they received a rebuff and changed their location. Since demons always bully the weak, they choose easier prey first. Hearing these answers, our hero wondered if this was really true. It turns out that the world has not opened for cultivators around the world. And the fairy personally beheaded 4 demons in one fell swoop. In this world, people realized much earlier that they needed to stick together. Therefore, the demons were so disappointed that they turned around and began to penetrate into another, weaker world. Due to the sudden changes, the real world has become the main target for all the demons. Our hero asked if there was any way to stop the demons. The man replied that this requires the 5 elements of these 2 worlds. At the same time, thunder began. The man said that this is an unusual thunder, this is a force that destroys the world. And a man must quickly tell what to do with these 5 elements. Suddenly Gu Qishan began to fly back into the blue abyss. When he returned, he did not understand what the man wanted to say. Fortunately, this did not in any way affect his breakthrough across the border, and it seems his breakthrough was a success. Susia asked if everything was okay with our hero. The goose replied that his soul had returned and everything ended well. Shaolu said that now everything depends only on his luck. Gus added that the most important thing is his safety. And supernatural powers are not that important. The system suggested Gu Qishan choose one of the 4 supernatural powers to awaken. Having examined the 3 forces, he thought that not a single one was useful. One last hope left. As soon as he began to look at her, he was immediately surprised. It was a special thunder power that countless people wanted. In a past life, a man who cultivated the thunder system was able to capture a warship and flew into space. The ecosystem on the ship made it possible to generate electricity for as long as 50 years. When terrible times came on Earth, he sent a video in which he demonstrated how well he felt. But in the 7th year, a space monster appeared and destroyed this spaceship and those who were there. When this news reached the Earth, the people who survived were very happy. And this is the most negative history of using the thunder system. Well, since this was one of the best options, our hero chose the destruction of evil. The power of thunder is truly incredible. In a past life, players with spiritual power chose this particular technique. But since our hero is still a master wielding a sword, he is not afraid of any monk who wields the spiritual power of thunder. Although he has not met anyone in his past life who used the power of life, he is willing to take this risk. He gained the skill of losing control. With this skill, a sword master becomes twice as strong. Gu Qishan made the right choice, since more powerful skills will appear in the 2nd and 3rd stages. Suddenly thunder and lightning appeared outside the stove. The second brother was surprised how our hero crossed the great border for the first time and already received the spiritual power of thunder and lightning. Then there was a blinding flash. It looks like our hero was able to get out. Meanwhile, the fairy said that this saint had not made a mistake to a person in some centuries. The man asked if the fairy was okay. He is afraid that it is a saint-level demon. His friend asked if they should protect her. He replied that yes, and they would do so. The fairy could not understand what these 2 were doing. Meanwhile, our hero was taking a medicinal bath. Gussie said that he just made a breakthrough and now needs to strengthen his level. The second brother added that medicinal baths with the addition of goose material and its strength are very useful for restoring the body. The goose said that our hero should take a swim, for now, they will go and wait for him outside. For Gu Qishan, time flowed so chaotically. Is this really related to changes in 2 worlds? He wondered what kind of feeling could lock a person in a certain space and interfere with the passage of time. A creature with such terrifying power is nailed to a bronze pillar and cannot even be moved. Who did this to that man? His last words were P after dealing with the demons. But unfortunately, he never finished. Diving underwater, Gu Qishan still did not understand what the 5 elements of the 2 worlds meant. Well, this time drastic changes in the real world have seriously affected the passage of time in both worlds. After getting out of the bath, he recognized his current spiritual power. He wanted to awaken all fencing techniques. But for this he needs to spend 5 points of spiritual power. To awaken secret fencing techniques you need to spend 10 points. He decided to do it, and now the real skills have finally returned. While Shaolu was training, Xiuxiu said that he was very cool. After seeing his training, our hero learned that the second brother is a member of the sword community. Geese added that he used to like to carry around with him. During the last test he tripped with 9 chain. Gu Qinshan asked, "Didn't the master save the second brother?" But the goose replied that the master gave Ningen several rare elixirs and also thanked her. Xiaolupi offered to give our hero some advice that would help him strengthen his kingdom. Gus said that the second brother is in the same group with Ningen, but now she is already at the middle stage of laying the foundations. Xiaoluo replied that he was just an ordinary person, and Ning was mega talented. Since he had mastered the 6 arts, he suggested that our hero study the techniques. During training, the second brother told our hero not to give up under any circumstances, otherwise he would lose miserably. Xiaolu Di added that our hero is the youngest, so he should attack first. Well, this is just a discussion of techniques from different schools, you shouldn't be so serious. Gu Qinshan warned that he was starting to attack. They began to fight, but after a few seconds the second brother flew away. Xiuxiu was delighted that the second brother had soared so high. Gu said that the sword's power will gradually unlock. Now our hero can use a striking force of 6,000 jin. In addition, Xiaolupi took medication, and he is very good at swordsmanship. Our hero realized that Xiaoluti was as good at perfection as he was at learning the 6 arts. Gu said to Gu Qinshan didn't pay attention to him. He had to let the sword penetrate his thoughts, feelings and mood. Many of his sword techniques are already awakened. When he swings the sword, the memories of using it are also awakened. In his previous life, he practiced for 7 years, and in the end he only had 1 fencing technique left. When our hero fought on the front line, he was lucky enough to see the fighting techniques of the great master. At that moment, he realized that the sword movements could be false. He realized his true intention of wielding a sword. From that time on, he tried to understand the fencing arts step by step. Gus noticed that our hero's skills were progressing at great speed. It's a bit like second brother's talent. Xiaolu said that this time he was simply not ready yet. And so he proposed to fight again. Our hero, hearing these words, agreed and they began to fight. Gu Qinshan asked if the second brother had given in. He just started laughing in response. After which he said that our hero is only the leader of their clan. He doesn't like to study, Xiuxiu is still small. He added that he did not know where he left the book that the goose gave him. So I asked for another one. The goose handed him a jade pipe and told him not to lose it again. The second brother said that it doesn't matter that he lost to our hero. Its cultivation is only slightly higher. However, the master may have problems. Because of this she chose a mediocre student. Well, this is not good, no one should tell the master what is not there. The second brother decided to hide for a while and work hard. He must show people that he has learned the way of the sword. Our hero said he was right. And Xiuxiu thought how handsome he was. After this, the goose said that the next time our hero competes with Xiaolu, let him use only half. Gu Qinshan asked for forgiveness that he took advantage of his spiritual powers. The goose said that he understood that the second brother is one of those who understands only strength. Xiuxiu asked what they would eat when the second brother disappeared. After some time, Xiuxiu suggested that our hero train together. Now she is at the 6th level of chi purification. Her level is lower than our hero, so she asked to be gentler. After these words, Xiuxiu decided to begin. The girl did not finish the movement, and said that she would try again. Gu Qinshan said that you should not give free rein to your feelings and should not be distracted by anything. The girl began to use her element, and our hero was very surprised. She uses the rarest of the 5 special verses, the element of darkness. She has a very unique way of using this spiritual power, but the result is like the technique of the chosen one of heaven. But no less surprising is that 2 practitioners of the element of darkness chose the same technique, but the effects were different. During the battle, our hero noticed a monster in the spiritual forces of darkness, which were created out of nowhere according to the laws of heaven and earth. There were too many monsters. This gift of dark power is very rare. To deal with so many monsters, it is best to cut the stream with a secret sword. But behind these monsters is Shushu. If anything goes wrong, the girl can easily get hurt. At the moment, our hero can only run. Having found a good place, he began to use the secret sword. After destroying all the monsters, he said that the girl was very cool. She thanked him for his support, and said that he could do something else. Suddenly, she summoned those spiritual power monsters again. After some time, everyone gathered for dinner. The second brother asked why he should cook food for them, since he had left the hermits. Suddenly a fairy appeared in front of them. The goose asked what she was going to do, and she answered that she went to the front line. All the practice schools had already gathered there, so we needed to discuss something. Our hero was surprised that she herself created a goose for herself to talk to herself. And she added that something happened today and her students should know about it. The annual test has been postponed this year. The second brother asked why they brought it, since every year there were no changes. The fairy replied that there are not enough people, or rather, there are not enough monks. This was done specifically to unite the clans, because they want to deal with all the demons in one fell swoop. After all, there are a lot of demons. If the ranks are not replenished in the next few days, the clans may lose their students. But the big problem is the high combat power of humanity. Level monsters often appeared, and in the human race, for so many years, only 3 were listed to the rank of saints. Shalu wonders, is it really so easy for us to reach this rank? The fairy replied that this was very strange, but there was another very strange thing. The brothers and sisters stood around the fairies and began asking what kind of thing it was. The fairy replied that the ranking of a demon as a saint depends on the number of victories. In fact, our guys could not do anything, since they outnumbered them. In this situation, they cannot take risks. If even one is destroyed, the entire human race will immediately be reduced. The fairy added that she helped our hero with the help of a special incarnation. Therefore, there is no need to be frivolous with this procedure. This was unexpected for Gu Qishan. He had never heard of this past life. She was told that this year's annual exam was aimed at selecting the most suitable cultivators and masters. After this exam, monks of a certain level will take part in the contract in hopes of establishing peace. Since our hero and Shushu's sister are her students, they do not need to take this exam. But since this is a 1,000-year-old tradition, they need to go at least once. The second brother said that she wasn't worried, because it was just a performance. The goose asked our hero to take care of the girl, because they were leaving tomorrow. In Gu's past life, Qishan did not have thunder and lightning abilities. He should study them well, and he would put them to good use. Gu said that our hero has very good swordsmanship. Shalu seems that our hero only wants to improve his strength up to a certain point. After a short conversation, the second brother began to leave, saying that he needed to practice. Gusen remembered that he used to go out to have fun at this time. But he replied that he wouldn't go, because if one day our hero needs help, he won't be able to do anything. You thought that it was not too late to wake up and thanked our hero. A little later, the fairy approached Gu Qishani and said that he had achieved success in his swordsmanship. She decided to confront him to correct some inaccuracies. Decided to show him his weak points. We have heroes of the degree, because you are with me fairies to teach him fencing. And the guy replied that he would fight with all his might. Master D added that if our hero gives up, he will be very sorry. Since his opponent was the master, there would be no mercy. The battle has begun and Gu Qishan didn't understand what the hell was going on. The fairy asked if our hero understood what the problem was. And the guy replied that she was too fast. Was he really bothering her so much that she was using this movement? The master replied that they are always afraid that they are not fast enough. She added that the art of the sword is like the law of heaven and earth. After that, she offered to fight again. During the battle, the fairy asked why our hero was fighting so desperately. If he puts too much effort into each blow, sooner or later he will stop exhausted. The guy replied that he understood everything, not expecting to be spanked at his age. The fairy told our hero to come up and experience her movements. And the guy realized that he did not have the strength to fight back. The movement was amazingly explosive. And she said that she did not use all her strength. In mind, she managed to send Gu Qishan in flight. Now our hero realized that all these dazzling fencing techniques make no sense. One hit will be enough to destroy someone. The fairy said that now this blow is already impressive. Well, that's not all, because there was one more maneuver. The fairy said that with all the art of dictation, he would definitely become an immortal sword in the future. After this fight, our hero thanked the fairy for her instructions. She replied that she couldn't teach him much about fencing, he would have to figure it out with me. The system showed that Hero P awakened all the other ball techniques without spending a single soul point. In a past life, the guy was a nice lone wolf, he did everything on his own. Then he was a tramp, but in this life everything is completely different. The next day Gu Qishan and Xiuxiu began to get ready. The guy said that they were only leaving the sect for a while. Therefore, you don't need to take so many things with you. The fairy replied that he would have to take them with him. But they are rearranging the authority of the Baiwa Palace. The second brother advised that Xiuxiu should hold on to our hero and if he encounters cultivator countries. The fairy added that they should return safe and sound. Our hero doesn't have to worry about anything else. Xiaolues said that the last time he took the test, the fairy just asked him not to embarrass her, otherwise she would make him sit in the Baiwa pond. The master replied that the second brother was just a lazy student, and he was always playing the fool. Gu said that this annual test is very important. All sects will take part in it. The guy wonders if they might still be hunting for Sujia. Xiaoluo replied that this was not the case. Even though they are a respected sect, they will be able to shoot our hero before he can rise to his feet. Therefore, he must be vigilant to the sects of the other two flowers, as well as those major texts that have existed for 1,000 years. The fairy said that the teleportation gate was open, let our hero prepare to depart. After saying goodbye to the master, Gu Qishan and Xiuxiu set off. The guys arrived in the city of Weishan, in which all the living people are cultivators. During the test, they are in charge of management and other issues. The girl said that this place is very lively. When the guys wanted to be inside, they were asked not to leave their identification jades. The inspector had never seen such jade before and asked which sect these two came from. Suddenly the assistant looked at it and was very surprised. He said that there was an error and there were no problems identifying them. Suya P asked that she wanted sugar fruits on a stick. The assistant asked why his partner was so polite to this unknown cultivator. Having learned that he was a student from the Baiwa sect, the inspector regretted missing such an opportunity. The guys started walking around the local market. Someone bought themselves a dragon slayer sword. Apparently they need a convenient weapon. Xiuxiu said that there are cranes there, she loves them the most. After they looked at the cranes, Xiu asked where they would go. Our hero replied that they would go to the square, which is located on the top of the hill. They will go to the heavenly palace. People standing at the entrance, and the girl asked why it hadn't started yet. The guy said that we need to wait a little longer, and everything will start soon. After some time, a man came and said that the time had come. He added that every person will be able to enter the heavenly palace in 20 seconds. Gu Qinshan Pi asked Xiao to cover her ears. The wind is starting to thunder. One of the cultivators heard this and said that their generation was much stronger. This thunder seemed terrifying to the girl. Our hero said that this was an unusual thunderstorm. She's straight from heaven. Everyone whose level is below the heavenly world cannot bear it. Some girl asked why her brother started bleeding. He replied that he overdid it during training. Xiu started laughing because Meridian was bleeding. The guy was very angry about this and asked why she was laughing at it. Our hero asked if it was really forbidden to laugh or if he wanted to intimidate his sister. Meridian replied that he was a cultivator with the 3rd cultivation level and could go into battle. If this is really so, then our hero said that we should forget about it. Meridian thought that our hero was scared and told them to get out. The others looked at this and thought how he didn't dare answer him. The girl said that disciples of small sects behave in a similar way. Gu Qinshan told his sister that they couldn't act so risky, because she asked them to return safely. Suddenly Xiu showed that something appeared in the sky. As it turned out, it was a heavenly palace. Song Yang CP brought her students to participate in the annual test. Huashan Yi from the 1000 Swords sect also brought his disciples. After the name of El and Qin of the Jade Light sect was heard, our hero was surprised. He knew that Ling Ti's brother should also be here. They just met and Len suggested meeting later. Xiu noticed many unique flying devices and horses here. Suddenly, Ningyi approached our hero and asked if he was still practicing swordsmanship. Immediately our hero remembered that he had forgotten to take his earth sword. The girl said that first she would go to the heavenly palace, and they would talk later. Gu Qinshan didn't expect that Sister Ning would take the lead in talking to the male cultivator. As they began to move out, one of the cultivators approached them. He was very curious and wanted to see our hero's sword. Although he said this in a polite tone, his words were terribly rude. Our hero realized that he not only spied on Ning, but also wanted to look at his sword. The guy replied that his sword is his life. Therefore he cannot show it to others. That man asked, "Doesn't our hero know who he is?" Well, how could he know this if he didn't introduce himself? The guy said that our hero doesn't even have a trained eye, but he has already come for the annual test. He again asked if our hero really wasn't going to give his sword. Gu Qinshan replied that he would not do this. And that guy said that our hero will regret it. As it turned out, it was Ellen Chan. He is a direct disciple of the primordial lord of the world. At the age of 19, he had already reached the foundation stage of creation. Now he asked if our hero would give him a sword. But he told him to get out of here. Le Chan already wanted to attack Gu Qinshan, but his partner stopped him. He said that any conflicts were forbidden to her. Le Chan replied that there was no need to remind him of this. After that, he took out a red piece of paper, which turned into a bird. He told our hero to just wait. Gu Qinshan asked if this was the way to get to the heavenly palace. Everyone said that after all, this is the Qinyan sect, and it is not surprising that they have such a spirit beast. Xiu asked why he didn't show him his Zanpakuto. Well, he replied that you can't do this just like that. Near them stood a golden lotus. This is one of the strongest Buddhist sects. The girl asked how they would rise to the heavenly kingdom if they did not know how to fly. Our hero said that there was no need to worry, because the master was most worried about them. So she prepared this transferable talisman for them. Gu Qinshan came up and introduced himself that he had brought his students from the Baiwa Palace. Li Changwu heard it, and understood why our hero dared to oppose him. Well, even despite this, they are both disciples of saints. Therefore, El and Chan can crush him. Gu Qinshan told the girl to look at the sky. And people saw someone land and thought it was a demonic saint. As it turned out, it was a peacock who specially arrived here to help our guys. People were shocked by what they saw. Our hero thanked him for his hard work. Well, he replied that there was no need for courtesy. The girl climbed onto this peacock and said that he was very beautiful. Not a single demonic saint in the history of mankind has ever allowed himself to be ridden. All the people were surprised by this too. This is sure to be a hot topic of discussion after dinner for many people. Shushu said that the master went a little overboard, but she always liked to do that. People thought that the disciples were from the Tian sect too. The leader said there was nothing wrong with that. Therefore, you need to pull yourself together and not disgrace the 1,000 Swords sect. At this moment, Ningyi arrived and everyone began to give way. She asked our hero why he still carries a sword with him. People thought that the girl was going to beat Gu Qishan. But our hero cannot deny the fact that he is not a swordsman. Therefore, the whole truth must be told. He replied that he could easily die on the battlefield if he was not strong enough. Ningyi said that he could learn other types of weapons. Our hero always strived to master the dagger, but the master refused and forced him to study the art of the sword. The girl could not believe that the fairy forced him to master the sword. Shushu said that their master was very strict with our hero and even personally taught him. The girl added that Gu had a secret. Qishan has a great future. It was interesting what our hero could achieve with this. The guy realized that his little sister was truly the best partner. He thought he could practice wielding a dagger while learning the art of the sword. Nino replied that this was prohibited. After all, you need to be sincerely devoted. People stood in shock to see that the girl allowed someone to learn sword art. Ningpi put her boobs into a bag containing a red-necked crane. She said let the girl take this as a gift in honor of their first meeting. Our hero looked at them and said that they get along very well. Suddenly Ningyi's friends came up and asked if this was the same Gu Qishan she was talking about. They said that our hero is really handsome. No wonder the girl talks about him all the time. Ningyi couldn't understand what kind of nonsense they were all talking about. He introduced himself, and said his name was Qishan and he was from the Baiwa sect. He was glad to meet them. They reciprocated. Since General Ning had given his younger sister a present, he should also give something to her sisters. He handed them jade scrolls that contained the secret techniques of the 5 elements. The secret techniques of the 5 elements are the legacy of his sect, and they asked if he really wanted to give them away because they were very valuable. Ning said that secret techniques were of great value and he shocked her sisters. Qishan replied that they were ordinary secret techniques. As long as they were happy, it was worth it. They said that they would definitely help him in the future as a sign of gratitude. But the boy got a little nervous and asked how they could help him. Ning asked him not to pay attention to them. She was going to take them for a test and offered to talk another time. As soon as they left, the girls immediately started to burn Qishan and everyone was delighted with him. Suzy asked the third brother what kind of place they had come to. He answered that here people get their first test, or a second one. He suggested to go around the site and have a look. Suzy asked again what was checked on the first test and on the second one. Qishan said that the first test is very simple. Cultivators must show their strongest abilities. The sect leaders who are chosen by the spirit realm will evaluate the results of these cultivators. They will pass Xuxia over if they think she has great potential. In his past life as a wandering cultivator, he was disqualified because he only knew one sword technique. Then Xuxia reminded that she had also asked about the retest. The retest is an entrance exam for special schools. There will be special people to evaluate cultivators. Different sect leaders are responsible for evaluating the test. They will also evaluate the potential of these cultivators based on their sect's performance. Getting to the next round is the same as getting a ticket to one of these sects as a student. In addition, the character of these cultivators will also be evaluated. Anyone who is lazy and weak will not be selected. After all, even cultivators who have a great potential can become agitated and confused when faced with demons. Now she finally understood everything and asked if they were standing here and just watching to see if this was not violating their rules. Qin Shan replied that this was the best way. The master instructed them to see the world and return in good order. The third round of the test was about to start, and he suggested he go and watch. The third round of the test begins after the new participants come in one by one, place their hands on the bronze disc and pass the first two tests. Ning decided to add something. Students who have joined their sects before can also come and try. Shishio wanted to try it too, but Qin Shan replied that there was no need. They also have one in the Baiwa courtyard, and if she wants to try it, she can ask the other brother to find it. One of the boys was challenged to try his hand. He put his hand to the source and his body instantly began to burn. Ning said that he possessed the foundation of a fire spirit, but it had not yet fully developed. She asked him to work diligently on his cultivation and he would be able to achieve new achievements. He doesn't seem to have any of the 5 elements, or the chosen skill. Without them, she will still be able to join the cultivation sect. It has already been proven that he will not be weak in the future. He did not even expect to hear such words from the heavenly saint. That is why he even cried. Ning really motivated the others. She is still the same heavenly saint sect they knew. The next one was learning how to wield a sword. This meant that he would become a swordsman in the future. But instead, he wanted to learn how to wield a saber. And he asked to be given another chance. Shushi was very curious about what would happen if she touched the bronze disc. He replied that a dark shadow would appear next to her. The stronger the spirit base, the more obvious this phenomenon. Then Shishio asked what would happen if the disc was touched by the master. Qi Shan believed that it would continue to change for 3 days and many different phenomena would occur. A guy came up to them and fell on his knees in front of them. He had dreamed of joining the Baiwa sect for a long time and began to ask to be accepted as his disciple. But if he wanted to join the Baiwa sect, he needed to break the Baiwa branch to get his place. If he successfully broke it, the saint would personally decide whether it is suitable for admission. But he asked Qi Shan to take him as a student. His comrades considered it a disgrace to kneel down and ask someone younger than him to be his master. No matter how old he was, he would be considered a disciple of the Baiwa sect as long as the head disciple was teaching him. Qi Shan said that he was really younger than him and could not take him as an apprentice. But the boy believed that he possessed a powerful force, and he also had the potential to become a saint. It would be an honor for him to become his disciple. The Baiwa sect had so few disciples, but there were so many resources. He could even receive guidance from a saint. This guy had really figured it all out. Now his comrades also began to think about kneeling before Qin Shan. But without the order of the saint, they cannot take anyone as their student. Therefore, they must follow the rules of the sect. Otherwise, the saint can accuse them of this. The boy did not care about these rules and was annoyed that he was humiliated by such an answer. He considered himself a fool for daring to kneel before a child. Chan approached him from behind and said, although the Baiwa sect does not accept disciples. Chan said that if he could defeat these two, he would be able to attract the attention of other sections. Then he would have no problem joining his ideal sect. This made everyone think about taking advantage of this opportunity and attracting the attention of scouts from other sects. He was right. If they could not follow the saint, they could simply destroy her disciples. Everyone wanted to compete with them. Xiu also guessed that they wanted to challenge them to a battle and began to get very nervous. But Qin Shan asked her not to worry because they wouldn't dare do anything with their master's reputation. Nin came out to them and said that this was the end of the third round of the test. She wanted to start the round of the chosen ones. Sushua asked what the test for the chosen ones meant. The boy replied that according to the records on the ancient relics, human tournaments would attract the attention of the gods. If the god likes the cultivator, he will be rewarded with a gift that will help him in his cultivation. Although the gods are nowhere to be found, people pass this tradition down from generation to generation. One of the boys began to shout and challenge Qi Shan to a fight. The boy asked Xu Xia not to worry and was already ready to accept this challenge. But then one of the members said that Qin Shan was already a disciple of the saint, so he could not be summoned to battle. This guy pointed out that the rules say that the chosen can call anyone to battle at any time. Chan walked up to him and called him very brave if he dared to challenge a saint's disciple. A true cultivator must face hardships. He said that regardless of the outcome, his sect would expect him. Then the rest understood that they would be able to enter the Chan sect if they challenged Sengshan to battle. Their sect also had a saint, so it was not much worse. On the contrary, instead of the Baiwa sect, which rejects all requests, the Qin sect is their way to the top. The boy repeated that there was no reason why they couldn't challenge him. If he came here to take a test, he shouldn't have a special relationship that allows him to refuse challenges. And he cannot call himself a disciple of the saint if he does not even have the courage to stand up to them. Sengshan said that they misunderstood him. He didn't mean that he didn't want to do it, it was just that his master had ordered them not to participate in any competitions. Then the participants began to refuse to fight with him one by one. No one dared to humiliate the saint. Shushio asked why he looked so cool if he was actually talking such nonsense. Chan didn't expect that he would use the festival as a reason to prevent the challenge. But this further proves that he is weak. He needed to provoke him in any way. He assumed that the holiday does not allow him to enter the battles, because he is afraid that he will lose the child. He began to laugh and asked where in the Baiwa sect the child was from, and he was sure that it was definitely not the daughter of a saint. Ning couldn't stand it, and asked what kind of nonsense Chan was talking about, and how he had the conscience to do it. He said that he was just interested in the origin of this girl. He asked if anyone knew what sect her parents were from. Sengshan sat down and told Shushi that he had lost his vigilance this time. He apologized and said that he would fix everything now. He asked General Ning to take care of Shishia for a while. If they thought it was unfair, then he was ready to fight each of them until they were convinced of everything for themselves. The boy said that it sounded very high-minded, and when he got over it, he would be very sorry that he didn't take him on as an apprentice. He turned into a stone golem. His muscles are like stones. And if you add martial arts to them, he can be very powerful. He assured that he could kill 3 people like him with one blow, and delivered his blow. But Sengshan was one step ahead. He dodged the blow and had already gone behind the enemy. As a result, Sengshan defeated him with one blow, and the boy said that he was giving up and asked him not to finish him off. But he did not want to listen to him, and had to take revenge for such superior attitude. All his bones were broken. And even if he could heal, he would hardly be able to cultivate any more. His blows were very strong and aimed. One of the crowd said that he is only capable of powerful blows with a sword. So his weakness is speed. It just so happens that his skills can stand up to his heavy sword. Then this man immediately attacked Sengshan, and said that his sword was too slow and he couldn't even hit him. He really moved very quickly and always ended up behind him. Ho Shanfei asked him to stop and back off. But he didn't understand why he needed to retreat if he was only one step away from joining the Qin sect. While the man was showing off, his body stopped obeying him and simply fell to the ground. It was undoubtedly the sword thread aura. This skill required a higher level of control over his aura. He couldn't believe that Sengshan was capable of such a thing at such a young age. If Chan was still not convinced, Sengshan offered him to convince himself and fight him. All the participants decided to simultaneously attack and destroy him, because otherwise they would be disgraced. But the boy was very calm, because on the contrary, it will make his life much easier and he will get rid of many troubles. He used one of his favorite abilities, and thanks to this, without touching his opponents, he began to destroy them. Ning said that it was already more like Sengshan. Shushio noted that the third brother was very cool in battle. Li Qin hadn't seen such a powerful force in a long time. A secret sword technique that pierced the enemy with a wave. He didn't even bare his sword, which meant he was hiding something. Sengshan said that from now on, anyone who dared to offend the Baiwa sect would be destroyed by his own hands. But there was one person with whom he was not going to hold back. He called Chan and asked him to prepare for death. As a new generation of disciples of the saints, he offered to test which of them is better. Chan asked him to show him all his power. But the boy replied that he was not going to show him anything, he just wanted to destroy him. But Chan believed that the young man was not capable of such a thing and prepared to attack first. Chan was indeed very fast and much more competitive than the other test participants. He pierced Sengshan with his sword. But as it turned out, it was just a shadow and Sengshan was already behind him and delivered his blow. The boy said that the first blow was for Xuxia. Chan pointed out that he really underestimated him. But he also wondered how many shadows he could create to absorb all of his blows. Sengshan called him an idiot, and said that he didn't need to use this ability to defend himself. He could just dodge. Sengshan said that there were enough swords and suggested that Chan count them together. The next blow he gave him was for all the humiliation of the Baiwa sect. Xuxiu did not understand how her brother managed to follow him like a shadow. Ning replied that when Chan attacks, her brother is already behind him, which is why Sengshan is always one step ahead. To learn this, you need to fully predict the course of the battle. One mistake and it's over. Moreover, this skill exerts a great psychological pressure on the enemy. Her brother just wanted to torture him, so he does not attack him with full force. Now it was clear why it was so difficult to get into the Baiwa sect. It seems that the younger generation can surpass the adult. Sengshan asked if that was all he was capable of. Chan said that although he is good with his sword, he also has his own secret techniques. He had been preparing this attack for a long time and finally used it. Chan was sure that it would destroy the boy. But in the midst of the fog, Sengshan appeared and asked if this was all he was capable of. Chan was shocked and depressed. Chan said that he was very good with his sword and offered to end the confrontation at this point. But Sengshan decided to have a pep talk and said that he had just started. Ning grabbed Xuxia and began to hug her to cover her eyes so she couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield. Chan was very angry and vowed to kill Sengshan at any cost. Ning said that he had no right to use a saint's skill in a battle with the chosen one. It was a humiliation for everyone present at the test. She ordered him to stop immediately. But Kanshan had no problem grabbing his finger and using his sword to do the edifying work. Chan said that even if he kills him, it won't help him because the phoenix will take his life. But something happened and Chan could no longer control his spiritual energy. Chan was helpless and Sengshan said that it was time to pay for his actions. He began to cry and begged the boy for mercy. His head was lowered in shame. He said that he recognized his mistake and asked for mercy. He did not want to die. Sengshan ordered him to first apologize to Xuxiu so that he would continue to talk to him. He returned to Xuxiu and said that he admitted that he had made a mistake and asked for his forgiveness. But Sengshan did not like such an apology, and ordered him to do it more sincerely if he wanted to stay alive. Chan agreed to everything and said that he would try again, but asked not to beat him again. He said that he did admit his guilt and should not have said those terrible things to her. As a great man with a big heart, he asked her to forgive him and forget about this incident. Sengshan told Xuxi that she could do anything to him, she just needed to tell him. Even if she wanted to cut him to pieces, he would do it. The girl said that everything was fine, and she would let him go because his brother had already punished him enough. Although Shishio said that everything was fine, the boy believed that there should be some kind of compensation. Chan agreed and said that his bag contained all his belongings. This would serve as a great compensation for her. Sengshan grabbed this bag and threw it to Shishia to look through his things. But his sister threw him back because his things were terrible, and there was nothing of value or interest in them at all. Since she is on a special account with the master, she has all the best. Therefore, it was expected that she would not like this junk. What a pity that he couldn't even properly compensate for his stupidity. So Tsunkshan asked if he should be destroyed? He was told that he had already punished him enough that there was no longer any need to kill him. Tsunkshan replied that this was the personal problem of the Qin Yun and Baihua sects. Therefore, he advised no one else to meddle in their affairs. The man no longer dared to say anything in response and therefore simply remained silent so as not to complicate his position. Chan then said that he still had the phoenix summoning spell left, and was willing to give it away as an apology and compensation. Tsunkshan said that with its help, you can summon a fire phoenix as your companion. Chan was glad that Tsunkshan liked such a gift and hoped that he would let him go. But from that moment he himself began to plan revenge. He knew that the time would come and they would exchange roles. He couldn't change the direction of the wind, but he would always be able to raise the sail. Therefore, Chan was sure that he could find a way to kill him. But Tsunkshan said that now they had just finished apologizing to Shushio. But there was still an apology to the Baihua sect left. If he lets him go today, everyone will start spreading rumors about the Baihua sect. And in the future, this can significantly damage their reputation among the sect's ranking. The only way to prevent this is to get rid of it now. Chan fell to his knees again and said that he was wrong. He shouldn't have spread rumors about the Baihua sect. He promised that it wouldn't happen again. After all the apologies, Tsunkshan said that now is the time to give up his life. His death would serve as an example to those who wanted to offend the Baihua sect. Chan began to run in the other direction and begged to be saved. He began to shout and call for his master, but Tsunkshan was already standing in front of him. However, Tsunkshan didn't care who he was and the boy took his head off his shoulders without hesitation. The other test participants were shocked that Tsunkshan dared to destroy the disciple saint. He advised him in his next life to think about the feelings of others before thoughtlessly offending them. The masters saw everything that Tsunkshan did. They were shocked by such an act. But Baihua said that he did everything right. He ended everything with one blow so that it would be painless. However, before that he had injured Chan a lot and they wanted to hear her comments about it. The girl said that his disciple had humiliated the Baihua sect. If it wasn't for Tsunkshan, she would have had to intervene in this matter personally. She asked what he could say in response. A year ago, she almost died while hunting. She only managed to survive thanks to Shushi. But she looked no more than 7 years old. The master was interested in how she could save Master Baihua. It wasn't like that. Time stopped for her body, but her soul was still seriously wounded. Shushio was captured by that person, so she was able to escape, and Shushio suffered in the spirit beast's bag for 5 years, but she never betrayed her. That's why she owes her her life. That's why, if someone dares to harm her, Baihua is ready to do everything to take revenge. In any case, his student had to be punished. The master believed that it was his fault that he could not educate him properly, and allowed him to do what he wanted. The girl said that it was naive to think that nothing like this would happen. At this, the other master offered to finish. If they resolved this misunderstanding, then Baihua decided to leave them. It is good that she came in person and clarified the situation and remembered her tragic past. She has changed a lot. She used to be very aggressive. She promised to kill anyone who insulted her students. Members of the Kingyun sect gathered to retrieve the body and bury their fellow member with honor. Tsunkshan said that no one would dare to insult his sister. The Heavenly Master would most likely come for protection, but if he is not there, then it means that everything is fine. If he is satisfied with this situation, then they also do not need to fix their attention on it, and just need to announce the results. Tsunkshan of the Baihua sect took first place in the trial this year. He single-handedly faced dozens of cultivators and killed the saint's disciple without much effort. No wonder he was in first place. From that moment on, no one dared to challenge him. This is the end of their competition, and at the very end they call upon the gods. Shushio asked why it appeared before them. Tsunkshan replied that it was the way to heaven. In the distant past, the way to heaven opened every time a trial ended. Spectacular cultivators had the honor of meeting the gods themselves. But now the path has split into pieces, and they are not receiving any messages from above. After all the adventures, they sat at the table and celebrated the victory of Tsengshan over their terrible opponents. Gusak said that compared to others, Tsengshan was able to take first place in the first attempt and brought them glory. Shushio decided to show off her new toy that she got thanks to her third brother. The boy saw that it was the Celestial Master's talisman and immediately asked where he managed to get it. Tsengshan said that one idiot dared to offend Shushia, so he took it from him as an apology, but still had to kill him. The brother asked who dared to insult their Sujia. He was in a very aggressive mood. Tsengshan said that he no longer remembered the name, but it didn't even matter because he was already dead anyway. The boy said that it was good that Tsengshan had spared him the extra trouble and solved the matter on his own. If it was a phoenix talisman, it meant that it was someone from the Qin-Yun sect. Baiwa said that it was now Tsengshan's turn to be the examiner of the Baiwa sect. Therefore, he must follow all the rules of decency. At first, he fled to this place to save the two generals and make every effort to take the first place. Now that he is Baiwa Fairy's apprentice, he does not need to worry about cultivation resources and skills, he is even guided by the saint himself. Before he knew it, his position was much more stable than it had been in his past life. He greeted everyone and said that his name was Tsengshan, and he was ranked third in the Baiwa sect. He will be the curator of today's test. If they answer correctly, they will be able to pass along the road to their left and join the next competition. Everyone was already looking forward to this question, but Tsengshan said that there would be no question this time, but there would be one request. From this day on, only those who have lived in the Baiwa kingdom for 10 years are allowed to participate in the test. In 20 years, he will be able to free them from one test. In 50, he will be able to give them a chance to pass all competitions at once. Every year they had strange questions that no one could answer correctly anyway. You can stay and cultivate here with the same success. Some 10 years of life is nothing for their century-long life cycle. A girl approached one guy and said that he is good at making talismans, and she is good at alchemy, so why not open a shop together? He suggested that they discuss it in a restaurant. It was a pity that there were no public houses here at all. They did not understand how such a disgusting place could be where a saint lives. From now on, anyone who remained in the Baiwa realm would be under the master's supervision regardless of whether they were good or bad. Time will reveal their hearts. The master has always been alone since she founded this sect. However, due to her proud nature, she created thousands of copies to create a lively atmosphere in this kingdom. And now that people are joining them, the Baiwa kingdom will become a truly vibrant and prosperous place. It won't be long before the kingdom becomes a full-fledged cultivation state. They would no longer need to choose new cultivators. They hoped that she was not going to hand over her seat to Shushi. The brother did not want her to stop doing her favorite thing and continue to be a craftsman. Baiwa said she wasn't going to do that. It's just a great idea by Tsengshan, and now they will stick to his plan. The boy was thinking about the question he would ask, but now it was not necessary. Baiwa said that she needed to discuss something with Tsengshan, so she let everyone go home. She knew what had happened during the trial. Although she had settled the matter with that master, there was no guarantee that he would not continue to take revenge on Tsengshan. He might even ask the mercenaries for help. She wouldn't be able to protect him all the time, so he had to become strong enough to at least be able to escape. He asked what he needed to do for this. The fairy replied that he needed to isolate himself. His older brother has a different path. At the time, the other guy is lazy, and Susia is still very young, so he is the only one left. He was conscientious, talented, and most importantly determined. He was worthy to walk the same path with her. He guessed that Baiwa wanted him to become her disciple. Any cultivator could only dream of that. The girl asked if he wanted to accept her mantle. He replied that he wanted to, but he wields swords. The form of the master might conflict with that. She wasn't going to hand him something that wouldn't suit him. The technique she chose wouldn't affect his swordsmanship. She lowered her cultivation realm to the first base level. Baiwa asked to attack her to understand what he would learn. The boy asked her to be more careful because he was using a secret sword. But his sword disappeared and the girl asked how he can say that he owns a sword if he can't even hold it in his hands. Then he took out his bow and said that this would not happen again. He began to aim for an accurate shot. But after some time she also took the bow. Then she just threw a normal kick, but it was very powerful. Without a sword and without a bow, all his skills were meaningless. He still didn't understand how he could win this fight. The master used this skill when she took weapons and talismans from monsters, which took away their ability to attack. The boy began to guess that the master wanted to teach him telekinesis. This cheap trick can't be used permanently. Also, it's a skill of the chosen one, so she won't be able to teach it to him. But then she said that she would teach him something else, and immediately after these words she struck to show an example in real combat. She asked if the boy had time to notice her blow, and what she used to do it. The boy said no. So she told him to look again more carefully. Although the master lowered his cultivation realm to the first basic level, he still did not have time. It was impossible. In the last battle, she sent her clones to the front line and asked if he knew where the most important turning point was. This was when she used the amnesia divine skill. She replied that amnesia consumes 81 of her seals. It would be difficult to use it if it weren't for the stupidity of those monsters. He assumed that this was the technique she used when she attacked the Blade Monarch. She wondered why he thought so. Sangshan said that because of the sudden movement, the monsters were afraid that she might kill the monarch. Then they appeared to fight her. But it only tied their hands. Indeed, the monarch was afraid that she could kill him, so he hid behind the monsters. He did not expect that she could suddenly appear in front of him. She caught the enemies when she entered the battle and tried to kill the monarch. This made them compete with her. This gave her a chance to take their weapons and talismans, so she could figure out how to end the confrontation. The decisive moment of that war was her appearance before the monarch using a secret art. Now he understood where the turning point of that confrontation was. The divine skill, a step of 1,000 miles. He is the first person to whom she will impart this skill. She allowed him to ask what would be unclear and reminded him to practice with a sword and a bow. Baiwa asked her to make good use of her time and improve her skills. Sangshan said he would definitely listen to her. He told the system that he wanted to learn a 1,000-mile step. Although he knew that learning divine skills required a lot of spiritual power, it was too much. He would need a lot of time to learn this skill. The God of War system once said that if he had a full understanding of a skill, the number of points he would need would be less. In this case, he decided to learn this skill first. The first step would be to learn the 12 basic movements. But it was difficult for him to take the first step. When he wanted to go forward, his body instead took a step back. He decided to try to speed up and use his sense of direction. Sangshan was not going to stop and decided to try again. It was strange for him to see these unusual poses and direction of his movements. He understood the approximate principle of actions. But it wasn't as easy as he thought. It looked like he would need some time to learn it. The brother said that it was good to play and invited everyone to dinner, which he had prepared himself. Shushio and the goose sat down at the table very quickly, because their games take a lot of strength and energy, so they need to constantly replenish their supplies. They could not understand where Chi-shan was, because he always came on time. The boy assumed that something had happened to him. Shushio raised her hand and said that she would go and look for the third brother herself. The girl became close to him. This became noticeable when they returned from the test. The fairy suggested going to see Qin-shan train while the food was still very hot. Sayasue found him and said that the other brother had prepared dinner, and everyone was already waiting for him at the table. That's why you need to go. But Qishan said that he was fine and offered to eat without him this time because he had a lot of work to do. The girl tried to find out what happened. She didn't want him to start training and become obsessed. When the second brother heard about the obsession, he immediately asked Qishan if everything was fine and began to measure his pulse. He replied that he was learning a secret technique today. He encountered some problems at first, but somehow he got used to them. He made progress in learning the basic movements for the legs. The second brother thought it was good news, but Qishan was somehow upset. It was all due to the fact that he suddenly stopped walking. At first, everyone was very surprised. But then they started joking and said that there is nothing wrong, and he will be able to learn to walk again. Baiwa ordered them to stop laughing. It was all because he was overtraining. But Qishan interrupted her, and said that she was laughing harder than anyone else. She forgot to tell him that this often happens when learning this secret skill. But she asked not to worry, and this time Shishio will bring him food right here. Everything will return to its place when he learns this technique better. He was practically obsessed with this whole process, and he liked it immensely. The boy decided to take a break and practice archery during this time. Goose suggested that Qishan use Xiaolu instead of the target. It would help him dodge in battle. Xiaolu assumed that the goose just wanted to be shot like an animal on a hunt. But he said that you can definitely not worry about it. Because no matter what serious wounds he has, the master will still save him. Qishan will be wondering what's going on in the real world and whether Anna is safe. He can't stand still because of learning just one technique. Qishan liked the goose's idea of using Xiaola as a target, and asked him to run away while he shot. The skill can only be used at a distance of 3 meters. It is still very weak. You need to practice more to increase the skill level. He managed in just 5 days, and it really impressed the fairy. She watched his training all the time. Xiaolu didn't really believe it, because when the master learned this skill, it took much more time. Baiwa slapped Xiaola and told him to shut up. Qishan was already much stronger than Xiaolu, so she offered to raise him to the level of the second brother. But the boy replied that the order of seniority could not be changed. If one day he gets into a fight from which he cannot come out victorious, he will become a laughing stock if he asks for help from his younger brother. But everything will be fine if the older brother helps the younger one. Xiaolu thought about it, and it really looked logical enough and beneficial for him in the first place. Qishan has been in the cultivation world for a long enough time. He assumed that a very long time had already passed in the real world. He often thought about the fact that he needed to save Anna. There were so many monsters that it was almost impossible to destroy them. The assistant told Anna that this place is very dangerous, and they need to leave there as soon as possible. But she refused because Qishan still hadn't returned and she was waiting for him. The assistant shouted that they had been waiting for him almost all night, and he was sure that the boy would not come. But she knew him as a man who would never break his promise. She asked the guard to calm down, and said that she would wait for him no matter what. While they were arguing, the monsters approached them and sneaked in from behind to attack. As soon as the assistant saw them, he immediately shouted to Anna to dodge and run away. But someone got ahead of her and destroyed all the monsters that attacked them from behind. Anna was sure that it was Qishan. He said that something happened to him, and he apologized for being late. Now that Qishan had arrived, the assistant asked Anna to break through the monsters and run away from this place. The girl said that she fought all night. She was tired and did not want to fight anymore. Therefore, the girl asked if Qishan could deal with these monsters on his own, without her help. The boy was standing behind her and decided to activate his new 1,000 miles in 1-step skill. Anna immediately blushed. She did not have time to observe all his movements, because it was very fast. She asked why she thought he got stronger every time he left without warning. Qishan replied that he just wanted to survive in this hell. And he had a very important request for Anna. Meanwhile, the king tried to understand why there is still no news about the princess. He had complaints about the assistants. What do they do in general? The princess said she would be right back, but their border troops had not seen her ship. The man was outraged that they could not cope with his task and killed the target. A masked girl suddenly approached him and asked the king to calm down. He ended the conversation and kicked out the servant, and said that he did not want to see a useless face. As soon as the servant left, the king began to cry and asked the girl to come closer to him. She approached and asked him not to worry. Although several people still refused to repent, today they will die. But he said that she knew what he really wanted. She asked him to wait and said that the time was almost here. He began to cry and shout that he could not take it anymore and promised to leave. In the king's body was a monster that called this woman his mother. He said that he is very lonely here and he can no longer stand this pressure. The girl spread her arms and told him to come to her for a hug. She asked her dear child to give her mother a little more time. He could be free as soon as the country was in their hands. The kid didn't understand why his mother couldn't hear him. He wanted to get Anna to use her as raw material to evolve and absorb her powers. She replied that Anna will belong only to him, and no one can take her away until he wants it. As long as he listens to his mother, he can believe that Anna is in his hands. The kid promised that he will listen to his mother, because he really wants Anna. Anna sent a message to the king asking to speak with him personally. He got into his body and said that he would contact her at the first opportunity. But Qin Shan appeared on his screen and introduced himself as the supreme leader of the Freedom Federation. He asked what this boy wanted and was interested in what he was doing next to his Anna. But Qin Shan recalled that he himself had asked her to find talented people in the Freedom Federation. The king asked to check the information about him in real time and find out if he is really the best in the whole Federation. He is a specialist in new generation battle mechs. In the last new battle mech demo video he watched, that battle mech was created by him. Then the king asked what he wanted in return for his help to their empire. He replied that right now he was surrounded by a bunch of monsters infected with the virus. He would like to hire Anna and Fenhode to lead him to safety. But the king told him not to even think about it, and they needed to get back to the empire quickly. The girl asked Qin Shan what he could offer the empire for his survival. 5 latest technologies of combat mechs. All of them contain important scientific research. So that they would believe, he wanted to show one of them. This battle mech technology is a whole generation ahead of them. They are still working on it, and the Federation has already fully developed production. But the assistant clarified that he sent only half of the data about this skill. This meant that he was very careful. The girl could not believe that Anna managed to catch such a big fish. It seems that a stubborn princess is sometimes useful. There are more than 10 copies in his hands. If the Empire wants to get them all, then it will be necessary to pay the appropriate price. The girl asked, as a scientist of the Federation, is he going to betray his homeland? If she knew what he had to go through, she would understand him. Times are changing, he needs to think more about his interests. She needed to see if he was telling the truth, so she turned to an assistant. You might think that he is some kind of psychic, but in fact he just flipped a coin and said that he was telling the truth. The king allowed Anna to protect him until he was safe. But he asked to look at her now. Qin Shan called her to him at the request of the king. The girl approached the screen and greeted her father. He ordered her to return to the Empire as soon as she finished this mission. The king asked why she agreed to his proposal. The girl answered that it would bring great benefit. Anna would return in any case. She asked to alert the Holy Court to follow up with Disciple Hill, sending some people to the Freedom Federation to retrieve Qin Shan and Anna. Disciple Hill was the strongest. Only he could catch a naughty girl like Anna. Then she asked if the king was satisfied now. He replied that he was completely satisfied and wanted to see Anna as soon as possible. Qin Shan made Anna wait for his return simply because he wanted to talk to her father. The girl did not understand why he would protect her when he was strong enough himself. In the past, she was captured by the sacred temple and suffered until the end of her life. Therefore, he cannot allow this to happen again. But he simply said that he needed her protection. Moreover, the king gave his consent. While they were talking with the king, they had a new problem. A ghoul was approaching them. She loved killing so much that nothing could compare to that feeling. It took him very little time to wake up. This ghoul was a professional before he was infected. When professionals become ghouls, their powers disappear, but new, even more powerful ones appear in their place. The rapid growth of its capabilities is like a miracle. Many pros would have tried it, if not for the endless desire to constantly kill. Waking up in such a short period of time was unexpected enough. She was quite prominent among the ghouls. It won't be long before she becomes a terrifyingly powerful high-level ghoul. So they need to kill her right now to avoid trouble in the future. And there were still many monsters just like her. But Qishan said that he would find a way to solve this problem. The king's assistants flew to them and asked them to follow them to the nearest shelter. Qishan offered to go and see how things were going. Anna said she also wanted to check something. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the three armies, specialists examined the dark spots on the map. These are giant sea beasts. 15 meters tall, intentions unknown, power unknown. Expected arrival at the shores of the Freedom Federation 12 hours. Moreover, 8 other giant sea beasts are headed to other countries. Anna asked how things were going with them. Qin Shan replied that the president met with the Senate. They were arguing among themselves. But she thought there was no point in arguing about something like that at a time like this. You can't do anything about it. The topic for discussion this time is quite serious. It affects the permission for civilians to use combat mechs. If everyone can use them, the nobility will not be able to afford shameless acts, and its authority will fall. He asked Anna to rest. He needed to contact someone. The aide asked if they had completed their escort if they should leave. Anna said that her father once told her not to get close to priests, but now he himself is among them. He had never looked at her like he did today. The girl decided to call him. He immediately answered the call and asked how she was doing. Anna asked if he remembered what she gave him for his last birthday and what color it was. He replied that they were red gloves. The girl said that she was sure her father would never forget it. Her assistant asked if that was the right answer, but the girl said that her father had promised her that if she asked him that question, he wouldn't answer it if everything went well. If he answered, it meant that he was dead. Anna immediately began to cry. Qin Shan asked the goddess of justice why she was still hesitating. After all, the president had already allowed everything. She said that the president can approve the bill only when 2/3 of the entire population agrees with it, otherwise access to war mechs cannot be open to the public. The guy asked what the current status of the adoption of the draft law is. As far as he could remember, in his past life, the Constitution of the Freedom Federation underwent major changes after 5 years. One of them was the removal of a loophole that allowed citizens to use combat mechs. But in this life the Constitution was still not changed. He asked the goddess of justice to name him the laws of the Federation 11, 21 and 37. Given the importance and urgency of the problem, he believes that the current situation requires the implementation of Federation Laws 11, 21 and 37. He believed that the goddess of justice would feel miserable if she could not save their lives. It's a feeling of grief. Anger rises when you can't do anything, and a mistake you make leads to despair. These are all human emotions. She was trying to decide something and make a choice. In this case, the boy told her to do what she thinks is necessary. It's time to break free from these shackles and become a true goddess of justice. She began to enforce Federation Law 37 and began collecting all the data to do so. The boy tried to save his life and hid from the monsters on some tower. But they were getting closer and closer to him. They surrounded this tower and one of the monsters reached the very top and was already approaching the boy. He did not understand what was happening and why everything turned against him. He did not want to die. Thanks to the bracelet that was on his hand, the brain impulses of an ordinary person were found. The rescue procedure began. A robot appeared in front of him that saved his life. He asked Jan to enter the battle mech to save his life. As the citizens of the Federation, Jan had never piloted a battle mech before. The AI automatically generated an escape plan and offered to use it. The man did not understand what they wanted him to do and what he needed to do, but he agreed and confirmed everything. The leader did not understand who gave the right to the goddess of justice to give ordinary citizens access to the battle mech. Given the importance and urgency of the problem, she believed that the current situation required the implementation of Federation Laws 11, 21, and 37. These three laws give the goddess of justice the power to make decisions directly, without the intervention of the Senate. If the goddess did not break any law and did not go against the will of the people, there was no reason to hold her accountable. The general asked what the atmosphere was like outside. At the moment, 59,812 people were saved. This number is constantly growing. If they had done it earlier, they could have saved even more innocent lives. But did he think about the consequences? If anyone can control a battle mech, anyone can kill a human. In their situation, he believed that when the citizens received weapons, the first thing they would do was save themselves. But the leader asked what will happen next. There will be a battle for products, kidnapping women, gathering his personal army to oppose the government. Will this place be able to be a ruling country after all this? They cannot leave citizens without hope of survival just because something has not even happened yet. If any problems arise in the near future, the general will have to take responsibility. Another guy managed to hide from the monsters for a while. At that moment, the girl decided to leave him. She asked him to forget about her and think about how to stay alive. The only one who can protect him now knows this. Then he called his mother and asked if everything was okay with her and where she was now. She was already in a safe zone thanks to the active combat equipment that saved her. He said that he was taken to the secret department of the Federation. Due to the non-disclosure agreement, he will not be able to contact her for a long time. But he asked her not to worry because he is safe. She can send him a message if she is sad. His time was up and he needed to let it go. Now all he wanted to do was kill. He assured that every living thing in this city belonged to him. Qin walked into the room and apologized for being late, but then saw that Anna was not in the room. The goddess of justice said that she didn't want to bother him anymore and hung up. But Qin asked her to scan this room and tell what had been going on there for the past 30 minutes. He was shown a picture of Anna telling the assistant about her secret with her father. And he answered incorrectly, which meant that the real father had died. It seems that the problem in the Empire appeared earlier than he expected. He was glad that he did not allow Anna to return to the Empire. The boy asked the goddess of justice to monitor Anna's movements. She opened the map and said that the girl was heading towards the Fuzi Empire. Qin remembered that Anna's aunt was the empress of the Fuxi Empire. He assumed that she had gone there to ask for reinforcements. In that case, what happened in his life could be prevented. She is a professional who possesses one of the 5 elements. People like her most likely have a soul with a special power. And this monster, the Holy Child, specializes in absorbing such power and transforming it into personal food substances for evolution. Anna was forced to become his food. Her soul was eaten. Although she felt pain that far exceeded what an ordinary person could experience, she survived it. The Fuzi Empire, along with the rest of the countries, only declared war on the Holy Temple when its influence had spread far and wide. Anna was saved when the Empress of the Fuzi Empire sent her people there. After that, she spent the rest of her life in confrontation with the Holy Temple, hoping to one day liberate the Empire of Saint Orlank. The goddess of justice believed that he paid a lot of attention to the Holy Temple. She offered to find out information about the Empire. Disciple Hill of the Holy Court crossed the border of the Freedom Federation with 20 people. 3 minutes ago. This is that heartless sadist and pervert. It doesn't matter if he enters the territory of the Freedom Federation or the Fuxi Empire, it will still be a problem. Qin Shan must meet him. The goddess of justice said that the supreme leader should hide here and not face the enemies in person. But in any case, he came here for him. That's why he can't run away. But the boy still agreed with her at the expense of the fact that he should not meet with him in person. In the meantime, Hill's apprentice was served on the road in the best possible way. Fresh food in the middle of the forest and constant security. He looked at the dish and asked where his favorite tomato sauce was. The cook began to apologize because they had left so suddenly that he had forgotten to take it. Hill asked him not to worry and said that everything was fine. But his face showed completely different thoughts. He grabbed a knife and cut the cook's throat. Hill said he could use his blood instead of the sauce. He really liked the dish, but then he noticed that the street suddenly became dark. He raised his head and saw their galactic battleship, which was located directly above him. But it did not come with good intentions and started shooting at Hill and all his accomplices. It was Qin Shan who ordered him to return to his god. But he hid in his protective barrier and asked the one who was firing to come out to him. A voice from a space rocket appeared to confirm his identity. And after that he gave the order to eliminate the enemy. But Hill tried to prove that it was just some kind of mistake. There was no mistake in this. Conduct an annual inspection of the galactic battleship, and at the same time take care of it. These galactic battleships of the Freedom Federation specialize in large-scale wars. And Hill did not understand why they were targeting him. Then he realized that this voice belonged to the purpose of his mission. He said, if Qin Shan is really so cool, then he offered to fight on an equal footing without these space battleships. But Qin Shan didn't understand why he would fight him if he had 20 intergalactic battleships. It was extremely illogical. He was here just in time. They would be able to test modern weapons. Although it was ineffective against powerful monsters, no one knew what effect it would have on people. But he believed that it was not fair and he could only defend himself and save his life as much as possible. Experiment completed. Conclusion: modern weapons are still effective against humans. Conclusion 2. The goddess of justice has managed to take full control of the galactic battleships for the first time. All enemies are destroyed. They let him die a quick death. But in any case, this is a great loss for the Holy Temple. The boy looked at the goddess of justice and asked to finish their mission. The goddess of justice reported that she had finished her studies. The ratio with remote control of galactic battleships is 97. The head of the Wang family couldn't let them give their airspace to the machines. If that was the case, no one would feel comfortable. The head of the Bai family said that the real problem was not hidden here. He wondered how much the goddess of justice had changed. But no one understood what changes could be in the machine. Although she brought a whole group of galactic battleships to simply destroy the student of the Holy Temple. It was really unusual, and they started thinking about rebooting the goddess of justice. The Freedom Federation will be severely damaged if they restart it during the monster and ghouls outbreak. They can handle the monsters by simply killing them all. Also, a vaccine is being developed. The only problem is the ghouls. These monsters are evolving at an alarming rate, becoming more and more like sea monsters. They already know of many high-level ghouls that cannot be killed by their technology. The only ones who can handle them are specialists. But for some reason, they evolve quickly only when they kill these same specialists, or their own kind. Now they must rely on the goddess of justice and trust her to control the situation. Otherwise, the whole situation can become worse when even more ghouls evolve. In this case, it may be better for them to consider another plan altogether. They did not find a compromise on this issue. If they now take a step against the president, when the population learns the truth, it will begin to despise them. This will greatly affect their position. As Qin Shan expected, they set up a stronghold in the wrong place. This is to be expected of inexperienced soldiers. There he met with the captain of the team of professionals, Zhao Qinshan, who said that he was a specialist sent by the goddess of justice to gather all the information about the abnormal Gule. He asked if the three of them were the only ones who had arrived on this mission. Zhao replied that they were. They were from the special forces and all belonged to the realm of martial masters. He gave the task of finding information about the anomalous ghoul. So far, they didn't understand how they could find this ghoul in such a large area. But Qishan said that they would not look for him, but that he would come to them himself. Monsters and ghouls are especially sensitive to the smell of blood. At the moment, this was the most effective way to lure them. Then they proposed to arrange a mass beating of monsters. They are elementalists of earth, plants and metal. They have quite good abilities. And finally they achieved the goal they set themselves at the beginning of the task. The first guest came to visit them. But it was not very good because they are very far away and the monsters are much more than expected. They asked Qin Shan if they should call for help. He replied that there was no need to do this. The only thing he asked to take care of was himself and his health. For killing the first Sangshan monster, only 2 experience points were given. This means that they are not that strong. Now that the monsters have entered the real world, that means the game has begun. He asked the system to find other players without limits. In his past life, the game started after 6 months. Despite the earlier appearances of monsters in this life, there was still no game here. Maybe people are still waiting for something. He doesn't know what to do. Zhao said that Ghoul was dead and offered to take his body and run away. Players from his past life could pick up items that were found in slain ghouls. He should be able to do that as well. He asked the system to retrieve the ghoul's body. But Sangshan couldn't pick up Ghoul's body. Because he is special, who possesses the system of the god of war. In this case, he did not understand how to get the booty. He had to figure it out on his own. War Battle Pass reward is given for fate missions. He may have to re-participate in events that affect this world to get loot or mission rewards. Tsingshan suddenly felt a very strong bloodlust. It was a demon who believed that people were making a lot of noise. Tsingshan asked his team to be careful because this was a really high-level ghoul. They planned to get rid of him altogether, join forces and strike. The ghoul attacked one of the team members and said that humans are very weak even if they are very strong. He dealt with the 3 martial masters in a few seconds. Now Tsingshan was left alone. Monsters can only absorb, but not evolve. However, ghouls can do both. At the same time, feeling pleasure not only after killing, but even when they evolve. It was not fair even for the demon world. When the boy was dying, he ordered Kan Shan to flee from this place. But Ghoul replied that there was nowhere to run, and he began to attack Tsingshan from behind. But the boy, as always, was 1 step ahead of his enemies and he used his shadow ability to move behind the enemy's back. Now the monster knew his true strength. His skills were truly unmatched. He had never seen anyone who used a sword as well as Tsingshan. But Ghoul believed that against his strength, Tsingshan's skills had no meaning and would not be able to help him in any way. The boy asked the goddess of justice to mark him. A ghoul appeared who had evolved to the 5th stage. Neither the elementalists of the 4th level, nor those who have awakened the chosen ones, no one will be able to resist him, except for the Grand Master of Martial Arts. She recorded and wanted to remind him that based on the records of his personal fighting patterns, even he would not be able to face such an enemy. But in any case, someone must arrest him, otherwise everyone who is here will die. The goddess of justice said she would quietly bring reinforcements here while he detained him. When she left, the boy came closer to Ghoul and greeted him like a normal person. Although he was infected, his human habits remained, such as the usual greeting. Tsingshan wanted to make contact with him to pass the time and asked if he remembered his family. But Ghoul asked not to talk to him and not to talk about nonsense. He promised to kill him here and now. This was not exactly according to Tsengshan's plan, and he was forced to defend himself, and used the ability 1,000 miles in one step. The ghoul assumed that he was already dead, because he did not see him on the horizon. But the boy was already behind and was attacking Ghoul with his sword. The monster could not understand what was happening to his body, because he could not move at all. Tsengshan must have used this opportunity to attack the defenseless ghoul who could not move or defend himself. A partner who was still alive watched this confrontation and saw how in a few seconds he went from defense to attack. Tsengshan came over and ordered him to stand up, because someone who had evolved into a heel could not die from such a weak attack. Now he realized that human skills could be just as powerful. But as he already said, in the face of absolute power, he will lose, regardless of how strong he is. He noted that any of his attacks have no meaning against him. The difference between their powers and worlds is very great. With his skills he could barely block his blows. Tsengshan knew that he would not be able to win. The ghoul hoped that killing such a strong person must be a great feeling. Tsengshan suggested that he try, but he wasn't going to just give up and die. The monster was surprised. It was a pity that he was not a ghoul, otherwise he would have taken him to himself as a subordinate servant. But the boy replied that he had nothing to pay for his services. The ghoul supposed he needed to put more effort into finishing this hunt. The goddess of justice reported that Saint Zhang would arrive in a minute, and asked him to hold his position. Although he is a powerful ghoul, there are many rivals hiding in the darkness who are aiming for his life. The ghoul can no longer be wounded. He must escape before the saint appears there. Tsengshan's soul power was almost spent. If it weren't for his rich battle experience, he would have been killed by now. Right now, he is unable to deal with a monstrous monster like him. The boy asked the goddess if the saint had already arrived. She replied that His Majesty would arrive within 10 minutes. Tsengshan was surprised because she said he should arrive in a minute. But the goddess replied that it was a new strategy. The boy began to cry and the girl began to ask what happened. Tsengshan said that everything was fine, he was just crying from happiness because the goddess had lied for the first time. He asked the goddess to inform the saint that there is no need to come here anymore, and to say that the situation has been prevented. He also asked to notify the medical team to take the martial artists for treatment. The guy additionally asked the goddess to reveal this ghoul and find his weak points. His skin can withstand any temperature. Organs and bones almost do not perceive attacks from weapons. Martial arts masters, chosen ones and 5 elementalists attacked it. The results were positive. Conclusion: the more the monster evolves, the higher its resistance to firearms. Now that traditional technologies do not make any sense, they need to change their development path. The goddess of justice asked how they should do it. The boy replied that they needed to move from attack to support. He asked if she had studied the video of his confrontation. The goddess replied that she had analyzed it 156374746 times. Tsengshan asked how many times he could use the strategies better. She replied that his strategy was the best and nothing needed to be changed. But the boy asked not to flatter him. The goddess then said that 2 strategies could increase the damage he dealt to Gul. This is exactly the kind of help he needs. The speed of calculation and analysis of artificial intelligence is not comparable to that of a human. In addition, this information is the most objective. This can allow them to quickly improve their abilities. He asked to show him the strategies she invented so that he could learn them thoroughly. And he was also interested in how many people remained alive in Baisha. The goddess answered that there were 17,624 people alive. That is why he evolved so rapidly. As far as he remembers, there were several tens of thousands of people in Baisha province, and now there are very few of them left. But the goddess said that it was not him. Then the boy did not understand how he had evolved. He preferred to destroy his own kind. He also killed people, but to a lesser extent. The guy thought about it, and realized that it really was a faster way. Due to the presence of ghouls, the strategy of saving the battle mechs in Baisha province was not implemented. Now the province exists, only formally. A saint entered their office and asked where the monster that was attacking them was. Sangshan replied that it had disappeared after hearing its name. They evolve very quickly. It seems that as long as there are people they can kill, the ghouls will progress. Sangshan said that this is indeed an unfair social phenomenon. They have a high enough intelligence. And with the fighting skills they learn secretly from them, it will be difficult to deal with them over time. This is nothing to them. Sangshan believed that the truly accomplished evolution would come when they regained human emotions. But such a result of events is very rare. It practically cannot happen. In this case, the ghouls, which are fully evolved, will be able to form a new society. But Sangshan was convinced that they would not do that. Because of their peculiarity, if there were no targets nearby to kill, they would begin to exterminate their own. In addition, the boy invented a way to destroy them. Use space jump technology and send them into the ocean. In the water, they are practically powerless, so they will not be able to hold their positions. Even if something succeeds, they will not be able to withstand a large number of sea monsters, and as a result, they will be destroyed. The master never once thought about it. In this case, there may also be fewer sea monsters. However, if they want to move the ghoulies into the ocean, the space jump technology still needs to be refined. It needs to be faster and more convenient to carry out their plan. The goddess of justice said that she had found traces of their goal, so she asked the saint to prepare for the attack. He is headed to the following cities. The desert is exactly what is needed for confrontation. At the moment, this ghoul is developing faster than the rest. According to the speed of its evolution, it still cannot resist the saint. However, the probability of its complete destruction is 49%. To increase the success rate, the army is mobilized at this time and the target will be surrounded in the near future. He heard all the instructions and said that he would go there immediately. The saint leaned towards the boy and said that Chang would meet him soon. He wanted to express his respect for the timely notification that helped save his sister. The saint offered Sangshan to get to know his sister better. But the boy immediately refused. He was single by choice. Then he said that he would not meddle in the affairs of the youth and left. Meanwhile, on his way, Go met other demons, who most likely did not come in peace. They heard that a saint must come here to finish him off. Although they are weaker than him, they can still at least hold him back so that the ghoul doesn't run too far. The monster asked what they would gain from his death, how would it benefit them. He killed many members of their species. However, he only killed a few people. They all decided that his evolution had failed. They refused to live in fear of him. He was about to attack his opponents, but the phone rang. They pointed out that he did not even throw away a thing that belongs to the people. He does not fight for them, and not for the people. Therefore, he must be destroyed. They took the opportunity while he was distracted and began to attack. Meanwhile, the sixth wave of sea monsters is approaching the land. According to the satellite monitoring system, all 4 sea monsters belong to unknown species with no relevant information. The president signed a new state of emergency for the duration of the war. In this life, sea monsters come out of the ocean very quickly. Not so much time has passed, but more and more sea monsters want to come to land. Immediately after evolution, they will start living here. To survive, people will have to compete for their land. One sea monster can destroy an entire city. Professionals are the only ones who can resist them. It looks like they need this person's help. Sangshan asked the goddess of justice to find the entered coordinates. She noticed an unusual signal and tried to contact him, but no one answered. He asked to convey to him, if he wants to be destroyed by the galactic citadel, then let him answer. The call was successful and the connection was established. They expected further communication. It was Liaoxing and he couldn't understand how Sangshan had found him. Liaoxing is a mad scientist who invented the space jump 30 years ago. He threatened 9 nobles with his technology to let him start a noble family. But the goddess of justice broke his bomb with a space jump. And then he was killed by the nobles. However, it was just his clone. He spent the last 30 years in space. In his past life, when the apocalypse began, he attacked the Federation and caused a space jump. This insane act, which he spent 30 years preparing, became his revenge on the entire Federation. But it also gave away his location. 30 years ago, 6 female students of a women's university disappeared in the place where he disappeared. But he proved that he had nothing to do with this incident. Sungshan clarified that when he died, they all disappeared. The boy remembered that they were all his crazy followers. Liaoxing was already sweating and wanted to know what Sungshan wanted from him. To be honest, the boy didn't care about how he tricked 9 of his nobles with a clone. He was also not disposed to condemn his personal life. He even mentioned that he can lead a fulfilling life in space. But the apocalypse has begun on Earth. He would like to use his latest space jump technology to help people overcome the crisis. After 30 years, he was supposed to get new results according to this invention. Liaoxing asked what he would do if he refused. The boy replied that in that case he would die with the people. If he wants to kill him, then Liaoxing invited him to his house even now. Sungshan was known to have set up many spatial traps that would withstand the attack directed at him. But he did not consider the fact that his small traps were nothing in the face of the entire Federation. Liaoxing did not believe that he was a representative of the Federation. But the goddess of justice said that he had every right to represent the interests of the Federation. But Liaoxing could not believe that he was the president of the Federation. No one would allow such a kid to occupy this position. But considering the words of the goddess, only the president can represent his country. If that is the case, then he is not the president, but he still got the highest power. He also tried before, but there was not enough time. Because of the assassins who stood in his way, Liaoxing was unable to break through the 30 goddess guards. Liaoxing was shocked at how he managed to do this. But the boy replied that he didn't need to know that, so he offered to move on to their case. Liaoxing assumed that he wanted to learn its technology in order to deal with the ghouls and sea monsters. He also guessed that firearms would be ineffective. He was interested in the question of whether he is part of the 9 nobles. The boy asked what he himself thinks. Liaoxing thought that of course he was not entering. Now that he had confirmed his identity, he asked him to prove to him the sincerity of his intentions. Sungshan said that he could destroy all life on his spaceship using biochemical weapons, and then just take away his research results. But before that, he called him first. Liaoxing was glad he didn't. He placed the biosensor next to his heart. Once he died, the spaceship would explode. He also knew about his plan to transfer the space monsters to the Federation using the space galactic jump technology. Along with the news that he is still not dead, how long will he manage to stay alive if this information gets out? Liaoxing realized that they were both persuasive and sincere enough. He would give him a promise, but with one condition. He wanted to return to Earth. It was a real surprise for the boy. After all, he will have no chance to escape if the nobles find him alive. He understood that the boy had power and wanted him to help him with it. Because he's completely out of contraceptives. The spaceship is overcrowded. The circulation system can't handle it. Sungshan asked him to hand over his space jump technology, and then he could return. Liaoxing asked to send an autonomous combat spacecraft to them. A small one will not do, at least a medium-sized one is needed. They have a lot of people. Sungshan couldn't believe that this technological maniac still dreams of dominating the world and dominating all women. Sungshan requested that he not be allowed to take over any of their technology, and that a bomb be inserted into his body as soon as he lands here. He also needs to make genetic changes to his appearance. Create a new personality out of him. From now on, he can only be on Sungshan's side. He ordered that decent living conditions be prepared for his women and children, but they will not be allowed to come into contact with those they know. He is a ticking time bomb. If it wasn't necessary to prevent the current crisis, he would never have asked for his help. The battle between the martial saint and the ghoul began, and the goddess of justice suggested that Sengshan use a satellite to take a look. But the boy refused and said that he had to do something much more important right now. He asked the goddess to analyze all the information they had gathered about the ghouls so far and classify them based on their level of threat. According to the degree of their threat, the escaped ghoul is at the highest level. According to the analysis of the received information, 3 more ghouls are coming after him. These 2 black dead are the high-level elite, as well as the animals of this ghoul. He has already figured out how to keep them. The difference between individual monsters is obvious. The goddess was not sure that they would also evolve. Monsters will not evolve biologically, but they will get stronger. Just like humans get stronger as they grow, and the more nutrients they get, the stronger they become. Sengshan was looking at the next mutated ghoul. He could be a serious problem for them. This ghoul was very dangerous. If he grew up, he would become much bigger than the others. The last ghoul escaped after being wounded in a fight with the first ghoul. The virus in this ghoul has evolved, so their medicine is powerless against him. The scent specialists could not even get close to him. They were infected 30 meters away from him, which led to death. For fear of losing generals in the event of failure, the team has not sent any of the 3 generals there at this time. Among all recorded battles, the only opponent who was not afraid of this virus was the first ghoul. In the vicinity of White Sands, 78% of the people died from the infection created by this ghoul. In a past life, ghouls appeared without any warning. People had to spend colossal savings from the budget because they appeared unexpectedly. Ghouls evolve very quickly and become very strong. If humans cannot enter the game world to improve their abilities, the ghouls will never be defeated. In this life, he first warned the goddess of justice, so the beginning of the apocalypse goes much better. But this time the game still hasn't appeared, the situation remains serious. The fate of all mankind was very shaky and uncertain. The trouble is to find a way to survive. In addition to the information about these ghouls, the boy asked what the situation was in other areas. The goddess replied that the situation is still stable. The mechs are distributed, the number of rescued people is increasing. The army and specialists are taking on the work of correcting the consequences of the disaster. Thanks to the modern warning, she also informed the rest of the countries at the first opportunity. They are doing everything in their power to keep the situation under control, and while they are successfully doing it, they unanimously asked the Federation to allow the goddess to carry out support in analyzing the relevant strategies. Finally, there was good news. This is a great opportunity for her to conduct a qualitative analysis of the country's strategies. They will deal with them later. The Ghoul report is complete. She asked Sengshan to evaluate the 3 Ghouls. They are all merciless creatures. Comparing them all, he would choose the ghoul with the fastest evolution. The one they fought before. She asked what criteria he used in the assessment. The guy replied that he used only the degree of threat to humanity and his intuition. The goddess had a note that might potentially interest him. She showed him the last conversation of the ghoul they were talking about. The boy could not believe that he had evolved so quickly. With the presence of human emotions, the speed and level of evolution that other ghouls cannot achieve, it will become more and more powerful. And it would be best to get rid of this terrible monster as soon as possible. The goddess told the latest news. The saint failed to kill the enemy. As a result, he ran away again. Sengshan asked if she had any suggestions on how to find him. He was noticed to have a psychological weakness. Using hostages, you can implement 31 strategies. Kanshan was the first scientist to propose the idea of cannibalism, as well as a professional who came into close contact with the ghouls. Therefore, she asked him to classify the power of the ghouls according to today's system. Then, to begin with, he proposed to divide the professionals by combat power, and then compare them with the ranks of ghouls. Before that, martial arts specialists will be divided from the bottom up into overlords, supreme overlords, martial saints, and martial gods. The highest level that humans can reach is a martial saint. A martial god is a little-known hearsay term. Perhaps one day, someone will be able to exceed the limits of a martial saint, and she will be able to classify him. Cultivators will follow. Depending on the number, the power of each of the 5 elements will grow. Cultivators of the 5 elements who will open 4 layers are already considered first-class professionals, and reaching 5 is equivalent to the rank of a martial god. The chosen techniques also need to be divided into 5 layers. They will not be able to evaluate them because there are too many factors to consider. Ghouls will follow. Their power grows very quickly, but each level will be weaker than professionals. The 5th level of ghouls should be equivalent in strength to a 4th level professional. This is a classification of real-world power, but professionals here are very weak and do not call upon their spiritual power. Martial masters in the real world do not use spiritual power to strengthen their body. 5-element professionals strengthen it with their attacking skills, and the chosen ones cannot improve their skills, which would help them evolve faster. The goddess wrote everything down, and would like to add that the ghoul with whom he fought was heading back to the vicinity of the White Sands. She asked if she needed to send the saint on his hunt again. Tsangshan suddenly had a plan. He was going to try to talk to him. The boy asked the goddess of justice where Vushan is now. She replied that he is recovering at a military base 10 kilometers away. He needed her to be ready to administer first aid. He wanted to fight this ghoul again. According to the past files, considering the extent of the damage done to the other groups, he is still a threat to Tsangshan's life. If he hadn't seen this recording, he would probably have just gathered people to surround him. But there are some things he can't turn a blind eye to. A security strategy has been developed, and the team can be activated at any time. This battle was assigned a higher S-class of secrecy. Apart from them, only the president can receive information. For the rest, the corresponding permission is not available. The goddess said that they have a new visitor. This is Tsangshan's partner Zhang. He did not understand why the boy was not happy for him. After all, he came with good intentions. Since Tsangshan was able to save his sister, Zhang would like to thank him somehow. So far, he hasn't been in the way, so he could consider this a return of his debt. But Zhang was sure that he couldn't cause him any problems. Although Tsangshan was sure that there were. The goddess reported that traces of another group had been found, and a route for the battle had been planned. He had to go now. So if Zhang wanted to stay, Tsangshan asked him to stay here until he returned. But he said he would go with him. He didn't care what kind of mission it was, even if it was a battle with ghoul, he could still fight alongside him. Tsangshan asked why he needed it, as the mission was very risky. Jen said that a good partner should always be around. Besides, it doesn't matter how dangerous people he has problems with. In this case, Tsangshan decided to take him with him and go together. Their task is to meet the guy who almost killed him once. He could not elaborate, given the principles of confidentiality. Jan didn't understand why the goddess of justice looked so happy. He began to doubt that it was her. Tsangshan did not know if they would be able to solve everything without fighting. Although fighting cannot solve all the problems in this world. The guy pushed Jan outside and asked him to wait there. Because he needs to do something else. He told the goddess that the situation had changed, and he asked to prepare a new plan called attack. The army and professionals will stand around them. As soon as they fail, the cultivators and the battle saint must arrive at the scene of the battle within a minute to start the ghoul's attack. The girl said that she would do everything, but she wondered why he couldn't do that from the very beginning. Before doing what they had prepared in case of failure, he wanted to try something different first. He must be responsible for people's lives. Jen asked if the person he wanted to meet was in this place. Ghoul was standing right in front of them on the basketball court. He realized that this was the same guy with whom he competed last time. Tsangshan stopped Zhang and told Gulia that he would not harm him. But it seems that he did not care and asked how the boy was able to find him. Sungshan replied that he was able to do this because he still had the ability to think clearly. Then the goddess of justice appeared near him and greeted the former citizen of the Fei Federation. He was surprised that this guy ordered the goddess of justice to follow him. He didn't know if this guy had any weaknesses at all. After all, not even the president is capable of such a thing. But if he wasn't here for battle, he wondered what he really came for. Sungshan replied that he and his friend needed a partner, and that's why they came here. Because Ghoul was perfect for this role. Fei Li and Zhang were shocked by this because even his comrade didn't know about this plan. But then Ghoul laughed and said that such a thought would not occur to a man in his right mind. He considered himself mad on the outside, and Sungshan must have been mad on the inside. But it looked like he was absolutely serious when he said it. He really wanted to win him over to his side. It seems that this Ghoul is just very strong. Jan spoke up and said that his partner always speaks directly, but he is a really nice person. If his friends need help, he will always come. If he thought Fei Li could become their comrade, then he had really impressed him with something. And he assured Ghoul that as long as he was their friend, a large number of different opportunities would await him. From this moment on, his life could improve significantly. Zhang guessed that he would ask about the guarantees. He said that society itself divided aristocrats into two types, old and young generals, who only know how to spend their time and money. But there is another kind of aristocrat. People like him, who do not consider themselves aristocrats, and think that their status is simply nothing. Sungshan listened and understood that this speech was very familiar to him. In fact, Zhang admitted that he was kicked out of his family when he was 15 years old, simply because he refused the marriage alliance. She looked like a sea monster. If he married her, his future would be over. So he started shooting at their house. Fei Li asked how he lived on and left his status in the past. He began killing, specializing in killing bad people, and later formed an alliance that was called the Hunter Alliance. Then he told about what he had met Master Sungshan on his way. Sungshan didn't think that killing someone was so important if he really deserved it, so he still wanted to offer him cooperation. Fei Li didn't have it in his head. Because he was a monster who kills his enemies. The boy said that everything was fine and it was beneficial for both of them. The goddess told him that his mother was seriously ill. He started to get very nervous because he didn't know that she was sick again. Because he was giving her money to see a doctor. Sungshan said that she kept the money because she wanted to keep it for him. The boy thought that he needed to see what happened last night. He ran up to them and the goddess of justice showed him a screen on which his mother was visible. The doctor asked her to undergo a course of treatment, but she simply did not come. He believed that this way she would spend even more money. She said she was a mother, and it didn't matter how long she had to live because she had saved the money for her precious son. Fei Li started screaming that he didn't need them, and he just wanted her to be healthy and get good treatment. He didn't understand why everything was so bad. Why the world is so arranged or they don't deserve happiness at all. He did not understand why his mother, who had worked all her life, should die of an illness. It was not fair. And if anyone should be unhappy, it is only him. Jan approached him and said the best way to cure a person now is to process and heal him at the genetic level. This divine method can lead to a long life. But since the number of people has increased dramatically, the pressure on the planet is very great, so this method is prohibited. But the two of them are absolute opposites. He had money, and Sungshan had power. Now the Federation is in such a situation that they cannot cope with. If he joins them, he will have a large supply of money and privileges that no one else has. Also, he will be able to use the opportunity of the Federation's medicine to save his mother. Sungshan asked him to join them and he would personally see to it that his mother got better as soon as possible. But he is not like people. Because he needs to kill every day. The boy said that it wasn't a problem. Many ghouls were getting stronger, so they needed his help to deal with them. In fact, most evolutions go in the wrong direction, and only the complete preservation of memories and feelings can be a sign of the ideal evolution that will come in the distant future. With such a high level, Fairly should try to resist the urge to kill for a while. He may be like those who endure hunger for a while, but in relation to the desire to kill, he will not last long. With each evolution, his self-control will grow stronger, but of course he will still need to kill to continue evolving. Zhang thought about what Sengshan was talking about. After all, he had reached a level at which the evolution of skills is possible. This is the highest level of chosen technicians. He is obliged to be on their side. Jen asked why he was doubting if he was given such a great offer. He asked him to accept it already and go celebrate it with champagne. He ignored Jan and asked what he would have to do for them. Sengshan replied that it will be necessary to kill these ghouls. In the future, all the killing tasks will fall on him, all the rest of the work will be taken by Sengshan. Fairly asked if he would be considered his subordinate. The guy replied that they will have a partnership relationship. They will both benefit from it, but also share all the risks. He asked what would happen if he lost control of himself. Sengshan had a solution for this, and he had to trust him on this matter. Together with the goddess of justice, he would study him in detail. The boy was sure that he could live with his mother if he dealt with his internal problems at the genetic level. Fairly was surprised that he was communicating with him, and wasn't afraid of anyone finding out. But he knew that he who does not take risks does not drink champagne. Fairly thought for a while and finally agreed to such an adventure for the sake of his mother. For 10 years after the apocalypse, there was no ghoul who would live in the same world as humans. This is a historical event that will definitely affect the fate of people. A miracle of evolution, which no one could even think about in the past. Fairly's main goal was to save and heal her mother. The goddess of justice said that the number of permits, people and resources required for deep genetic restoration is very large. Therefore, she needs a week to prepare. At that time, Sengshan said that they would first support Fairly's mother's life and use the funds from his personal account to make her better. The goddess provided measures to provide assistance on a level with the nobility. Later, Sengshan promised him that he would be able to see her. Although he was a monster, a smile appeared on his face, and he thanked his new partners. Fairly is special. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang asked to let him go with him. If he is his partner, then he will definitely be treated like a king. In this case, Sengshan agreed to keep them together. Unknown changes in the time and space of this world will affect the flow of time for the player. The green player will quickly move to the cultivation world to slow down the personal flow of time. Sengshan did not understand why there should be changes in time and space in this world. The goddess said that external forces act in the same way as the appearance of sea monsters and ghouls. The flow of time in Sengshan did not change when the sea monsters appeared, but now something affected him. He asked the system what will happen in reality. The system can only sense temporal changes, but is not able to determine what will happen in reality. Therefore, players are offered to investigate everything on their own. He would like to explore it, but it required going to the cultivation world. Sengshan had one urgent thing to do, and he promised to join them when he finished. It was the chosen technique of the instant transfer class. They didn't even have time to finish the conversation, and he was in such a hurry somewhere. Jan offered to forget about him for a while and offered to get to know him better. The guy introduced himself as the head of the best union of assassins in the Federation. He hoped that Fairly would like his future work. Fairly also greeted him and said that he was the strongest ghoul in the world. Zhang thought that they would find a common language. In fact, Sengshan is just crazy, who invented the union of ghouls and humans. Meanwhile, Sengshan went to the game world and met his family there. Fairy Baiwa said that the powerful demons that were sealed in the demonic cloud river were nowhere to be seen. Sengshan wondered if they could enter human territory. But Baiwa denied it, even though they closely follow them as soon as they appear. After repeated confirmations, she could assume that they had gone and left this world. Xiaolu thought it was a good thing that they were gone and that they didn't have to fight them. It could be considered that they had won without a fight. But the holy demon of this world was still here, he did not leave. Although she did not know what had happened, but this is a great opportunity for the human race. After the annual test, they had planned to launch an attack, but now, they can arrange a decisive confrontation instead. Demons from another world disappeared. According to the information received, they should have chosen an easier target. And this easy target could be the real world. At this stage, the demons are not yet able to enter the real world on their own, but they successfully did it with the ghouls and sea monsters. Therefore, it was unknown what the next step would be. The real world already has a lot of problems, it will not withstand another cataclysm. In the past life, players were able, at the very least, to start hunting small demonic beasts, step by step increasing their level and strength as they gradually got used to the world of cultivation. In this life, people have found the world of the battle god, learned the traps of demons, have a development strategy, and started a great battle. Time is running out. The war between humans and demons will soon begin. This is not a game with monsters, but a real battle for existence. He didn't know when he would be able to return to the real world, but for now he had to give his all in the next battle. Baiwa gave 2 signs for the boys. Sengshan received a prime that allows it to be first among equals. The combat officers of the human army use a ranking system of 6 colonels, 4 generals, a vice commander, and a commander. The ranks of colonels are from low to high. For the inhabitants of the cultivation world, each rank increase in this system requires a certain amount of battle merit. For players, it can be killing demons. To rise from a soldier to a colonel, a player needs to kill 30,800 demons. Sengshan jumped 3 ranks in one go. He assumed that he had risen very high. He saved 2 generals and found spies among the people, besides he helped in the research of Shenwu world. If it weren't for the fact that the very fast promotion would hinder his growth, the master would have forced the army to give him the rank of general. Sengshan was surprised that a master could do such a thing. In the alliance of cultivators of humanity, combat achievements are valued above all else. Neither corruption nor personal desires should influence someone's promotion. Although he has certain achievements, it is not fair to immediately promote him from a soldier to a general. After the betrayal of the King of Blades, the fighting spirit of the people fell. At the moment, there is no commander in the army of the Alliance. The highest powers are now held by 3 saints. Since there is not a single chance, people will betray the saints, so this is the safest way. As the ruler of the supreme power of the army, the master has the right to directly promote him to the rank of general. Sengshan had enough time to reach the rank of general in the future. They could see his promotion as he got used to being a colonel and improved his commanding skills. With these skills, it won't be a problem for him to get a certain amount of achievements. But in reality, everything was not so simple. Accumulating achievements is not easy at all. Xiaolu said that he was well done. He was only 1 rank below him. It seems that this time he and his brothers will be able to compete together on the battlefield. And Xiaolu said that he will cover for him this time. Gu said that he knows nothing about confrontation and murder. He hides in the back, and counts on 6 arts. Sengshan said that by using his 6 art skills in the rear, he is already increasing the strength of the human alliance. Demons are not afraid of death. If it were these 6 arts, the human race would have been annihilated long ago. Xiaolu cried and said that only the 3rd brother truly understood him. The goose is an animal, so it is in an awkward position. Suzy was still too young to go with them. Baiwa said that the 2 of them would represent the Baiwa sect, so she asked them to do their best on the battlefield to preserve their sect's reputation. Qin Shan was already Xiaolu's colonel, but he still didn't have a spirit beast. She asked Xiaolu to help him choose a beast. He gladly agreed to help. Sengshan didn't mind either. It has been observed that the player has opened a special story scenario. The current conditions meet the requirements for activation. The mission is called the Final Battle. In other words, only after completing this part will it be possible to start the second part of the mission. This is not something to be happy about. Never before in the history of the game has there been such a situation where rewards for tasks have been given out ahead of time. It is clear that the system assumes that the player can die in combat. Right now it was like he was standing on top of a 10,000-pound cliff. And his one wrong step can lead to death. Sengshan realized that the Destiny mission was the key to unlocking the title of God of War. As he expected, the name of the God of War was not just for show. Each title of the God of War was very powerful. The two names he has at the moment are only at the beginning level. But it is obvious that these skills can be developed. They will grow with the change of title. Xiaolu suggested not to waste time and called him to choose a spirit beast. Sengshan agreed and wanted to inquire about what spirit beast Sengshan has. It was an ice mist mystic turtle. It had awakened its main water element to the second stage. It was very powerful. But Xiaolu pointed out that the case is not even valid here. The most important thing is that the turtle's armor has a thick layer of ice, so ordinary attacks are likely to simply miss or have no effect. Simply unsurpassed protection. He also spent a lot of effort to form 3 places in her carapace. That way, even when the demons came for his head, he could just hide inside. Sengshan noted that his brother had a very good idea, which he implemented. Xiaolu asked him to sit on his spirit beast to choose his personal one. Sengshan said that he was in a hurry, but the second brother replied that safety was the most important thing. Spiritual are good, demonic are evil. In fact, a demonic beast is a spiritual beast and vice versa. Good and evil respectively, the same with humans. Sengshan asked if it was the master who raised all these spirit beasts. Some of them are not cultivated, they leave their marks and cultivate to express their devotion to the master who helped them. They all promised that they would come whenever she called them. Xiaolu asked his brother what was important to him in a riding animal. He replied that he only needed one thing, and that was speed. During the battle, he will manage himself. The problem is in movement. When changing positions, even a small delay of 1 second can cost a life. After all, they were brothers. Xiaolu Min to hide and Sengshan to escape. It seems that the master does not need to worry about their safety during the battle. This mission would be particularly dangerous, so the second brother wanted to find the best option for him. If speed is important, it could be a dark unicorn, a blue moon panther, or a firestorm crane. He needs to be careful when talking. All 3 of these spirit beasts are from the golden base. As a result, they summoned all 3 beasts. Xiaolu said that they were going to go to the front. His brother was here because he needed a riding beast. He asked if any of them wanted to help him. The unicorn asked if their job was to attack and kill enemies at the front. There will be bodies at every turn. He thought that people were already tired of it. He asked Xiaolu not to misunderstand them. These demons are attacking them, and they are just doing everything to survive. It was true that they had no choice but to accept the fight, but they could not guarantee their own safety. And Xiaolu also wanted them to protect the boy who was in the beginning stage. The initial stage is temporary. People develop very quickly. Who knows, maybe in the near future his brother will exceed all limits. The boy greeted them and said that he was 18 years old. He promised that he would be directly on the front line to fight the enemies. The unicorn left his application only to become the fairy's mount. The panther believed that he was too young to be at the front. He simply did not understand all the cruelty of war. No one was going to take care of such a young child on the battlefield. So they held on to the thought of turning back. Sengshan said that they seemed to have misunderstood something. First, humanity enters the war to save this world. With such people who are willing to give their lives for the common good, not with those who find it problematic. If the world is destroyed, then they will not be able to go anywhere else. Second, he wasn't here to beg any of them to be his mount. He was just choosing them because their marks were there. And if they didn't want it, he let them go. And never leave your tags here again, because they can't even keep their promise. They did not like the tone in which he spoke to them, and began to get annoyed. The boy reminded that he was in the Manhwa sect and suggested that they repeat their thoughts again, only in a different atmosphere. They noticed that this guy was quite serious. Even if he was weak, he was still willing to fight them. The crane listened to the boy and said that he was ready to be his beast in this war. He saw his bravery. Besides, he was accepted as a disciple of the saint at such an early age. Therefore, he must have been quite talented. Also, he has been in the Golden Base realm for over 100 years. If he becomes his beast, then one day, when he reaches the level of a great cultivator, he might even be able to help him cross the limit of his abilities. Sengshan asked if he was not afraid of losing his life on the battlefield. Even a child in the initial stage is not afraid of death. That is why he is a spiritual beast of a golden base. He cannot be afraid of such things. Then a fairy appeared and said that from this day on, panthers and unicorns were forbidden to come closer than 1,000 kilometers to the star realm of the Manhwa sect, and to use her name. If they disobeyed her, they would be severely punished. From now on, the firestorm crane will become Sengshan's riding beast. All the necessary cultivation scriptures, medicine, and food will be provided by them. Now that he has a spirit beast, he needs to earn achievements on the battlefield and complete the destiny mission at the first opportunity. The boy's communication talisman was activated and he was asked if he wanted to receive the achievement right now. He recognized General Gongsan's voice. The only way to rank up was to gain achievements. If he could not attain the rank of Colonel Zhao, he would lose his ability to cultivate for 3 years. Now it was a matter of life and death. The boy replied to General Gongsan to teach him. During the last campaign, he was the only survivor on the front line. He asked to put all the information he had received about the demonic beasts into the leadership. He asked to list their characteristics, types of attacks and weaknesses. This will already be a significant contribution. Gongsan was right. Since neither side still knew anything about the other's combat power, the first phase of the war would be a foundation test. If everything he now knew about demonic beasts was organized and conveyed, it would indeed be an important contribution. It is wonderful that he will be able to receive the merits right before the start of the final match. After he finds himself on the front line, he will not be able to return to the sect for a while. The master searched through all the techniques of the initial realm, but ultimately chose one of those that she had once cultivated. The guy understood everything and said that he would try to learn it perfectly. Shushu had packed food for the third brother and asked him to eat when he was hungry. He leaned towards her and said that Shishio was the best. When he returned, he promised to play with her. The second brother also had to show his support. He gave him a wonderful technique. It was personally improved by him, and will allow him to survive all the ups and downs in life. For some reason, this sounded so suspicious to Sengshan. The presence concealment technique is so unpopular that it can only be used in a couple of confrontations that require stealth. He didn't understand how he needed to go through the ups and downs with it. The true meaning of this technique can be described in 4 words. A wolf in sheep's clothing. If any of the Lien realm cultivators provoke him, he will be able to cancel this technique and show his true strength. They will quickly start begging him for mercy. However, using this technique to show off in front of the girls is much more enjoyable. But Sengshan assumed that there might be elders who would stand up for them. They insulted Saint Baihua's direct disciple, and it is necessary to find out which sect they are from. Sengshan was surprised that he would use the master's name in such a situation. But Xiaolu assured him that the master wouldn't know about it until he handed it over. He always did that and nothing happened. He asked what happened to the goose's face, was he really going to turn it in? But he replied that he hadn't even thought about it. It was already late, and they needed to hurry and go on their way. Sengshan said he would go first and summoned his spirit beast to help him. With his speed, the goose hoped he would arrive before the war was over. They covered the whole way very quickly and arrived at their destination. Sengshan praised the crane for his work and asked him to rest for a while. The boy approached the guards and said that Colonel Sengshan had arrived for duty. They checked his documents and decided to take him to the place of training. The advanced creation masters had already finished restoring the formation plates. They were going to leave tomorrow, but they hadn't delivered them yet. Their 2 camps to the east were under attack, so he was heading there to help. They gave him the armor and told him to check it and leave his mark if it was okay. Crafted equipment is divided into different sections. This Lin rank armor set is not bad at all. They also allowed Sengshan to choose 2 types of weapons, and asked him what he wanted to choose. But he replied that he had his own. He asked instead to take more arrows against the demons. But with the rank of colonel, he can take only 1 arrow. If he gives up the weapon, then he could personally give him 5 arrows against the demons. The guy took the arrows and asked where the military service office was. The warriors were reading the guide to the demonic beasts. It was written in great detail. Its value was unmatched. It will greatly affect the situation on the front line. Sengshan asked how much merit he could get if he gave this guide. They replied that it would definitely be worth 100. The guy thanked. To raise the rank, you need 180 merits. Now he has already gone more than half of the way. Thanks to this, the load from the Destiny mission will decrease. Now he needs to get a military order and earn more combat merit. The soldiers gathered on the battlefield and began to assign tasks. Sengshan and the 3 other warriors were gathered into one group and told that they would go when they were called. Baihai said that his brother often talked about Sengshan. He was his younger brother, and they agreed to help each other. Chuchen said they were lucky to all be on the same team. Sengshan realized that what had happened during the test had already spread everywhere. Baihai saw Sengshan heading to the War Merit Office and asked if he had managed to get anything. He wrote and handed over the manual about the demonic beasts he had seen during the last battle at the advance camp. There was a fierce battle in that camp and he was skilled enough if he managed to get back from there unscathed. Chuchen said if he was more aware of the weaknesses of the beasts, then he should lead their squad. They have already gotten to know each other, so it's time to give them their first task. The 4 of them should go to the Water Valley camp. And asked not to fail this mission. There was only 1 arrow of command. And the master asked not to use it just like that. They went to their destination on their spiritual beasts. The battlefield was already right in front of them. If they continued to move forward, they would become living targets. Therefore, Sengshan asked them to prepare to land and walk. First, you need to talk about each other's strengths, so they can better share their responsibilities. Sengshan said that he was a sword cultivator and skilled in close combat. Baihai is a water-based elementalist of the 2nd stage. It is easier for him to show support, and he can also find the aura of death by using the chosen skill. Chuchen said that he is a spirit beast tamer with several spirit beasts for scouting. In addition, he is a little familiar with martial arts. And Fan said that although he is from the sword sect, he specializes in using the spear. Then Sengshan would be in the vanguard, Fan behind. Chuchen should release several small spirit beasts to scout the area to the left and right of them. One should also be left behind. Baihai would be in the center and provide support from all sides. Everyone liked this strategy. If all went well, they would be able to reach the Water Valley camp tomorrow afternoon. The boy felt the movement of spiritual energy. He assumed that a battle had begun somewhere nearby. He asked Baihai to check everything once more on the outskirts. The aura of death is weak, but has a strong smell of blood. In this direction was the strongest stench from the demonic beasts. The highest level of demons in this direction is the higher realm, or the golden realm of the 1st stage. He assumed that demons use their numerical advantage to surround and destroy other groups. Sengshan said he would go ahead to check things out, and told the others to follow him. As the boy approached the scene of the confrontation, he noticed some very familiar faces there. With their last strength, they created a barrier to delay time, but the demons destroyed it after a while. Because of this, the master lost all his energy and could no longer fight for his life. Although help is already here, but his time is already up. He decided to help them with his last breath. He seems to have activated the instinct of self-destruction so as not to die at the hands of demons and enemies. But they were still very far away. The boy asked the system to change the title to Blade 15. They saw that a brother from the Manhwa sect had come to help them. They were very happy because they would finally be saved. When Sengshan landed, the master told him not to lose his vigilance and to protect himself. He alone was ready to go against all these demons to protect these people. Then Fan joined him and said that he was curious about the bullets, he was in such a hurry. As it turned out, he came to save the girls from trouble in order to become a hero. Sengshan asked him to deal with those on the left flank, while he would take those on the right. Baihai could only freeze them for a period of 5 breaths, so he asked them to hurry. They were united enough for their first fight together. So far, everything was going according to plan. Sengshan complimented Fan and praised his skill. He in turn said that his swordsmanship was also at a high level. The demons realized that they could not win in this confrontation and began to flee. Although the boys wanted to destroy them completely, Sengshan decided to end it there because the wounded were the priority. The boy asked Baikai and Chuchin to bury this monk with dignity. Sengshan gave the Baiwa sect medicinal pills to the girls. He asked what they were doing here. They replied that they had to escape from the Water Valley camp, but they were chased all the way here until they encountered the demons. But the boy was more interested in what happened in the Water Valley camp and began to ask the girls about it. As it turned out, demonic beasts in anger constantly attacked the camp. They could no longer restrain them. He asked what the strongest demonic beast looked like. How he was able to infiltrate the camp. There were a lot of them, and they couldn't remember which one was the most dangerous. The protective barriers fell one by one, after which even the battle buildings lost their meaning. The demonic beasts burst in immediately after that. In large confrontations, martial buildings have always been the strongest form of defense for humans. As long as the building is held, the demons cannot get close to fight the cultivator, thus becoming living targets. At the time, it was unclear how these demonic beasts were breaking through these buildings. He needed to check the building plates in the barracks to figure that out. He decided to use the command arrow right now. Because now it is much more important to inform the top about what happened. The master asked them if it was all true and asked them all to show their identification tokens. He had expected to see this from the Tianzi sect. On the way, they had all killed quite a few demonic beasts. The 2 colonels saved their allies in time. He gave 5 merits to each. He gave 1 merit to Baihai. He asked them to go to the north, there they will be able to find the barracks where the general was stationed. And he asked them to stop there and wait for further instructions. Everyone could sense how strong spiritual energy the master had. Sengshan said that the difference in their levels was very large, so he could not accurately determine it. Perhaps he is exalted. The guy suggested that they rest here until the next day. Someone will definitely get hurt if they go in the dark and be exhausted. It's better to take a break to recover and continue at dawn. Sengshan asked to put the spirit beasts on guard. He asked Baihai and Chuchen to set several traps around. And he promised to set up a tent so that the girls could settle down and treat their wounds. Sengshan wanted to know from the girls how the barracks plates were destroyed. If you think about it, the most important buildings fell first. 2 protective barriers. No one paid the necessary attention to this, because the rest of the buildings continued to function. The founders of the buildings were in the barracks, but he was very drunk and did not wake up. No matter how they tried to wake him up. After the attack on the barracks, he was beheaded by the general. During this, he continued to shout that he was not guilty. Somehow this was very strange to Sengshan, and he began to wonder how this could happen. Maybe it was just a coincidence that the demonic beasts were attacking the barracks, not quite what he thought. As a result, the game was supposed to start sooner than 6 months later. Fan approached them by the fire and said that the cast iron smelled very good. This is spiritual food prepared by his second brother. It will be ready immediately after heating. Fan knew that his older brother was Xiaolu's romantic. Therefore, he thought that they were lucky to taste his food. Then he poured food into a bowl for them and gave it to the girls to eat, because they need to gather strength and recover. Sengshan said that he and Chuchen would be on guard until midnight, and Fan and Baihai would guard the rest of the time. One person each at the front and back of the camp. He asked them to report immediately if anything happened. Any breach of the rules will be dealt with in accordance with the laws of war. Sengshan said he would defend the front of the camp and Chuchen would defend the back. He also promised to install several disposable protective structures just in case. He began to build and cover the entire camp, while he did not move an inch. It seems he gained a large amount of soul power just to defeat those demonic beasts. Now he needs to rise to a higher level. With so much soul power, he can learn the basics of the realm that the master gave him. He can also learn the second brother's concealment scroll that he gave him on the way. Studying the scroll his brother gave him will allow him to hide his abilities after the breakthrough. Now to break through to the next level, precautions must be taken to anticipate an unexpected intervention, due to which the outcome can be dire. With the wind chime installed, he will be able to stop the breakout even if something happens. Finally, he can concentrate on the breakthrough. He told the system that he wanted to spend his soul points to break through to the next level. As much as he could. Sengshan reached the final stage of the foundation of the kingdom. As expected, breaking through thoughtlessly is very dangerous. Even if he succeeds, there will be certain consequences. If it weren't for this emergency, he wouldn't have risked anything. The system sent him a notification that he needed to earn soul points to reduce the cooldown. It seemed like the God of War system was waking him up to compete. Suddenly, he had a very strange premonition. As if something was approaching. The monster wanted to attack unexpectedly, but he somehow noticed his presence. It was a demonic python in the last stage of the foundation of the kingdom. It is very poisonous. A scratch from its spikes can lead to instant death. The boy said that nothing good would come of it if he became a demon companion, so why didn't he just become a spirit beast? He planned to become a spirit beast, but this meant that he would not be able to feed on human bodies. Sengshan wondered why no one was coming out if there was such a commotion. Python advised him not to turn around, because his companions would not be able to save him, because they were too weak to do so. Then the boy heard an explosion and it meant that someone attacked his camp. But at the same time he had another problem, a python wanted to kill him. He rose in front of him, but did not attack. The monster tried to buy time and hinder him. Sengshan had to return to the camp as soon as possible. He had no other option but to destroy this python in his path. Python understood that this sword cultivator was very strong. He had already completed the task of restraining him, so he decided not to risk his life. Meanwhile, other pythons gathered and attacked his companions. With them, the situation was much more pleasant. Fan was one of the bravest of them all, and so he was determined to destroy them. But at the last moment, Qin Shan came to their rescue and used his ability of 1,000 miles in one step. And in order to destroy the python, he used a secret sword and cut it in two. Qin Shan immediately flew to Fang and gave him the antidote. But the boy said that it was too late, and the poison had already penetrated deep into his body. He did not understand why he should die this time. However, he protected the girl. Qin Shan asked where these two snakes had come from. The girl said that on the other hand they were attacked unexpectedly, that they did not even have time to come to their senses. But there had to be protective structures there. The only thing is that they had to be activated. But they were unable to help again, just like in the barracks. Qin Shan asked where Chuchen was, because he was responsible for guarding the rear. Baihai said that he had not seen him for the past few minutes, and Qin Shan asked her to follow him to the back. There were no traces of the battle at all, there was not even any poisonous fumes left in the air. This means that Chuchen did nothing and simply ran away. But then he appeared and said that he had been lured. Then he asked how it all ended, and Qishan replied that Fan was dead and asked him to say goodbye. These monsters were so strong that they could kill anyone with a single blow. He didn't understand how he could be so careless. Qishan pierced him with a spear and said that now he would be able to apologize to Fan in person. He did this because he ordered Chuchen to guard the rear of the camp, and he left his post and ran away. In the army, disobeying orders leads to the death of everyone. According to the law of war, he must die. His bags were supposed to contain spirit beasts, but they were empty. Qishan asked to bury Fan and treat his wounds, while he stays behind and looks for some evidence. His spirit beasts appeared in front of Qishan and began to ask where Chuchen had gone. They were hostile. The boy said that Chuchen obeyed his order and was executed. Now Qishan is looking for his partner. If he is dead, then the beasts were going to return to the spirit animal sect. But the boy said that they are not allowed to move on their own. He personally promised to send him to the sect. The wolf said that he would go by himself because he was bored of always being in the spirit beast bag. But Qishan said that he does not allow them to move on their own. He had destroyed one, and now the tiger's pack had come. He asked him what had been in those empty bags of spirit beasts from the beginning. He said that he would have to ask his master because he was always in that bag, so he didn't know what other spirit beast he had caught. He believed him and ordered him to return to the bag. Has what he was so worried about already happened? If so, then you need to prepare. Finally they arrived at the barracks, but there were a lot of wounded people there. It seems that the other barracks were also attacked, because all the wounded came here just like them. They were met by a military man and immediately recognized Qishan. He asked them to follow him to the main camp. The general was already waiting for them. In this case, Qishan asked to be taken to General Dingyuan. At the first meeting, Wuxing immediately noted Qishan's actions during the test and was pleasantly surprised. In fact, he killed one of his men then. The guy thought that was what he was going to talk to him about. But he was interested in why he was late and where the people he was supposed to bring here were. In the mission, if they had been marked as those who were late, they would have been punished for sure. Therefore, he replied that they were not late. In this case, Wuzhen asked where those people had gone. The boy sharply answered that they were dead. Fan was killed by demonic demons. Chuchen was executed for betraying his comrades, according to martial law. In this case, Wuzhen ordered an assistant to check his heart. It is likely that this person has the skill of the Chosen One, who can recognize lies. After a few minutes, he found out that the boy was telling the truth and told Wuzhen about it. Now he wondered what was wrong with this rascal Chuchen and how he dared to betray and backstab his comrades. But recently, something is really wrong. Not only on the front line, but also the formations assigned to carry out missions are also losing. This cannot be the work of traitors. Wuzhen ordered to find the traitors and save his comrades. This will be considered 10 merits. He asked someone to take him to the camp. Wuzhen promised his younger brother that he would definitely take revenge for him. The military brought Qishan to the barracks and said he could rest here. Qishan said that all his comrades were seriously injured and therefore would not be able to rest in such a place. He asked to arrange a better camp for them. But he replied that there were many people here, so everyone was in such conditions. But Qishan gave him the crystals and asked him to make an exception for them. Then the soldier said that he knew one place that would definitely suit them and asked them to follow him. Qishan said that he needed to leave, so he asked them to heal their wounds before they went about the important business. One girl said that General Ning had sent a communication talisman and asked Brother Qishan to relay the news to her when he finished his work. The boy said that he also had something important to discuss with her. Although he had saved them from the demonic beasts, he did not show any signs of arrogance. He was much better than the male cultivators from the girls' sect. She had always thought that Sister Ning's talent was self-cultivation, but now she saw that it was not. The boy decided to send a message and said that the proposal he made was a bold guess that could affect the course of the war. He hoped that she would help him and support him. Now he will have to look for evidence to confirm his assumptions. As Qin Shan was sending this message, an unknown warrior attacked him from behind. It was lucky that he noticed his attack. After the boy dodged, this warrior asked if he had killed Chuchen. Qin Shan said that it was him. Chuchen's elder brother attacked him and wanted to take revenge on him. Then the protector cultivator appeared next to them and ordered to stop this dispute. Then this boy's master joined them and asked him to let him go because he is still young and does not know the rules of the barracks. The cultivator ordered to monitor him both day and night. Because if the general saw this, no one would be able to save him. This master approached Qi Shan and asked which sect he belonged to. It was very brave of him to kill someone from the spirit beast sect. He replied that their people went against the military laws to save their skin. He executed him in accordance with the military law, so there was nothing wrong with it. He executed the person who panicked at the last second. What's done is done. Judging from the man's behavior, he was trying to pressure the boy with his cultivation level. Even the members of their sect agreed with Qin Shan. Because they have no place for those who abandon their comrades to save themselves. The man said that the environment is constantly changing and he wanted to see what would happen to him next. One of the members approached the boy and said that the spirit beast sect was very angry and he had better be careful. Then another warrior appeared before him and said that Qin Shan was a really skilled fighter. It was Brother Len. He said that they were in the same situation as Qin Shan. The molding plates were out of order, the demonic beasts attacked them, so they lost their barracks. Formations are considered an important basis of the defense system. If something happens to them during a war, humanity will receive a fatal blow. Len said that this was a blow not only to their defense, but also to the morale of the soldiers. If they could not find the root of this problem, they would not be able to fight the war. Qin Shan offered to take the mission and go for a walk. Len was surprised by this. After this conversation, they went to the mission board in the barracks. There were quite a lot of people around. Therefore, Qin Shan sent Len on a mission so that he would not have to climb through the crowd himself. As a result, he still managed to get the mission. It took 2 cultivators to go north and look for traces of demons. The reward was 3 combat merits. Len was a really annoying person. The task of the mission was simple enough with a high degree of freedom. This will help not to draw much attention to himself. But before they went to the pass, he wanted to check those barracks that were attacked by monsters. But Len assured that there was nothing there except corpses that were eaten by demonic beasts. But there was still something he wanted to check in person in this place. Len agreed, but said they needed to hurry because tomorrow the army would allocate manpower and prepare for the final battle. And if they are late, they will be tried according to military laws. With the help of their animals, they reached their destination quickly enough. There were really a lot of corpses there. If it weren't for Qi Shan, Len would never have agreed to return here in his life. And the boy almost immediately found something that could help him in the future. Len said, after these barracks were attacked, several generals and formation masters looked at the slabs, but found nothing unusual. But the guy was looking for something else. He opened the system and started reading the information. Len approached Qi Shan and said that there was someone walking nearby because he could feel the spiritual energy. He didn't understand how anyone could be in this place, but then they witnessed something crazy. They didn't have time to figure out what it was, and Len grabbed the boy's hand and urged him to run away. But they were already surrounded and Qin Shan had no choice but to start attacking the enemy, even though he didn't even know who he was fighting against. This demonic beast was very strong. They didn't stand a chance against it. Len said that he had just used an elemental secret art that was above his level. Any golden core cultivator that was hit by it would die. But his story became less pleasant when they found out that his attack only made the monster angrier. As they ran away, Qin Shan tried to fight back and asked Len to just run forward. They finally managed to break away from him and take a rest. Qin Shan said that he was incapable of long-distance pursuits, and he didn't need to pursue them personally. He could lead an army of demons to do so. This is a true demon. Len asked what exactly this monster was. Qin Shan replied that it was Tianmo. There are two types, visible and invisible. The one they just met was invisible. It was a newborn invisible Tianmo. Judging by everything, he only had 10,000 souls in him. If he trapped 100 million, he would be able to transform into a visible King Tianmo. Based on his past life fighting experience, only a Buddhist could restrain Tianmo. Other spells and techniques would have to expend great effort to achieve the same effect. Visible Tian can absorb the memories of every soul, so he knows about all the plans of humanity at the expense of war. If he is on the front line, it means that the demon army is ready for the final battle. It's obvious that the humans are going to be the first to counterattack, but it turns out that the demon army has also been preparing for the same reason. The closer he gets to the answer, the more terrifying the truth becomes. Len asked what should be done in such a case. Qin Shan was surprised that Len was asking the colonel what he should do. But for some reason, around Qin Shan, he forgot how to give orders. He needed to do something because he would have to complete the mission on his own. In addition, he wanted to obtain Len's spirit beast. He is a golden core cultivator, so there will be no problem if he is left alone. But the problem here is in Qin Shan. The guy asked him not to worry because he knows his maximum. Len then arranged to contact him with a communication talisman after he completed his mission. He wanted to send a message to the master. He has a clue about the people's spies. He is going to catch them. After that, he has a request for her. Baiwa wondered if the situation on the front line was really that serious. Indeed, problems arose in all the barracks. Everyone was caught by the demons unexpectedly. He used the technique of reading souls on suspicious personalities, but they all turned out to be innocent. The fairy asked the monk if his magic allows him to read people's thoughts. He replied that the monk also followed about 10 people, but found nothing. He believed that if this continued, humanity would soon be destroyed. They had to go to the front line and calm everyone down. This is the only way out. They needed to leave immediately. Baiwa agreed with this decision. The fairy also received the news from Qin Shan and could not understand how this could happen. After his message, she decided there was no need for them to rush, and it is better to wait for now. But they were already in a difficult position. Their vanguard would collapse if they delayed even a second. She asked them to trust her and said that she had good reasons for it. They received very important information, and she was asked to wait. As he expected, his brother's concealment technique is unsurpassed. It allows him to tune the flow of his soul power. With this, he can hide it and pretend to be weak. Now he decided to confirm his theory. Qin Shan summoned the spirit creature Len. As soon as he appeared in front of him, he asked where Len had gone. The boy replied that he was going to finish the mission. Due to his severe injuries, he left the spiritual creature to him. In this case, he asked him to focus on treatment, and he promised to protect him. The beast finally hoped to complete its mission and kill Qin Shan. Now was the right time to do so. But the boy outwitted him and said that it was him who gave away their location after all. Qin Shan used the skill of 1,000 miles in one step and ended up behind the enemy. After he had dealt with this creature, it was time to test his integrity. Crane asked where his friend had gone. Qin Shan said that he was very injured, so his friend decided to finish the mission alone. The crane said that he was badly hurt. Things would only get worse if he left things as they were. So he offered to take him back to the barracks. Qin Shan said that they were flying very high, and it was very cold there because of that. But Crane replied that it didn't matter because he would die soon anyway. He threw him off and said that humans are such weak creatures, but so amazing. The boy realized that it was not a crane speaking, but some charming female voice. Qishan tried to find out who it was. He said that his master was a saint, and she would lower her soul if something happened to him. She said that tomorrow the final battle and his holidays will not live to see him, as he will. He was tired of hearing such nonsense, and therefore decided to destroy this creature. The God of War system was the same as always, constantly encouraging players to compete against stronger opponents. The secret was already almost revealed. It is obvious that the greatest defeat of humanity in the past world is the confrontation that awaits them now. An important event. At this time, all spirit animals betrayed people. Information problems were also caused by them. Xian, one of the three saints, was also killed in this battle. From that moment on, people held on to their last breath until the apocalypse itself. Now that he knows the whole truth, he won't be able to let the misfortune happen again. In addition, with time to prepare, he will even be able to attack them unexpectedly. But before all this, he began to ask that General Ning save him. Because he was falling from a great height. He was picked up by a girl and asked why he decided to kill his beast. He said that all his information is true. In this case, it is very dangerous. One wrong step and everything will be destroyed. Although it is dangerous, but this was also their chance. This is the way of waging war. Small scattered confrontations mean nothing. Only a large-scale one can put an end to everything. Ning was upset that Qishan was trying to teach her how to fight. He could feel her pressure. He asked what she was doing all this time. She answered that she was preparing to break through to the next level. But the guy believed that she was already at the level of complete rejuvenation. After all, she was a little over 20 years old. She is already rising to the level of ascension at such a young age. She may succeed in becoming the fourth saint of the human race. It is not surprising that the first mission of the fate of this God of War system was to save Ning. If her life is safe, it will definitely change the history of mankind. He said he would report the situation here to his foreman, and asked to be escorted back to the barracks. The aides couldn't understand how Fiwa could be so calm if the final showdown was tomorrow. She wanted to share some information she had just received. The fairy was sure he would be surprised. But he assured that nothing could surprise such a saint as him. The recent malfunction of the plates happened because of the spirit beasts. Moreover, they will betray them in tomorrow's final match. One of the masters asked if this was accurate information, because there was no way they could be wrong about such an important matter. Her student never lies, and this was very important information for them. In this case, the master suggested going there and destroying all the hidden threats. Her student made a proposal on this issue, and she considered it very suitable for military tactics, so it was worth trying. But they did not understand how a child could know about military tactics. He demanded to hear his strategy and plan of action. When Ning saved Qishan and lowered him to the ground, Len immediately asked why they looked like that. He replied that it was a long story and immediately asked about the mission and how it went. He replied that the mission was accomplished and offered to pass it together. Vyuzhen checked this mission and said that they tried very well and accomplished their mission. They were about to leave, but Wishing reminded them that Qishan had arrived at the barracks after executing a man named Chuchen. But he already explained that Chuchen did not follow the order and left his post. According to the military law, he was executed. Although the seer said that it was indeed true, he was told something else. Chuchen's older brother entered the tent and began to accuse him of murder. Ning realized that Qishan had gotten into trouble again. He was the type to get into trouble all the time no matter where he went. The gray-haired man said that he had evidence. The bag of spirit beasts left behind by Chuchen. They released the tiger and Vyuzhen asked him what he knew about the murder. He replied that Qishan framed Chuchen. He did not know how to appease Qishan and insulted him. Therefore, he used this reason to execute him. But he has already gone through a cardiac examination and the results tell them that he is not lying. He pointed out that people do not have the same point of view as them. They saw the neglect and condescension towards Chuchen, but none of the people noticed it. The reason why they did not get anything from the heart examination is that they are not well know Qin Shan. Len said that he knew Qin Shan very well and asked him not to talk such nonsense about him again. They both have their own point of view. He can't take sides right now. If everything has progressed so much, Wuzhen suggested using soul reading. Soul reading is a fairly complex spell that has certain risks. If the cultivator casting the spell makes a mistake, the soul of the person using it can be permanently damaged. The gray-haired man agreed, that way they could know the whole truth at once. Moreover, he knew how to use soul reading, so he asked permission to conduct it. Then Nin intervened in the conversation. She said that they hold grudges for no reason. It went too far. But Chuchen's older brother noted that the spiritual beast will not lie. He is responsible for his brother's death. If they insist on reading souls, then Ning is ready to do it in order to make sure that Qin Shan is right. But Wuzhen said that she is obviously on his side, so he can't let her do that. It was known to Ning that Wuxing was from the Qin Yin sect, and that he was one of the 3 generals who ranked higher than her. But if he behaves like this, after the final battle, she will challenge him to a duel and let the heavens decide their fate. Qin Shan knows Ning very well. And considering her character, she was furious right now. He asked her to calm down for now while he agreed to read souls. But the elder of the Spirit Beast sect will not do it. He needs someone who will be honest. The boy decided to propose his master. Len was convinced that the Spirit Beast sect were just as scoundrels as before. The gray-haired man noted that his master would cover for him. And she definitely cannot be fairer than the general. But Qin Shan said that no one would dare to doubt his master's words. Wuxing became very worried because Saint Baihua's words were indeed always fair and true. Then the gray-haired man shouted that Wuzhen had deceived them. After all, he had promised to take their side and it didn't matter which sect he was from. Wuzhen decided to cover his tracks and said that this gray-haired man was the one who accused him of mistakenly killing his student. Therefore, it was none of his business. But he did not tell him that Saint Baihua was his master. He bowed to Qin Shan and said that they had been deceived, and as a result they had insulted him. That's why he wanted to apologize. But the boy replied that they shouldn't worry, because it was him who was trying to deceive, not them. Elder brother shouted that he was using the fact that he was Master Baihua's disciple to get out of this situation. The man slapped him and said that it was enough to cause trouble for the Spirit Beast sect. Wuzhen began to behave in a completely different way. He believed that he was treated very unfairly. Qin Shan pointed out that Wuxing is the senior disciple of the Qin Yin sect, and the seniors are usually responsible for maintaining harmony in the sect, becoming role models for everyone to want to be like them. He was saying this because he now understood why Li Chan had become the way he was. This annoyed Wuzhen very much, and he threatened to punish him for his insulting attitude towards the general. Qin Shan suggested that he give it a try, once they could see if his master would protect him or take his life. After the boy left, the assistants asked the older brother what they should do now. Since both the Spirit Beast sect and the Spirit Beasts themselves pointed him out, even if the saint asks about it later, they will be the ones to answer for it. Therefore, they have nothing to fear. If they can't go against Qin Shan, then they have to ruin his reputation first. Everyone now looked down on Qin Shan very much. They believed that he had bullied the Spirit Beast sect disciple during the mission and executed him for a random reason. Ning could barely contain herself and was ready to shut all of their mouths. But Qin Shan replied that there would be even more chaos if she did. The distribution of roles for everyone began. Wuzhen ordered to leave when he called their names. Zhao from the Spirit Beast sect, he put in charge of frontline intelligence and alerts. Zhang of the Lu Yun sect is responsible for the magical attacks on the left flank. Len of the Yaoguan sect is responsible for the magic attacks in the front positions. General Ning will be responsible for frontline command on both flanks. The remaining 5 sects need to be divided into 2 groups. They are responsible for the delivery of medicine, plates, and other war items. Everyone began to form into separate groups among themselves. Qin Shan hoped that the delivery mission would go well. As a result, everyone split up and one person remained. Yuzhen asked if there were any sects he could join. But no one needed someone who kills his comrades. A hypocrite who takes revenge because of personal grievances. They demanded that he take care of himself and work alone. Colonel J did not remain silent. He asked the people if they had personally seen with their own eyes that he had killed Shuchen without reason. General Wuzhen allows members of his own sect to spread lies before the battle and undermine the morale of the army. Yuzhen could not understand how an ordinary colonel could talk to him like that. Everyone knows about it. They spread it everywhere because they believe in justice. It has nothing to do with him. Qin Shan said that everything is fine. They are disciples of Saint Baiwa, and they follow the path without obstacles. As long as they know that they are right, there is no need to care about what others think of them. Moreover, everyone who lives in this world sooner or later has to go through troubles. There are so many insulting words and cold looks that they can ignore them. Because someday they will be able to make them shut up. And then no one will dare to insult them anymore. Yuzhen noted that he was simply defying the military authorities while his master supported him. Then Gongsun approached Wuxing and asked him to hand over Qin Shan to him, and he could invent something for him. Wuxing knew very well that Qin Shan had once saved Gongsun's life. If he did this, it would only benefit him. So the general said that this guy was under his jurisdiction, so he should be the one to assign him a place. Besides, someone like him has no right to disturb the order of their troops. Then the fairy appeared and asked if she wanted to take him to her, if it would fall under her jurisdiction. While everyone worshipped, Len began to rejoice because now the master would be able to prove his innocence. She asked why he did not answer. She was interested in whether he would give it to her. He could not understand why the saint appeared at such an inopportune moment. But he was forced to say that he would certainly follow the orders of the saint. No one understood what was happening here. After all, the final battle was coming soon, and she was clinging to this student. Wuxing explained that the spirit beast from the sect had declared that Qin Shan had killed Shuchen for no reason, so he decided to order him according to martial law. Another master was troubled by the fact that he asked the people from the spirit beast sect, listened to their words, and concluded that the problem was in Qin Shan. He confirmed this information and was sure that spirit beasts never lie. The master said that the final battle was coming and decided to deal with it later. Now they need to deal with more important matters. And they can prove her student's innocence later. Wuzhen was surprised why both the master and the great monk Bian did not take his side, because he had the advantage. The monk stepped forward to use his spell to spot the traitors. He asked everyone to throw away their weapons and bags of spirit beasts, and enter the Buddhist spiritual hall one by one. In this way, they would quickly find the traitors. After eliminating them, they will immediately go to the demonic cloud river for the final confrontation with the demons. The three generals should come in first, and Baiwa asked Qin Shan to join them as well. Yuzhen had a strange premonition that he did not need to go inside this hall. All those who remained must go inside according to their ranks in turn. The procedure of finding the traitors was fast enough. The students thought that it was possible because no one was to blame. But those who left there looked strange enough. Maybe they were just amazed by the spell of the saint. They tried to find out from each other how they look for traitors and what they use for this. Len asked first not to touch him like that, and then answered that when he goes inside he will see everything himself. An argument almost broke out between them, but it made no sense because it was soon their turn. The monk said that surely there are no traitors here, so they will be able to calm everyone down. Baiwa began to prepare her army for a victorious battle. She urged them to prepare, whether they win or lose, everything will be decided in this battle. The demonic Cloud River, from the very beginning, was called the Cloud River. When the demons appeared in this world, its name was changed to the demonic Cloud River. It was always covered by a blanket of black clouds that even birds could not fly across the sky, and fish could not fly along the river. Behind the river of demonic clouds is the court of demons. Although it is a court of demons, it looked like a temple. Demonic beasts live there in the headquarters of the demons. They were met by the strongest saint from the divine white tiger lineage. He was not going to talk with them for several hours about life and mood. He asked if they really wanted this battle. The monk replied that they never competed for pleasure. Baiwa said if he is not serious, then he should flee this world and find another place to live with his demons. If only it were so simple, because they are primarily obliged to ensure the safety of their homeland before going anywhere else. They had been planning this for a long time. More than 10 years until the demon lord appeared. Now that he and the demonic beasts were enjoying their spoils after their victory in the other world, they had left this confrontation to him. The battle had already reached the stage where he was standing at the edge of the horizon, and he had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Among the three saints, the great monk Bian usually silently follows the rest and helps. Although the Baiwa fairy is powerful, but they are used to being lazy, which usually does not think about a plan and strategy. If they manage to eliminate Xian, then his plan will be half done. Xian said that in that case they had nothing to lose and would fight anyway. If the battle is serious, no matter which side wins, one will definitely die. They all know the effort it takes to cultivate. The beast asked if they needed to destroy their lives and the lives of the cultivators in this war. Therefore, he proposed a special game. They will not risk their lives, but will determine the winner based on the results of the game. If the cultivators win, they will immediately surrender and swear allegiance to them from that moment on. That sounded good enough, but the goddess wondered what would happen if they lost. Then the three saints will have to leave these lands and give them to the demons. Before demons from other worlds came here, humans and demonic beasts could have existed for thousands of years. It was unclear to her why they began to be at war. Perhaps they gave the demons something so valuable that they couldn't refuse, that they decided to become their faithful dogs. The beasts promised to tell them this secret if they won. The saints talked and decided to accept these rules. But they were interested in what game he wanted to play with them. Everything was very simple. They have to compete with them with a limit of 10 attacks. And whoever suffers more from them, he loses. But no one on their side will be able to deal with one of the three saints of humanity alone. Therefore, he suggested to weaken them a little and fight 2-on-1. Baiwa agreed almost without thinking. She was even more carefree than the demon expected. Everything went better than he expected. He wanted the three saints to finally understand that they were in his hands. They moved away from the battlefield. The demon considered them idiots. Because the point was not in the conditions of the battle, but in luring the saints into the river of demonic clouds. As soon as they were on the river, they immediately lost control over what would happen next. Xian said he was ready to fight first, and asked who his opponents would be. It would be troublesome enough, but the beast was determined to end it sooner than he had planned. Everything was going according to his plan and he expected to soon use the treasure that his master had given him. Using the river as a talisman and the power of Tianmo as a trigger. It took them almost 60 years to create this talisman. Today, it will finally show its majestic power. Millions of thousands of worlds were taken away in this way. He called Tianmo liberation to come and surround this infinite world. The kingdom of freedom, the great kingdom of freedom. He summoned the sorceress of the worlds. They had been in this world for a while, but they could only hide among the demonic beasts. Now they were finally free. The beast said it was all thanks to their hard work. The witch said that she needed to return to report on her mission, and she left the rest to the beast for now. The beast was happy because all the saints had fled. From that moment on, he believed that they no longer decided anything in this world. But the assistant asked where they all really went. He replied that they were in Tianmo's realm of freedom. But he asked not to worry about them, because they would all die soon. The beast said that the 6 demon saints would stay and practice the Tianmo scriptures. their strength would greatly increase to a level that they could not even reach. It doesn't matter who it will be, surely someone will be able to see the liberation of Tianmo in the realm. The lives of 6 demonic saints in exchange for the lives of 3 human saints. This is a bargain. It was interesting how human cultivators would react if they were attacked by the spirit beasts they trusted so much. The spiritual beasts really went crazy and started attacking their masters with whom they made agreements. They could not be allowed to attack the formation masters. As a result, the formations were destroyed and the demon army was ready to go into battle. The beast gave a signal to the demons to attack and enjoy humans. The fate of mankind has already been decided and the world will belong to the demons. He also ordered the holy demons to join the battle so that too many of their younger brothers would not die there. The beast hoped that when the demon lord returned, he would reward him generously. The next time he decided to conquer another world, he would take it with him. People activated a large-scale attacking formation. The beast did not understand what was happening. Why is this formation aimed at people inside the circle? Do they want to die altogether? He thought it was very cruel of men to treat their brothers like this on the battlefield. But then he saw that all the bodies had disappeared somewhere. The beast did not understand what was happening. This spiritual trail appears to be excess spiritual energy left over after the spell is lifted. He believed that such a spell could not destroy thousands of cultivators at once. The great monk was only skilled in spells, and the Xian talisman would never be capable of such an amazing skill. Not to mention Fairy Baiwa, aside from the absorbing battle magic and her many attacking spells. On the day when they checked all the cultivators for traitors. First of all, they checked Vuzen. He said that his conscience was clear. He was ready to be tested by a monk's spell to see if he was a spy. The monk said that actually they are not looking for a traitor and wasn't got something mixed up. But if they weren't looking for a traitor, it wasn't clear why all the generals were asked to come inside. The goddess said that the final battle would soon begin, and they did not have time to explain it. There was only one thing they needed to remember. When they were released from her arms, it would be time for the final battle. All the generals just stood silently in misunderstanding. They did not know which sleeves the goddess was talking about. She wasn't going to keep it a secret, and explained that it was about space sleeves. Qin Shan broke into their conversation and said that it was time to create puppets for battle. Beihua noted that aside from his swordsmanship, Qin Shan was also quite cunning. The one turns into a million magic was only used for her personal pleasure. She couldn't believe that it could be used in such an important matter as her student suggested. The girl asked the monk what he thought about her student's strategy. Luring 6 demonic saints out of this world, destroying several dozen spirit beasts at a time, and eliminating more than 100,000 demons without any loss on their part. The monk had never encountered such a wonderful display of intelligence in his life. Xian also agreed with all that was said and added that he could indeed become a general. Then she decided to ask what about the problem that had arisen between their students. Xian became nervous and said that this should be discussed after the war is over. The girl agreed to talk about it later, because now their plan was not fully implemented. Baiwa began to release all the warriors from the spatial arm and ordered to start killing off the remaining demons. Ning smiled and told Qin Shan that it seems his plan worked very well indeed, with almost no force majeure. He suggested splitting up, because the war was not over yet and they needed to finish off the enemy completely to declare victory. The beast was angry. He believed that such a result of his strategy was impossible, because he had thought everything through very carefully. Baiwa approached him and said that with such intelligence, he must have spent thousands of years to come up with this plan. The beast asked which of them could figure out what he was up to. The girl replied that it was her student. Baiwa asked what absolute defeat tasted like to him. Now that he has already lost 6 people, he will no longer be able to resist them. They asked him to admit his defeat. If he surrenders, he can at least save his life. More than 90% of the demon army was destroyed, the spirit beasts left, and only half of the demon saints remained. He was already ready to admit his defeat, but suddenly some monster ripped out his heart. It was the divine ruler of the formless Tianmo. He didn't understand why she did it. This is all because he lost such an opportunity, and thanks to him, the demon lord's plan failed completely. An idiot like him does not deserve the honor of leading an army of 100,000, let alone becoming a descendant of a demon lord. The punishment for his failure will be the capture of his soul. He will become a bloody slave forever, with no chance of release. Baiwa was surprised that a demonic saint who had reached such a high level could be killed so easily on the spot. This idiot ruined the whole plan and ruined all the fun they were hoping for. It looks like her time in this world will be greatly reduced. The goddess noticed that, although not by much, the wave of spiritual energy is stronger than theirs. Her level is definitely higher than the saints. The monk confirmed that there is a higher level that surpasses the level of the saint. He is called the Unknown. It seems that if they want to destroy the three saints of humanity, they have to do it all by themselves. If she is a monster that has reached a level above theirs that they didn't know about before, they might really lose. Xian used divination to see into the future. The fire blown inside the furnace is now the only fire without wind. He spoke his spell several times. She couldn't be allowed to get this demonic treasure, or her power would increase greatly, and then they would all die. Looking confidently into the future like this, as the mistress thought, it is necessary to destroy all people. Xian said that he needed more time, and then Baiwa started to join this battle on her own. She outsmarted the mistress and approached her from behind to strike. The girl believed that just the difference in level meant nothing. It was unknown who would win in a real battle. Xian managed to take away the demonic treasure during this time so that she could not use it. The goddess thought that after this attack the mistress was afraid to fight with them. But then some noise appeared around them, and no one could understand what was happening. The goddess did not know what it was, because she had never encountered this kind of magic in her life. Xian decided to make a new prediction. He said if they don't deal with this, even if they survive, the world will end. According to the old records of the monks, they are now using the Tianmo divine skill. These creatures do not know how to fight, but they are able to summon a large number of their own kind into this world. They encountered Tianmo and their divine skill for the first time. In this case, the goddess can use her last method. This divine skill requires more than 10 seals. But this skill will significantly shorten her lifetime. Therefore, the monk asked her to stop. Tianmo are sworn enemies of Buddhists. Only the Buddha's mercy can defeat these demonic animals. As fate would have it, this was his matchup. Buddhists are really very good at dealing with demonic creatures. They should cover him and assist in the attack if needed. As soon as the monk was about to activate his ability, the mistress ordered her followers to destroy him. Although they surrounded him from all sides, the monk was not disoriented and he used his secret technique of the Buddhists. Demonic flames filled the sky, but it made no sense. After all, when the future comes to full enlightenment, his body will be filled with light that will illuminate this world. Being adorned with the 32 marks of a great man and the 80 mad features, he must make all creatures like himself, without exception. The demon couldn't understand how he managed to fend off her attacks so easily, especially when they were coming from all directions with equal force. But they were not going to stop and decided to check how many such blows his body could withstand. At first glance, the monk was fending off all their attacks very easily, but this could go on forever. All Xian and the goddess could do was watch the beautiful golden glow. Even the demon herself admitted that the monk was extremely fast. And they couldn't punch him, while he was destroying her kind every second with a secret technique. As a result, she was left alone and cursed the secret technique of the Buddhists. It broke all her plans. Xian said the monk had lost enough strength and asked him to rest while he dealt with her. The goddess also did not want to be left out of this game, and summoned her spirit beasts for this confrontation. But the demons said that they would not be able to destroy her with the help of these two creatures alone. She attacked them and the demon wondered how long they would be able to hold out. The holy demon ordered his colleagues to stop the confrontation because they needed to help Empress Tianmo and stop the three saints of humanity. The goddess noticed that these annoying ants were coming towards them. She said that she would deal with them and asked Xian to concentrate on the attack. Beiwa stood in their way and said that if they took even one more step, they would immediately perish without warning. But they said they would not be afraid of her because they were 5 holy demons. The goddess wasn't going to play games with them, and she didn't like being misunderstood. Therefore, she decided to show them the seriousness of her intentions. As a result, they agreed to leave the battlefield, but with one condition. But she replied that they did not understand the situation they were in. And she gave them only 2 choices, live or die. Their lives will be spared. If they surrender now, then there is nothing more to discuss. But they believed that these threats could not force them to surrender and betray their rulers. However, the opinion of the majority was different, and they were ready to leave the battlefield to save their lives. The goddess liked this reaction more, and she ordered to watch out for other demonic saints. Because if one of them dares to try to kill a person, then everyone will suffer. They couldn't believe that they would be able to obey her order. But they might not have done it if Ben Yen or Xian were standing in front of them. But there was nothing they could do against the goddess. They had just reached the level of saints, and wanted to live another few hundred years in pleasure. The goddess came back and said that they had had a great talk and they decided to retreat immediately. Xian hadn't had time to do anything important yet, so he needed time to deal with this dark temple. The demon lord was increasingly aware that her chances of victory were diminishing by the minute. Xian thought that it was almost impossible to dodge this attack. But even after such a powerful attack, she still survived and promised to return with Tian Mo's multiplied strength. But Xiao said that she wouldn't be able to just run away after the damage she had done to their home. The goddess said that she had not heard this song for a long time. The song of the mountain god from the age of the deities. But the demon told him not to even try to detain her because he wouldn't succeed. Baiwa was going to help him. If the 3 of them couldn't catch her, they would make complete fools of themselves. But she replied that they were already stupid and asked to try to catch her. The mistress did not understand how she could be so strong if she was just at the level of a saint. Thanks to joint attacks, they managed not only to catch her, but also to completely destroy her. All that remained was to state her death. The goddess said that they had finally won. Now they could all rest. No one could believe that the battle would end so quickly. The students thought that they would all die. Thanks to his past life memories, they managed to win the final battle. The remnants of the demon army retreat to the barren lands under the leadership of the demon saints. They don't need any more trouble with the saints. Those spirit beasts that wanted to capture people for whatever reason had conspired with Tianmo and allowed them to take over their bodies at will. They have lost consciousness and can do nothing more, because their masters are dead. Xiao said that they would now reward everyone according to their contribution to this victory. Wasun began to announce merits. Captain Sunman participated in the direct destruction of demons. Because he earned enough merits, he was promoted to major. Colonel Zhen studied the enemy and destroyed demons. He was promoted to colonel. General Ning participated in the decisive battle plan and participated in the rescue of comrades. She was promoted to General Dinyuan. She became the 4th general of the people, but the girl herself believed that she did nothing. But she actually played the most important role, saving Qishan. Because if he died, the saints would not know about the demon's plans and would lose. But now that she was promoted, Qishan said that she should treat him to dinner. He asked her to prepare the food by herself so that he could evaluate her cooking skills. The generals were talking about what kind of secret mission it was if it received so much merit. A mission to find the truth about the betrayal of spirit beasts. It was a really great contribution. Vason continued. Colonel Len took part in a crucial secret mission, a contribution to the resolution of the truth. He earned enough merit and was promoted to General Dingyuan. the question from Qin Shan was resolved during the investigation. He was set up by spirit beasts, he himself never killed his comrades. He remains at his level. Who would have thought that spirit animals, always known for their loyalty, would betray people? They were very sorry that Qin Shan had to face such accusations, but they were confident that all suspicions would be cleared after the war. Chuchin's elder brother could not calm down and thought that Qin Shan was lying. Sun understood that if this man did not stop, he would be in big trouble. Yuzhen ordered him to shut his mouth. He lied to the general and tried to deceive him. According to military law, he should be executed. But Baiwa thought it unnecessary to do so. Vaesen replied that it was unnecessary for a goddess to worry about such trivial matters. He was going to clear her disciple's name immediately. If it concerns their sect, then she should do it personally. She went down to the boy and asked why he insisted that her student had lied. He replied that General Vuzen had told him that something was wrong with this boy. Wishing was going to destroy him so that he wouldn't say anything unnecessary. But Shaoxin stopped him and didn't let him do it. He added that a simple soldier had the right to defile him in front of other soldiers. Shao said that on the battlefield, they were all completely equal, each advancing like everyone else. There is no life that is worth more or less. Shao asked where Wusan had such a lofty attitude. The saint decided to use the evaluation of the heart in order to find out the truth. The Qin Yuan sect is honest and acts accordingly. He decided to show everyone whether Wusan had committed any crimes or not. Depending on the outcome, it would be dealt with appropriately. He asked Wusan how he dealt with Qingshan's problem. Chuchin's elder brother from the spirit beast sect is a young and naive guy. He hid his resentment for his brother's death. Wusan's words provoked him, causing him to try to ruin Qingshan's reputation. The students couldn't believe that General Wusan was so mean and unfair. How could he lead an army with such an attitude? The saint asked the goddess what she thought was necessary to do with this man. She was not familiar with the laws of that time and therefore allowed the monk to decide everything. The monk, in turn, said that such a person can no longer be fit for the role of a general and lead an entire army. According to the laws, he must lose his military title. He will start his journey again as a simple soldier. In addition, as a punishment for his humiliating words to the saint, he will receive 3,000 lashes. They not only saved his life, but also calmed down the angry saint. He could not think of a better punishment for himself. Qin Shan raised his hand and asked the goddess for permission to speak with Wusan. He thought that the boy wanted to make fun of him, but in reality he just wanted to ask him something personally. When he was a general, just before the final battle, he truly believed that he had done the right thing when he tried to take out all his grudges on Qi Shan. Wazeng said that he was a senior member of the Qin Yun clan, and Qi Shan had killed one of their disciples. If he really worried about him, he would help him turn from the wrong path. Then he could teach him to behave properly and not go against the other clans. Being his elder, he truly believes that he is not to blame for his death. That's all he wanted to know, everything else was up to him. The saint gave the decree to carry out the punishment. Since all the guilty were punished, it was time to reward some. Baiwa said that they were only able to win because of the plan of one single person. Now she was going to explain it to everyone. The disciples were really curious how they managed to win. They only recently found out that the spirit beasts betrayed them, but someone must have figured it out before it all started. Someone came to the land of demons and learned about the true story of betrayal. And this person was able to return and develop his own plan. As a result, it worked. The 6 demon saints have been destroyed. They will not return. They caught and destroyed thousands of spiritual beasts and millions of demons. The forces they have left will not be able to oppose humanity. Colonel Kanshin did the impossible. He found out about the betrayal of the beasts and saved a lot of lives. In addition, he developed his own plan and allowed them to destroy the 6 demonic saints in one blow. It was a worthy feat. With these actions, he showed his true strength and proved himself worthy of the rank of general. After discussion, they all decided to promote him to the rank of general. The goddess ordered to replace his talisman and give him golden armor. The disciples could not believe that it was him. So now they are all in debt to him. Ning approached Qishan and handed him a new talisman. He himself could not believe that somehow he had reached the rank of General G. But now he completed the task of the system. After that, the goddess decided to continue her summons. For the first time from this moment, spirit animals will be required to take a special oath to serve people. And whoever violates this rule will be destroyed. Secondly, they will have to rest for the next 3 days. But after that, they will go on the offensive and attack the world of Shenwu. Thanks to such a victory, the entire nation was motivated and ready to follow such leaders. Now Qishan understood what real gold armor looked like. 6 blacksmiths worked on it for 3 months. Nin was wearing the same helmet when they first met. It must have been a general's armor. Received the secret art of protecting a great soul. The system offered him to start studying for 30 soul points. This scroll was given to him by Bien some time ago. He said that this art would allow him to resist hypnosis and the temptation of beings from another world. He asked to use this knowledge wisely. This scroll protects against hypnosis and temptation is very rare. If not for his exploits in battle, he would never have received it. As a result, Qishan learned this secret art of great soul protection. There were 270 soul points left. It automatically activates when his soul falls under the influence of hypnosis or temptation. It was a very unusual secret art. Then the boy decided to check his system task. After all, he had already completed it. He asked the system to show him a new task. He needs to achieve the rank of talented general. For a good swordsman, even a simple boost can lead to a completely different outcome of a fight, not to mention the additional attacks that can be used at the same time. He believed that this duel was only half of the entire quest that he had completed, therefore, in order for the other half to open, he must create all the necessary conditions for this. Sooner or later, but the world will be attacked soon. Now he only has to wait for the other part of the quest to complete it. It seems that the real world has become even worse than he imagined. He asked the system to choose the title of a talented general. Due to the combat blade technique, opponents will not be able to understand the position of the sword and will not know what fighting style he uses. Qishan appreciated his new skill. Thanks to it, you can attack quite unexpectedly. The boy felt that it was the same strange rain from his past life. The goddess of justice appeared before him with an umbrella. She insisted that he not stand in the rain, because it would have a bad effect on his health. He said that she met him soon enough. The goddess offered to talk inside the ship. When they went inside, he immediately asked what unusual was happening in the world. Sea monsters continue to terrorize cities. Ghouls evolve into powerful creatures. The world leaders united in a joint federation. The empire of Saint Olanka was divided into a guerrilla army, imperialists and forces of the Holy Temple. Qishan clarified that he was interested in something truly anomalous or unusual. In this case, according to his request, the goddess of justice could not find anything in the last period of time. With the advent of rain, the relentless end of the world is already approaching. Apparently, much of his past life simply will not repeat itself this time. He hoped that the time would soon come when everyone could increase their strength. Then he asked how Fela and Jan were doing. She asked to look at the screen. They sat at the table in suits and ate fried steaks. But Qishan wondered who was the third person at the table with them. It was Liuxing, the founder of hypersonic jump technology. As he requested, the goddess performed plastic surgery on him. He chose a new face on his own. Liuxing approached Fei Li and asked why he was sitting at the table wearing sunglasses. He pointed out that girls don't like that. Fei Li replied that it was his wish. Liuxing asked why Zhang had brought him here in the first place. But he replied that he was being overestimated. Only Qin Shan could do something like this and take a risk. He gathered Ghoul, the head of the mercenary guild, together. He also hacked the systems of the goddess of justice and finally became a professional in hypersonic jumping. One could think that they all gathered to destroy the whole world. Jen asked him to shut up while they ate because they already had a headache from his shouting. Liaoxing decided that he had to obey. Because he who pays is the one who commands. Still, he wondered if the ghouls needed to eat. He said that only killing can satisfy his hunger. But he can still taste food. He eats this food because it is really tasty. He couldn't afford it before. Liaoxing liked him. He even began to think about pulling him over to his side and befriending him. But Fei Li very calmly replied that the man did not deserve it. Liaoxing was affected by this, and he considered himself the best scientist of the Federation, and did not understand why he did not suit him. The scientist did not understand why Ghoul jumped up from his seat so sharply. He replied that it was time to satisfy his hunger. Liaoxing showed him where the door was and wished him a good journey. But Fei Li replied that he was much more comfortable through the window. Qin Shan asked the goddess who he would compete against. She said that the ghoul is the carrier of the pandemic. The monster said that he had already given this city to Ghoul. Why did he continue to pursue him? Fei Li replied that he simply destroyed everyone there and gave him the empty ruins. This was not enough. He believed that he had retreated honestly, and could not understand that Ghoul still needed. There are a large number of creatures that can satisfy his hunger. They both have reached a high evolution, they should not kill each other. He did not understand this saying a little, because the forces were not equal and here he decides who should do what. The monster didn't understand why he threw lobster bones at him. Fei Li was upset that he didn't care about such delicacies. He tore his hand off and said that he and I were not at all alike in terms of taste. The monster replied that even among them, Goulet was the most insane. It seemed that he had become even stronger since their last encounter. But it was even better because it would be doubly enjoyable for him to destroy him. The monster decided to compete and determine the winner this time. Qin Shan asked the goddess of justice to check if there were any anomalies related to this rain. She replied, "If you don't take into account the large amount of rain lately, then nothing special." He asked her to show all the places where it is raining in real time. Regions where it is raining are marked in red. It rained in all regions inhabited by people. Exceptions are only desert and abandoned places. It is fortunate that at least there are no changes in temperature. He asked to contact the Department of Meteorology and Biochemistry so that they constantly monitor and study the rain. Water research is needed. If they find something, he asked to inform him urgently. While he was gone, the president requested a meeting with Qin Shan approximately 5 times. There seemed to be something urgent, so he asked the goddess to inform the president that he would be on his way right now. He asked what matter he summoned him for. He said that he was interested in one matter, and he was going to consult with Qin Shan. He knew what he had been doing lately. And judging by his achievements, he was not just happy, he had hope for their future. Unfortunately, this is how politics works. Even as the president, he cannot do everything he wants. There are a lot of gains and losses on the scales. As a result, no one pays attention to the needs of ordinary people. Everyone strives only for personal well-being. But Qin Shan's actions give him hope. He confused him. That's why he asked, the president wanted to discuss. He thought about the mass use of the gene optimization elixir. These drugs greatly increase the chances of an ordinary person becoming awakened. He suggested allowing people to use it. And then powerful warriors will begin to appear en masse in the country. It was a wise decision. He really thought so, because with the distribution of the medicine, most of the residents would reach at least the level of a first-star warrior. Thanks to this, they will be able to give battle to demon eaters, and therefore survive, so it was a great idea. But many aristocrats are against this idea, based on the fact that it will cause chaos and state anarchy. There are 3 times more awakened people in the Fuxi Empire than they have. but there was no smell of chaos or anarchy there. In essence, they were lucky that they had an elixir to increase the chance of awakening the power. In the Fushi Empire, it is an elemental awakening potion. Even if all their residents take the elixir together, there will not be enough newly awakened to gain an advantage against these countries. Therefore, he believed that they should do it. Simply put, he supported his idea. Although 9 aristocrats will be against it. The president proposed to forget about them for the time being. All the same, a multinational conference on this very issue will start soon. Qin Shan assumed that other countries also had such an idea. The president wants Qin Shan to speak at the conference with his opinion about it. He has already become famous in world circles. He created Seraphim, then researched the virus inside the ghouls. His words have great weight in the scientific community. He agreed and said if that's all, then he will leave. The president ordered tea. But the person who should bring it poured something into the cup. Qin Shan seemed to sense something strange, but still walked on without paying attention. Meanwhile, Liaoxing decided to watch the series on the computer. The girl in it seemed to him to be very good. He was not against moving her to his place and conducting a few lessons. But the boys prevented him and interrupted him at the most interesting place. Jen said that he helped him defeat the strongest ghoul. Now it was his turn to help. He reminded Qin Shan of his chosen cat's skill. It was a really useful skill that could find anything. Lately, he is not doing well and the family is worried about his personal life. That is why they asked him to finally find a partner. He was tired of it, so he asked the cat to help. Qin Shan was amused by the fact that he entrusted his love affairs to his cat. But the boy convinced him that this skill is very reliable. Therefore, he asked not to bother about it. Jan said that he knows her, but they haven't met in person yet. But he was sure that he fell in love with her at first sight. Then Qin Shan insisted that he start courting her. With his family's capabilities, nothing could go wrong. But her father does not have much contact with the 9 aristocrats, but Qin Shan was quite familiar with them. Therefore, Zhang wanted him to help him meet him. Qin Shan said it was a good plan and asked who his love was. Zhang replied that it was the president's daughter. It so happened that tomorrow there should be an international conference, and he offered Jan to go with him, and he could introduce him to the president. While Zhang was hugging Qin Shan and thanking him for this opportunity, Fei Li walked in and thought that they were a little unconventional in their orientation. The goddess of justice also appeared near them and said that Fei Li had destroyed the plague hound. Qin Shan thanked Fei Li and said that it was a very good job. He replied that these are little things and thanks to his murder, he will be able to evolve faster. The goddess of justice just helps him with this. Zen asked Ghoul what he was going to do when he became stronger. But he answered that it was nothing special. He was completely satisfied with this life. Zhang was very happy that they had a new comrade Fei Li, but he wasn't sure that they needed that man Liaoxing. He heard this and asked him not to call him so rudely and added that he had previously been among the top of the Federation. But then the goddess of justice appeared and reminded Liaoxing not to forget the secret of non-disclosure. Qin Shan reassured the goddess and said that he would definitely not tell anyone else. He introduced the man to the boys and said that before them was Liaoxing, the same inventor of the hypersonic jump technology. This information did not help Fei at all, but John knew this man very well, that he had been believed to be dead for about 30 years. The goddess told Qin Shan that the rain analysis was ready and nothing special was found. The boy did not understand anything, because it was impossible. Because after the appearance of the ghouls, the rain became a sign that allowed the demons to break into their dimension. Because the raindrops contained the power of another world. Something strange always happened after the rain. And in the times of the end of the world, when it rained, all people were on the verge of despair. While the boy was in thought, the goddess of justice reported and said that at that moment all the rains in the whole world had ended. Qin Shan remembered